Did I overdo it with this one? Roland was looking at what was his new golem. At this point in time, the golem was walking around and performing some simple tasks. Its two hands in the front were picking up wooden blocks and bringing it over to another location. While the robotic hands only had a 3-digit design, they could grab various objects. In the middle of this hand, there was a focus point that would dispense spells along with some other ones spread over its spider-like body. This golem would be considered a higher quality product due to how many runes were on it, but this didn't mean that it would sell. This only depended on the use it had for the person buying it. When it came to the market, the best model wasn't always the one that was popular. Most people wanted the cheapest version that satisfies the given problem that they wanted to solve with the product. The golem that he produced could carry around items, mine minerals, and also protect itself. Yet, with more that he crammed into it, the more it would cost to make. Would a mining company need their golems to have attack spells inscribed on them? Most of the time, the specialized products won out over the multi-purpose ones. Thus, after this one was assembled, he was slowly wondering if he made the mistake of not focusing on one thing. It's too late to make adjustments now. Roland frowned a bit after looking at the slightly larger spider golem that he had made. The more he worked on it, the more improvements he wanted to give it. In the end, he produced a multipurpose spider drone that could fight monsters, mine, and be used to transport various items. I might have to bite the bullet and lose some money on this one. This made him think of all the resources he used to build this thing. Luckily, most of them came from the mining spot he discovered, so even if he sold it under the market value, he wouldn't go out of business. But thanks to all of his work, he did manage to improve the operating system even further. In his hand, he was holding a control rod. It had some buttons on it, but he decided to make this remote control more similar to what the people in this world were used to. It didn't need much mana to run, so it didn't require any mana fluid. The person just needed to inject it and then speak the commands out to make the golem perform tasks. Now, what remained was to give it a nice paint job and then do the presentation at the auction house. Are we done, boss? Mostly. So if I go by this design, you want me to paint it blue? Yes. Just don't paint over the eyes. After performing many tests to see if this prototype was working correctly, it was all done. Now he just needed to fasten the bolts and hope that there would not be any problems during the auction house visit. So, decided on the name? A name. Roland replied to Bernier's question as he was moving things around to get to the blue paint. Normally, a craftsman would give something like a golem a designated name. It was a new custom variant of a pre-existing creation, but it was different enough to even be called a new model entirely. Well, it looks like a spider. How about Arachnia one? What? Isn't that some kind of monster? You sure come up with interesting names, boss. While arachnids existed in this world, they were not classified as ones. There, of course, were spiders, but the more scientific names that were more prevalent in his old world were different. It didn't seem that the people from his world cared as much, or perhaps they funneled most of their funding into things that could aid the war effort or battling monsters. Oh, be quiet. Don't forget to put it in the crate when you are gone. Aye. The painting process wouldn't take much as it was magical in nature. The various alchemic concoctions just required a droplet to change the whole outer layer of the metal it touched to change color. What Bernier only needed to do was touch it with the minimal requirement of this liquid for his job to be done. While there was regular paint here, this was much easier, and at this point, Roland didn't care about saving a few silver coins by going with the traditional paint job. With most of the work being done now came the part that Roland was not looking forward to. He would need to inform the Lord that he was finished and go down to the auction house along with his product. Roland was fine working for long hours, but when it came to socializing, he just lost all of his energy. While he had been an introvert even in his past life, his reclusive personality had gotten worse. Probably if he didn't meet up with Bernier or Elodia, he would have been living the life of a shut-in. Luckily, his unwillingness to work with others forced him to start his own business, which he could not really do on his own. So while he did dislike it, he was aware that it was a part of life that could not be avoided. Thus, while Bernier was giving the spider golem the finishing touches, he decided to pay the city a visit. His robe was in the usual spot along with his half-plate armor that he wore under it. Ever since achieving his new class, he had not left his house. Elodia was busy working at the shop and Agni was with her as well. "Are you going to the Lord like that?" Elodia was the person that gave him the better set of clothes when he met his new partner. But he didn't feel that well wearing regular clothes that would put him at a disadvantage. Without any armor that he could inscribe runes on, his capabilities to protect himself dwindled significantly. Perhaps if he figured out the spatial runes, he could somehow compartmentalize his armor into a smaller bracelet. How he would get it to spring up on his body would probably be the tough part of the design. He didn't feel like the type that cared about those things that much. "The deal has already been made, my clothes shouldn't matter at this point. I'm also probably not going to meet the Lord. I don't think he spends all his time at the auction house." "If you say so, just try not to get into any trouble." "Don't worry, I'm not Armand." Elodia burst out into a chuckle, while Roland felt a bit more relaxed at the expense of Armand's reputation. Soon both of them said their goodbyes. Agni, as always, was unwilling to leave his master alone after noticing that he had finally left the workshop. But he had become too large for the city. A large dire wolf like him would scare the horses and people. It was refreshing to finally get out of the workshop. Even though this was supposed to be a volcanic region, they were far enough to not get any smoke. The air was nice, clean, and without any volcanic ash or sulfur mixed into it. The people at the gate were letting in merchants as usual. The town sure has grown. Not sure if I can call it a town anymore. People were now everywhere. While the rush to get a footing in Albrook had died down, it only became rowdier. Everyone was working. The power structure had been established, which made the workflow more streamlined. But while this might have looked like the right road towards progress, he knew otherwise. Just like in all the other cities that he had seen, the gap between people was increasing. The workers with worse classes or ones just saving up for a class change crystal were down on the bottom. They were forced to sign lesser than stellar contracts to cover their expenses and became trapped. Then, even when they regained their freedom, there would be no spot on the market left for them. To gain freedom, they would need to do what he did and try to establish themselves in another growing city. If not, they could just bargain with the current business owners for a better contract. While the big bosses at the top were busy with counting money, the people that they were using were too busy to care. If they made enough money to fill their bellies and spend a bit to get drunk, it was enough. Roland was convinced that a lot of these people took this as the norm. Without anything similar to a union, they didn't have much leverage, so they adapted to their circumstances. If they managed to haggle a few coins for themselves, that was more than enough. In others' eyes, he was the strange one. First of all, becoming a human runesmith with no master was difficult, even more so when a person was stuck in a city with a big dwarven presence. Signing a contract with them would not be that outlandish and seen as the normal thing to do. Roland, on the other hand, was assured that a contract like that would just set him back by many years, or put him on a one-way road where he became nothing more than a rune-crafting slave. While his mind was clouded by thoughts of others, he continued to observe. The streets, while being busy, weren't that well kept. The slums in the distance was also generating a lot of poverty-stricken people that had no way of producing food. The people that decided where the taxes went lined their pockets while others suffered. Now Arthur Valerian appeared out of nowhere. He could somehow steer the budget that he was given to make the lives of the citizens easier. But he could also take it and invest it into the rich merchants or areas that generated more income. Roland was not sure what the right decision would be. On one hand, if the city was cleaned up, it could attract more potential investors. With more poverty, there would also be more crime along with the Thieves' Guild's presence. Contenting with that element would be difficult, but if done correctly could offer the city a better path in the future. The easiest method would be to stick to the old tried route. This would keep Arthur in good faith with all the rich merchants and nobles that had invested in them. Perhaps the people at the bottom would somewhat suffer, but he would continue to gain money and power. It was the safer choice, but it would also not gain him much favor from the citizens. There was a certain limit of the one-sidedness that a city lord could go through with. A thriving city still needed able-bodied people to continue working. If their morale dropped or if they were too hungry to do their jobs, the city would go under. The tough part was to balance both sides so that they remained content. If the working force left, then the city would suffer, but if the business owners didn't profit enough, they could do the same. Luckily for Arthur, he did have the dungeon, which was a gold mine. Heh! I wonder what he would do if I told him about the Tier 3 passage. Roland's little secret grinding spot was unknown to others. He still wanted to at least reach level 150 before he ever considered speaking out about it. This information was one of the biggest assets he had at the moment. Though without that much personal strength nor contacts, he would be signing his death certificate if he let it slip. There were ways of getting information out of people in this world, and a secret entrance to a potential B-rank dungeon was worth smashing some heads in. Finally, after walking for some time and thinking about his new partner in crime, he arrived at the auction house. This was the place where he first started out in the city. The sales of his scrolls were doing great before he signed up with the Adventurer Guild. They would still fetch a pretty penny, and he only became more proficient at making them. His only gripe with making more scrolls was that he felt that his talents would be better spent elsewhere. The scrolls didn't feel that useful when he could inscribe the same spells on almost everything. Pumping them out now wasn't as lucrative as in the old days. With Bernier and Diana working for him now, he could put much better runes on proper equipment. But there was an idea floating in his mind to streamline the process, and that was to make a printing press for magic scrolls. With his current knowledge about runes and golems, he might be able to create a program that could transfer his rune-smithing ability into a stamp. It would be quite the money-maker if I could make some sort of factory to produce scrolls. While making everything by hand would be out of the question, if he could create a prototype to do it for him, then it was another thing. The hard part would be to copy over the rune-smithing skill into a runic structure, yet there was a way now open for him. With his new runic Eye of Truth skill, it could be possible, but if he could copy a skill that might not be magic still remained to be seen. Stop! This entrance is reserved for special guests. While thinking about new possibilities, he waltzed over to the VIP entrance. The guards here were quick to stop him, as he did look somewhat suspicious in the black robe that he was wearing. Here! What are you? Before the guard could continue shouting, Roland pulled out his golden supplier card that Arthur gave him. This should be enough, can I go in? To not look too suspicious, he removed his hood while showing his face to the guards. This card was proof that he was an important business associate. Yet they couldn't just let him through like that. Please wait a moment, sir. The card needed to be seen by someone that could actually identify it as the correct product. This hired muscle certainly didn't have any skills like that, and Roland was still a new face. Probably after this day, they would remember his face. I understand, but please hurry. Just as he had expected, another employee appeared along with the guard. They quickly bowed their heads before Roland while he just hand-waved it off. With this card in his possession, he would be able to get first-class service. No more waiting in lines or for his items to get checked by the person with the identification skill. He would be able to just directly hand whatever he brought over, and it would be prioritized by everyone. Is the auction house manager there? The manager? Yes, please come this way, Mr. Roland. While his face wasn't that known around here, they needed to show him respect. Not everyone could get that card that Arthur gave him. After passing the guard, he was led to the auction house manager's office that was not the same as the one that Arthur greeted him in. It was smaller, and on the inside, he found someone that he had never seen before, a plump-looking old man. Welcome, Mr. Wayland, I have been expecting you. Please sit down. Would you like to have a drink? The old man had a bright smile on his face, and he urged the lady that was probably his assistant to pour them both some alcohol. No, that is fine, I won't take long. I just wanted to report on the item that I was supposed to supply. Ah? Is it ready? The Lord has been curiously asking for its arrival. Did he? Well, I'll be able to deliver it for the coming auction if that's possible. That's wonderful. The old chubby man seemed ecstatic at the revelation. Before the auction started, the young lord would probably inspect his new investment. If he for some reason disliked the design, Roland would probably be set back by many months. Thus, the time to present himself to the city merchants once more was on the horizon. Mr. Wayland, is this necessary? Yes. A strange scene was playing out before a couple of auction house workers. They were tasked to help a VIP out in transporting their wares, but the man in question made things difficult. Instead of letting them take the crate with the item that would be auctioned, he decided to carry it himself. Roland was somewhat nervous about this day. Tonight his golem would be auctioned off. Previously he had agreed to let the people from the auction house take the crate the golem was in and transport it for him. They came with a small carriage that would be large enough to carry the crate and some people in it. But then strange thoughts of thieves and bandits started clouding his judgment. What if something happened to the golem during transit? What if someone decided to steal it before it reached the city? He could not just let these regular workers go, as the guards that were with them would probably be overpowered by silver rank adventurers. Don't worry about it. I'll explain it to your boss. Due to the golden card that he showed at the auction house, he was given the VIP treatment. Thus the workers that came here were scared that their employer would complain that they let an important customer do all the heavy lifting. He could only reassure them that he would not say anything to get them fired. Let's go then, Roland asked while holding the large box in front of his body with both hands. The golem did weigh quite a bit, and it would normally need 2 grown men, but in this world of fantasy stats, it wasn't much of a problem. If Roland really wanted, he could sling it onto his shoulder and run with it. Take care. Awoo! Elodia and Agni were there to see him off while Bernier remained back in the workshop. The auction would begin later at night, but Roland needed to deliver the goods now. This was an important event for him, so he would also stay there to explain a few things to the lead auctioneer. Thus the strange group of people was off. The small carriage was occupied by Roland and the golem. He decided to sit right next to it while using the built-in radar in his runic helmet. Due to his paranoia, he decided to wear his better armor and not the half-plate. If anyone decided to ambush them for some reason, he would be able to make quick work of them with the help of his attacking spells. Of course, nothing like this happened, and the dots that were on the radar never went too close to the carriage. This was probably due to it having the seal of the Valerian household. Everyone knew that nobles were very prideful. If any bandit dared to attack one of their possessions, they would need a quick getaway plan. One that involved hiding from Oracle grade tracking magic, as the high nobles would spend the extra coin to catch the thief. Thanks to the noble prestige, he was allowed to slip into the city without any need to wait in line. The soldiers just parted to the sides while some of the other carriages had to wait and be inspected. They didn't even examine the content. They dared not to go against the symbol of power that was the Valerian noble crest. Thus, when he arrived at the auction house, he carried the crate all the way over to the check-in clerk. There he made sure that it arrived at the right VIP storage, where he began unpacking. The Lord will be here shortly. You probably have about an hour to prepare, Mr. Wayland. Okay. Thank you for your help. The previous time Roland was here, there was only the chubby manager around. He had only informed him about the golem being ready and then received the date that he should deliver the goods. While normally there would be some kind of appraiser tasked with the inspection, for some reason Arthur Valerian also wanted to see it. Thus he was now here preparing for his double inspection, which reminded him about the recent class change trial. There he also was graded by it, while always getting low grades for his paltry design sense. The golem was made a bit more eye-catching for the potential customers and had many more features than the old variants. For someone that was only a Tier 2 runesmith, this had been quite the achievement, but if other people would see it the same remained to be seen. Roland gently removed the golem from the crate that was filled out with straw. Arachnia 1 was the name that was written on the underside, along with the little sun-like logo that he was using for himself. With how much people liked Solaria around here, he somewhat hoped that his logo would help him piggyback from all the believers. Just like with the other golems inside of the crate, there was a handwritten manual. His drawing skills had actually improved, and after getting the engineer class, he was able to get the artistic drawing skill. Probably the main reason for getting it was the creativity skill. Together with them, he was able to draw up a realistic representation of the golem on paper. All of the parts were listed and explained. If the owner had any semblance of intelligence, they would be able to easily control his creation. The biggest limiting factor was the metal rod that he was holding in his hand. This was a rather inefficient way of handling the golems. It was a large headache for the craftsman that had to pre-program various commands that the owner would utter. While there was a pre-existing database, it didn't cover all the bases or types of machines. I don't think the new owner will complain too much. As long as it has all the common command words, it should be fine. Golems were already widespread magical constructs. They were divided into some categories like battle golems and transport golems. What he only needed to do was be sure to have his creation follow what was seen as common. If Arachnia 1 wouldn't be able to perform a backflip, it would be fine. It just needed to do what people expected from it. Then if he could go above the expectations and add a few innovations, it would make his product worth more. That is, if the buyers didn't find the additional functions to be useful. For the time being, his golem was a mix of a few variants, but it was not really exceptional at one thing in particular. It could give long-range magical support to adventurers, but there were better battle golems out there. It could use some mining attachments and carry loot, but there were also better solutions for that. Even his own mule-type golem had a vastly larger capacity for carrying. Maybe someone will see the collector value in it. Roland gave out a sigh while going through all the small parts. The inspection went by smoothly, and soon he heard a commotion outside. The Lord had finally arrived. The heavy footsteps of the guards that went to meet him outside were very telling. "Good day, Mr. Wayland, I see you are finished." Arthur Valerian was quite a handsome man. He was wearing a somewhat militaristic uniform which made him stand out from the crowd. He could already see the poor young man being sold off to some old rich noble widow if he wasn't successful in this city. While bad marriage prospects were mostly forced onto the women, the men weren't that far behind. Depending on their worth, they could be shoved into an unwelcome situation. This might have been his fate if he was ever deemed to remain in the old Arden estate. He would probably be forced to become a knight and then marry some random knight's daughter to proliferate the line. His kids then would be forced to work under the reigning Arden estate head that would be one of his older brothers. Luckily for the past few years, he was granted respite. Robert had not told his secret either. "Good day, my lord, as you can see, the golem is ready," Roland replied while looking at the person standing to the side of Arthur. It was the personal maid that never seemed to stray too far from him. It was clear that she served as more than just a maid. Even when the knights remained outside, she was always there with him. This was nothing out of the ordinary. Most of the high nobles would have some personal guards that always remained with their masters. It was for their noble lord's well-being as well as for their own. If anything happened to the noble they were serving, it would be their heads that were on the line. Roland didn't explain much as Arthur was quick to take the control rod from him. Even before activation, he also asked for the instruction manual, through which he read through at a blazing speed. "Fascinating. This one is a lot different than the previous one." "Yes, I have made some improvements." The two started talking while receiving strange glances from the maid named Mary. Roland was quite nonchalant about it, but a normal person would have a rather hard time when speaking to a noble. Even though he was looking away, he listed some of the commands that the golem was able to shuffle through. "This guy really does find these interesting?" Arthur Valerian's eyes were wide open. He was like a kid in a candy store. His blue golem paraded through the storage room while he continued to give it some orders. One that even caused the guards from the outside to burst through the room as Arthur ordered it to shoot at the crate. A command that the Lord would not be aware of if he didn't go through the instruction manual correctly. "My lord." "Haha. Don't worry, I'm fine, but I think we will need a new crate for this golem." Soon the smoking wood was extinguished and the lead auctioneer visited him instead. It was a rather alluring-looking elven lady with good proportions. It was the oldest trick in the book to have the auctioneer be attractive to have the buyers show off their deep purses. The time started passing as he handed over the instruction manual and tried giving this woman some pointers on the presentation. Thanks to him having the VIP treatment, he got her to listen well. Normally the presenter wouldn't go out of their way this much, but when a product that was unique came along, they would rehearse their words well. "Thank you, Mr. Wayland, I think this will be enough. You can return to your home or wait for the auction to take place. We have reserved a seat for you in the hall." After showing off the golem to all the important workers, it was carried out in a new box. Now he only needed to wait for the presentation to go through and see how much gold he could earn for it. Even now he wasn't hoping for much. The golem was a custom model from a craftsman that was being shunned by the Dwarven Union. Normally it would have been a big risk to invest money into an unknown element, but he still had some hopes. "It's out of my hands now. Roland decided to remain here all the way until the auction was over. His creation would be presented a bit later so that the buyers could get their toes dipped first. After a couple of lesser products, they would start auctioning off the pricey items that they always spread rumors about. His seat was somewhat in the back as he didn't want to stand out. This large auction hall looked like it was made for a play. There were 3 balconies for the more prominent members of the city, with the middle one being reserved for important nobles. But with Arthur Valerian remaining in the main office above it was devoid of anyone that important. Those booths are for the rich merchants. Wait, is that? Roland peeked at the western balcony that was slowly filling up. He was sitting on the opposite side of it, just on the lower level. If he didn't look, he would have probably missed it, but 2 bearded men that he was familiar with just entered it. Normally he was planning to remove his helmet during the auction as there was no danger here. Now, on the other hand, he decided to not remove it as its feature could aid him. The armor was capable of listening in on people thanks to a simple spell. It was connected to his helmet, through which he could hear the conversation that the dwarves were having now. "Oi, do we really need to come for this? I now held your whinin', we need to see wit that bastard made." It was instantly clear that the dwarves named Bammer and Dunan had been informed about his involvement. From what he knew, his involvement in the auction house wasn't specifically announced. They never mentioned what exactly the runic item would be. Not giving the specifics would only entice people to come over. It seemed that someone from the auction house had talked. Who it was would be hard to deduct, as even some of the regular guards could have overheard someone talking. He had also visited the auction house this week. They could have already had someone inform the dwarves about his visit, which correlated with this magical item reveal. This isn't entirely bad, though. This was something he expected to happen, so he wasn't that worried. Perhaps with the dwarves being here, the product he was trying to peddle could actually sell for more than he expected. Would a dwarven craftsman let some random merchants get their hands on a golem they had never seen before? Probably not. While the Dwarven Union had deep pockets, this didn't mean that there were no other heavy hitters with them. Various rich merchants were also there, along with someone he really didn't expect to see. This man stood out from the crowd as he was very muscular and bald. Why is the guild master here? The leader of the Adventurer Guild had decided to show up for some reason. Most of the money flowing into the city went through that guild, so his purchasing power was quite high as well. Besides them, he also spotted some store owners and some people from the Merchant Guild. After the rich merchants filled up the 2 balconies, the regular ones started flooding into the bottom section. He would normally be sitting up with the rich due to his VIP status, but for now, he refused as he wanted to remain anonymous. Covered in a dark robe and without his armor showing, he would somewhat mix into the crowd with all the other people. Soon the curtain was yanked to the side, and the lovely elven lady that he met before walked out onto the stage. She was wearing a form-fitting red dress with a lot of upper chest area showing, clearly to entice the many men that were in the crowd. She gave a little introduction speech that was probably rehearsed many times before the first item was brought out. The auction was finally in full swing, but while Roland was getting nervous, 2 people were having a discussion. They had a nice view over the whole auction from their semi-secret spot that was the auction house owner's office. "He does seem to be bothered by those Dwarven Union fellows, doesn't he, my lord?" Arthur Valerian was just sitting there together with Mary and looking over everything. It was clear as day that Roland was taking glances to the side from the moment the Dwarven Union representatives showed up. "Wish I could see his face. That man is hard to read. Mary, why don't you go help our friend out?" "I thought you'd never ask, Lord Arthur." Mary smiled while placing a mask over her face along with a somewhat large hat. "How do I look? Like someone that has more money than reason," Arthur replied while Mary slowly walked out from the room. Her body was covered in expensive-looking jewelry, and the dress she had on was made from quite the costly material. Soon the auction would start, but Arthur knew that, with the help of his maid, Roland could potentially make a lot more money than he thought. "Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring your attention to this set of 6 high-grade elixirs. These have been distilled from the finest Daga's hearts and are very potent. The starting price will be at 2 small gold coins." Roland looked at what looked to be a small paddle with a number being raised when the lady stopped explaining the item that was being sold. These elixirs were quite potent to the point of being able to regenerate fingers if they were cut off, but not at the level of full limb recovery. The initial price was more than what an average family spent in a month's time, and it only continued to rise. The amount of money that was going through this auction house was quite staggering. Yet, without a proper class that could earn this much money, the world seemed unfair. Even Roland could easily earn gold coins now while just entering his 20s. Farmers with no special skills could only dream about his money-making capabilities. But some special cultivation classes existed. Even farmers had potential breakthroughs that would allow them to grow special food that then could be turned into something costly. But such people were few and far between, just like him, who had quite unorthodox skills. I wonder if I'll get a good price on that golem. That is, if anyone starts bidding in the first place. Ever since this morning, Roland was feeling anxious. If he didn't have his sleep-resistant skill with him, he would have been dead tired from all the worries. These worries turned to questions he asked himself during the night that kept him awake. With a slight glance to the side, he watched the Dwarven Union members looking over the items. They were clearly not interested in the potions. Unless it was some kind of enchanted weapon or magical creation, they would not be moved. The biggest fear that Roland had now was that even with the help of the city lord, the Union would be able to force the merchants to ignore his items. If something like that occurred, he would be driven out of business. What good were high-quality goods if no one bought them? But this was the auction house. Many wandering people with deep pockets visited them, people that did not worry about something like the Dwarven Union. While they were influential, this also had a limit. Anyone not in the circle of merchants and craftsmen would not really have anything to lose by spending coins. My golem is scheduled to be out later. This might take an hour or two. Depends how much these people are willing to barter up. Even when no paddles were raised by the potential buyers, the auctioneer didn't just end the auction. Her job was to squeeze out the most amount of coins from each auction. She would regularly pause while trying to sell the item on stage. Examining facial expressions came in handy, as most of the time a person could tell if someone was interested in the item or not. Going once, going twice. Sold to the handsome gentleman in the blue coat. The man was not handsome at all, with his bald head and age of 50. This did not stop the elf from winking at him after the auction ended. Please remember to pick your item up before you leave the auction house. If you wish, you may do it now or wait till the end of the auction. You don't want those bargain magical items to be bought out when you are gone. Now do you? While she didn't elaborate further, Roland was aware of all the procedures. The items were carried off into a special room where the buyer had to pick them up. It was heavily guarded, not only to protect the items. This was an auction, and while rarely some people got overexcited and weren't able to fork out the money that they were owed. If something like that occurred, they would be mostly detained and then punished. Sometimes even sold into slavery if the auction house boss was especially ruthless. In this case, it belonged to the city lord, so they would be sent to jail. Then they could barter on an equal exchange if they had any. It was hard to track people down in this world, and verbal agreements were useless. The only way of such a buyer leaving would be with a signed contract that would give him quite the curse if he failed to deliver on the promise. The potions were soon carried off by some guards while the person who bought them remained in place. Then the next item of interest was carried out, which this time around was something he was familiar with, a runic mace that wasn't of his making. It was a bit strange to see one of these out on the market. The dwarves that he was paying attention to seemed interested in the item to some degree. One of them raised the paddle for the initial bid, and it continued until they got it for slightly over the market price. They do seem to be interested in runic wares a lot. From this exchange, he could somewhat confirm that the dwarves would bid for items concerning their craft. The spell on the mace was pushing the limits of Tier 2 and was rather unique as it had smite on it. This was a holy element enchantment that required a priest to recharge it. Roland was interested in getting his hands on something like that too. It was a runic weapon, so he would not have to use the runic eye skill to figure out the schematic. But he was not here to spend his coin. A weapon like this could be bought elsewhere, and he did not want to stick out. Not many people in this city had the money required to buy something like it, which would pull unwanted gazes at him if he also bid. "How come ye buy that thing? Rune asked Bammer, that was the one making all of the bids. "'Tis for my research, why do ye care? I can spend coin as I want." It seemed that the enchantsmith wanted the mace with the smite spell on it for some research. Why, he didn't know. The dwarf was not a runesmith, but this didn't mean that he could not become one in the future. Being an enchantsmith and a runesmith wasn't totally unheard of yet. It would be harder to learn both fields at once. It also could just be an excuse. Roland turned his head back to the auction house and it continued. Various other weapons and trinkets started to be carried out. One was even a magical box that acted as a hologram that had some beautiful women performing an alluring dance to some music. It was clearly some kind of spell that recorded it along with the music and was just grafted onto a golden box. Perhaps to some rich merchants this had some value, but to him it was a waste of good metal. It went for a high price and would probably find its way into the hand of a noble with too much money. There were even magical sets of clothes that glistened in the moonlight. It was quite surprising to see a good-looking woman walking out in a dress to present herself to the audience. There was apparently not anything that would not be sold here, and the people were more than willing to spend money on it. If the item had magic on it, it was almost guaranteed to be resellable. Then finally, after 1.5 hours of seeing magical thingamajigs being presented, it came for his creation to be announced. This he knew by the unsuspecting wooden box that confused the people that were looking at it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another special article. This time around it is something that has been constructed by a local craftsman. The people that were in the room started staring at the box in the middle of the stage. It was still closed, but it was not the only thing there. Next to it was a little stand with what looked to be a rod covered in runic engravings. The dwarves that were on the balcony quickly realized what it was just by a glance. "That does look like a golem control rod. That whelp really managed to make a golem at his age." Bammer the enchantsmith that had a better eye for runes leaned over the balcony while somewhat shouting. His comrade that was next to him just started scowling while looking. It was clear that the two were not too happy to see something that should only be made by dwarven hands there. After the members of the union got rowdy, the merchants perked up. It was clear to them that something worthwhile would be presented if the penny-pinching dwarves were even interested. The richest of them came prepared. The costlier items were always presented to the end of the auction, and this part was finally beginning. Roland started looking around, and he did notice that a lot of people were interested in what was in that box. The lady knew how to make a show of it. It seemed that they decided to have the golem exit from within the box by itself instead of presenting it out in the open. He did explain giving the manual to a worker beforehand. Perhaps the Lord had decided that it would be more interesting if the golem made a grand entrance. Thus, after all eyes were on the control rod, the elven woman made her move. Please observe, this is what is called a control rod. It can be used for various magical artifacts, but in this case, without revealing what the box contained, she activated the remote control with the help of some mana and spoken words. Activate. After the command was spoken, the golem would begin to function. While the people outside couldn't see it just yet, the inside of the wooden container started to move slightly. Soon the top part was moved to the side and one of the spider golem's appendages appeared. Oh, what is that? Is that a magical construct? Interesting. The golem started to rise out of the box as it was programmed to by him. Moving through terrain and maneuvering through tight places wasn't difficult for his creations. It was able to skillfully get out of the box by stretching its legs to step outside. When turned off, it remained curled up on the bottom, which also reduced the size of the package it was in. It was thus quite easy for the blue golem to gently present its shiny body that Roland spent an exorbitant amount of time polishing for this occasion. The glistening metallic outer shell reflected the magical lights that shined onto the stage quite well. The golem that was shaped like an arachnid slowly moved towards the woman holding the control rod, just like he had programmed it. Then it went back into its passive energy-saving mode while waiting for more commands. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new custom-made golem. While it might look like the popular spider iron golem, it is made from durasteel and has many more uses. Let me bring your attention to this enlarged arachnid abdomen, as its creator likes to call it. The abdomen area was used to house the spatial bag and other utensils. The elven woman opened it up while having the golem turn around by itself. While this was going on, Roland felt quite stressed. His creation was being shown off and he couldn't really tell if the people liked what they were seeing. At first, they were surprised by the unique design that was different from the schematics of a more conventional model. To the untrained eye, a custom model might seem better as it was newer, but to these people here it wasn't so. There was a reason why people stuck to proven designs, as there was less risk involved. The lady listed all the features that the golem had, but there was no space on the stage to perform any battle tests. For safety measures, they could not fire off any deadly spells, which was a big selling point of this model that was made with the highest quality runes. At first, everyone was leaning forward and listening closely, but soon they all sat back to contemplate. The golem was somewhat risky. He was probably the only person that could repair it if something went wrong. But the noble house backing this auction house was known for its prestige, so some might be inclined to risk it. As this is a well-crafted runic construct, we will be starting our bid at 2 large gold coins. This was it. Questions would not be asked towards the auctioneer. Everyone had to use their own judgment. While Roland could see someone trying to raise the bidding paddle, he also heard a loud grunt coming from the balcony above. It was both of the dwarves again. One of them was giving the sign that he would be bidding. Then Roland realized what the grunt meant. The moment the union dwarves were involved, the other merchants started backing off. He could see them nodding at each other as if this had been discussed beforehand. Perhaps they had some kind of agreement on not bidding against each other in certain situations, which if true could set him back by a lot. The 2 large gold coins would not cover the manufacturing costs for the golem. If no one else placed a bid, then he would be in the red and without a golem that was usable in the dungeon. The auction house could not pull the offer back at this point, even if they were aware of the merchant agreement. At most they could ban the people involved in the scheme later or try to clear it up away from the public eye to not affect their reputation. 2 large gold coins. Do I perhaps hear 3 large gold coins? 3 large gold coins for this beautiful magical creation. Even when the elven lady stalled, the people here shook their heads around. 2 gold coins was already a large sum of money that was equal to 20 small gold coins. There were not many merchants here that could afford it, as a lot of people just came to see the spectacle of people bidding high. Yet suddenly a hand was raised. Instead of a paddle, it was a fan covered in jewels that looked very expensive. The bidder was a woman of unknown origin that was hiding her face behind a veil. For some strange reason, he had the feeling that he knew her from somewhere. 3 large gold coins to the madam in white. The moment the bid rose, the dwarves in the balcony turned to the lady. She didn't look like someone from this city and was probably unaffected by the union. Is that a noble? Maybe a mistress of some lord? People started whispering as the amount of money wasn't small. There were 2 men in unfamiliar armor next to her, which made her look like someone important and with a lot of money. Now with her in the game, the bidding war finally started. The dwarves seemed not amused as they quickly bid past her and continued. It was a quick back and forth between the 2, each time the price increased by mostly a random small gold coin amount. Roland wasn't sure why the woman was interested in his creation, but thanks to her, the price reached an amount that he was satisfied with. Yet this wasn't over, as it continued past what he was expecting. Bammer from the union slammed his fists down onto the balcony while going red in the face. It was not allowed to antagonize the other participants with words, so instead, an outburst of anger was probably supposed to send the message to the woman bidding against them. The girl dressed in white didn't seem to care though, as she outbid the dwarves by another large gold coin, which brought the price up to 11. It was clear that she was not perturbed by the outburst, which was somewhat sending the message that she didn't care about the Dwarven Union or was not informed. Without knowing her true identity, the dwarves could not judge if she was someone that they had to contend with. The bidding slowed down for a moment as the 2 started discussing if it was worth continuing. But to these craftsmen, new golems like this could prove important in developing their craft. Roland was sure that they would want to analyze his creation. They would surely dismantle it and try to judge with their own eyes if he was the real deal. Though when they did, they would receive a small surprise. T12 large gold coins to the dwarven gentleman with the red face. Does the beautiful lady in white wish to offer more? Yet, when the price reached twice what he was expecting to get, it finally ended. He noticed that the woman was not looking at his golem but at something that was above it. Then, after nodding once, she moved her luxurious fan down towards her knees and gave the victory to the Dwarven Union. Then, as if she was never there, she and the two armored men walked out while the voluptuous elven lady on the stage was congratulating the dwarf for winning the bid. While everyone was a bit stunned by the quick exit, he noticed something. Even though the woman was wearing some high heels that would normally make loud noises while walking, there was no sound being generated. Wait, didn't I see that way of walking somewhere before? Here you go, Mr. Wayland, your cut of the sale. The auction was over, and at this moment Roland was in the office with an auction house clerk responsible for giving out the earnings. Thanks to the strange rich woman who contended with the Dwarven Union members, the sale amounted to 12 large gold coins, which was quite a sum of money. Isn't there too much in here? You only took out one small gold coin. This is not the price we agreed on. With the help of his skills, he was able to quickly count how much money was in the sack. A contract was signed beforehand. It stated that he would be given 10 to 15% of his earnings to the auction house. This depended on the scale of the sale. The more money he earned, the less he needed to pay up. With this one passing the 10 large coin threshold, he would need to fork up 10%. He was also required to present a minimum of 10 items in a year, otherwise, he would need to pay a fine. This was an understandable clause, as he was given a better rate than other sellers that mostly had to give up from 15 to 25% from the sale. Thus he was confused that he only had to give up one small gold coin. This was the Lord's decision. He sends his regards and hopes that you will continue to work with us. He also wanted to inform you that he would look into the situation with the Dwarven Union and the merchants. Oh, he did? And he will. By the situation, the clerk probably meant the way the dwarves almost caused others from bidding. Such acts were strictly forbidden in any auction house. Even without words, it was clear what had happened there. The union members probably didn't think anything of it after getting used to almost owning the city. Those bastards were heading upstairs, weren't they? After the bidding war was over, the dwarves left in a hurry. It was clear that they only wanted to get his golem for a cheap price. After failing in their attempt, they beelined it for the auction storage to pay up. Roland was a bit interested in their reactions, so he followed behind them, but then when they were about to leave with the crate, the lordling's maid appeared out of the blue. Will that guy do something about them? Or will they just offer him a bribe? Roland wasn't sure what he should expect from his new business partner. It was clear that he was getting some favorable treatment, at least for now. What the future held in store for him was unknown, and he could be betrayed any moment. Yet he was willing to give it a try, as he had become tired of all the running. It would have been easy to just leave a few years ago when the Union became aware of him. Even going to a different country would be that outlandish, as his manufacturing class would probably allow him a position almost anywhere. Until times became really dire, he decided to remain and go through the hardships. Contending with a few penny-pinching dwarfs wasn't all that bad. His business was doing well enough even when he was getting sanctioned left and right. Well then, give the Lord my regards. I'll deliver the next set of products before the deadline. It was not the time to worry though. He had made a lot of money today. Many more gold than he could by selling runic weapons in bulk. Also now, with everything in place, he would be able to construct the same golem a lot faster and perhaps at a lower cost. Thus the town runesmith made his way out of the Valerian auction house. His mind was now only on his comfortable bed. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm very serious. This will be your only warning. If something like this happens again, my father will hear about it. I wonder what the Union would do to the little dwarf that caused a scene at a Valerian auction house. The two Dwarven Union members that were bidding for Roland's golem were now together in Arthur's office. As always, he was here together with his maid that was in the process of serving some tea to the two guests. We understand. While Dunan's face went pale, Bammer remained calm. He lowered his head at the request, knowing well that they were in the wrong. While Arthur Valerian here was not someone that they feared, they were in no position to offend a duke household. How much pull outside this city he had was unknown to them. Thus it was better to tread lightly. Good. I will not fine you this time around, but let this be the last time we have this conversation. You may leave now. Oh, and enjoy your new golem. I'm sure it's worth all the coin that you paid for it. Arthur smiled while sipping his tea. Bammer just looked at him with a blank expression while his friend was biting his tongue. Soon the two departed with less gold in their pockets as they had already paid up for the golem. Finally, after leaving the room, Mary was able to speak up. That was somewhat boring. They didn't even try to make a deal. It's still disappointing. I'm sure I could have gotten more out of them. After her performance at the auction house, she was feeling quite good about herself. This was not the first time that she inflated the price of an item around a place like this. Before this day, she had done some research for prices of golems. With the help of that knowledge, she knew just how much the Union dwarves would be willing to pay. How much they had in their coffers was also important, but Arthur stopped her before she reached the amount she was going for. That was more than enough. It was already a big enough gamble. Not sure how I would have explained it to our runesmith if you had won the auction. Arthur laughed to himself while thinking about Roland, his new business partner. What would he do if he knew that a noble was inflating the prices at his own auction house? Would he be all for it, or did he have a more steady moral compass? Speaking about Mr. Wayland, I think that he might have noticed that it was me. Mary shifted the conversation towards a different subject, which was Roland's piercing gaze. Oh? Was he able to look through your disguise? I'm not sure. I changed my voice and mannerisms. He is hard to read with that helmet on his face, but maybe Sir Gareth and Sir Morian did a bad job in their new roles? The guards that she had with her were of course the two knights that served Arthur. They didn't have to do much besides standing in place while Mary shifted the attention towards her extravagant look. Think I need to train them more. I think they did well enough, but we should focus on other things now. Is our next guest here? Yes. He is drinking up all the expensive wine as we speak, replied Mary while frowning slightly when thinking about the person that she would need to fetch now. Good. Would you be so kind to bring him here? I thought that he would at least make one bid, but instead he kept to himself through the whole auction. Maybe he is just afraid of the Union as the rest? Mary shrugged while walking towards the door to go to the VIP room where the next guest was waiting. He didn't seem like the type, but I'll see for myself soon. Fine then, but I wouldn't trust that man too much. I'll take that to heart, replied Arthur while looking down at some papers. While the issue with the city runesmith was probably settled now, he was only a small cog in the machine. For this young noble to get his heart desires, he needed more power, and the amount of money that his new worker gave him wouldn't be much unless he somehow attained Tier 3 status within the next few years. Tier 3, that would be nice. Arthur gazed at his own status screen while thinking about the fabled Tier 3 stopgap that not many could get through. If his new potential follower could attain it, he could become a larger chess piece, but for now, he was only someone with some potential. Whether he could prove himself in the coming years remained to be seen. For his future plans, he needed many more pieces like him. Lord Arthur, our guest is waiting. Should I let him in? While contemplating the future, he heard Mary call out to him from the corridor outside. The door slammed open as it was pushed with impunity. The maid on the outside started shouting, but the person that walked into the Lord's office didn't seem too apologetic. How dare you? Ha. Calm down, little missy. Arthur looked at a somewhat imposing-looking man that was built like a brick house. Young lord, you wish to see me? The man ignored the maid that was about to grab him for being rude. It's fine, Mary. Arthur just shook his head. After locking eyes with him, Mary backed away from the man that she considered an oaf. Soon she was standing right next to him while feeling uneasy. The man before her was not someone that she could really handle as he was of Tier 3 strength. Guildmaster, I'm happy that you have accepted my invitation. I think we need to discuss a couple of things. You're back. How did it go? Surprisingly well. But why are you still here at this hour? Lobelia is taking care of the kids. They are also getting older, so it's not that hard anymore. I see. Roland was back at his home along with the pouch of gold coins. This was the most that he had earned from one sale, and the future looked bright. The lord named Arthur was somehow clearing up the mess he had gotten himself into with the Union, and he only needed to do things that he was good at, which was crafting. That's wonderful. Wait a moment, I'll get you something to eat. No, that's fine. I'm not hungry. I just want to sleep. After the stress build-up from working months on his golem along with the time spent during the class change, Roland was just tired. He managed to hold himself together thanks to his skills, but in reality, he felt like he could sleep for a week. "Oh, you want to go to bed? That's fine with me too. Just give me a moment." When he mentioned the bed, Elodia started blushing wildly, but even with her ready, he wasn't really interested in that kind of stress relief. Thus the night ended a bit uneventfully with him passing out before she managed to return. In the morning he was greeted with a somewhat disappointed-looking girlfriend and him not being sure what was the problem. "Thank you." Roland kept quiet as he didn't want to somehow increase Elodia's anger. Just as always they were sitting together by the table, but this time around there was mostly silence. Finally, after a moment, she did break it. "So, what are you going to do now?" The question was quite simple. What did he intend to do? The golem was sold and he could take the money and invest it either into his house or tools. With Arthur fixing most of his problems, he could also stop going to the black market. While it was an interesting place, the regular merchants gave a better deal. Also, he knew that the materials he got would not be sponsoring any shady business. "That's a good question. I'm not sure. Was so focused on the golem that I didn't plan ahead." Roland laughed while taking a bite out of a large sausage that Agni continued to stare at. Feeling good about himself, he decided to throw his wolf the unfinished part, which was chomped down almost the moment it was thrown in the air. "Is that so? How about you take the gold rank test?" "The adventurer test?" "Yes, Armand has been talking behind your back, that he is so much better than you because he outranks you now." Elodia chuckled while a vein appeared on Roland's forehead. It was true. While he was busy with his golemic creations, his new class, and the dungeon, he somewhat ignored his adventurer rank. "With things settling down now, I think you can put your worries at rest and leave for a few weeks. Agni has gotten so big now too, I'm sure he can protect the home. While you are away, you don't need to worry." She looked at the wolf that was staring at the meat that was on the dining table. When his name was mentioned, he gave out a resounding howl, then presented his large tongue for more treats. "What? I'm not worried." "Ha!" Roland's reply was laughed at as Elodia knew him well enough to know that he was a worrywart. The adventurer rank-up test could even take a month depending on his luck. If he was free to travel, it would have been completed a long time ago. "If you are worried, just hire a few more guards. If you toss a few gold coins towards Armand, I'm sure he will be willing to stay here for a few weeks. Can I pay him some gold for him not to stay here instead?" While he didn't trust in Armand's housekeeping capabilities, he was a gold rank adventurer over the level of 100. Perhaps he would destroy some of his furniture, but it would be better than getting his workshop ransacked. The trust between Elodia and her siblings was deep, so he was also inclined to trust them now. "Stop joking around. I'm being serious. You should really go. What kind of adventurer reaches level 125 before changing their rank? You are missing out on so many good deals. With every adventurer rank came privileges, slightly better rates for selling monster parts, and also access to more lucrative quests." While wandering down into his secret mining spot, he did pick up some of the monster parts that could be sold off later. While he wasn't missing out on much, with time it started to add up, and even more, if the monsters became rarer. "That's true. Speaking of the Adventurer Guild, do you still keep in contact with Solana? Maybe she could procure a test that won't have me wandering to the north end of the kingdom. Also, there is the issue with my status screen and class. The tests were somewhat random as they depended on each Adventurer Guild. Most of the time they just took one of the easier gold rank notices off the board and called it a day. If Roland decided to forego the test, he would need to wait half a year to take a new one as punishment." "Solana." After his question, Elodia remained a bit silent, but after the pause, she nodded her head. "I think she might help, but I'm not sure. Does she have a grudge against me or something?" "Grudge? No, it's just that girl has a strange sense of humor. I'm not sure if going through her is wise, but I can try if you want. You should really stop worrying about your class. Don't think anyone will care that much at this point." Roland had no idea what the Elven Guild receptionists and his girlfriend's relationship was like. He knew that Elodia had covered for a lot of shifts that were meant for Solana in the past. A few favors should be owed through that, but sometimes a sense of entitlement could cloud a person's judgment. "Oh, look at the time. I need to go to the store." After talking for a while, Roland was left in the house alone. Now he needed to make a decision. Would he finally go get that troublesome gold rank test done? Or was there something else that he needed to do first? If Solana helped him in concealing his status screen, then perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad option for the respite that he was given now. Haven't been here in a while. Roland was wearing the more compact version of his armor without the helmet part. Even then, he kept his face somewhat covered with the robe that he draped over his body. After so many years of hiding from pesky family members, it was hard to change his ways. It didn't feel right if he was not covered head to toe with armor or back at his home. Before, he was the Adventurers Guild that needed to give him the gold ranker test. For it, he would need to leave the city and rendezvous with someone from an affiliated guild. That someone would be the judge that, after the task was over, decided if he was worthy of the gold rank. Now, this was somewhat a troublesome part of the whole deal. While from the outside it might have looked professional for another higher rank adventurer to tag along to keep a newbie in line, sometimes it went astray. Some of the chaperones were less than stellar in their morals. Sometimes the newbie ended up forking up some of their gold just so they could pass the test. Would he have luck with his test checkers, or would he have to bribe them? Roland was someone with a lot of money, but that was also known by the guild. If the person grading him was to fail him for not paying up, he would be sidelined for half a year. The half year was not the problem though, but losing valuable time on repeating the rank-up tests was. Elodia did say that she would try to talk Solana into giving him a lighter test. Also, there was the issue with his status screen becoming open to prying eyes, which could be avoided with her help. This was not something the Union could get involved in either, so he should have been feeling more at ease. Yet for one reason or another, he was not looking forward to leaving this city. His home and everything he owned were here. There is always something that doesn't go according to plan. The incident with the ant mine came to his mind. Thus he would like to avoid any tasks that involved entering areas that hadn't been explored. Ones that involved mysterious disappearances were also similar. Most of the time the reason was some kind of powerful monster that had evolved and left its habitat. Without knowing what he was getting himself into, it would be hard to prepare the countermeasures. But I guess that's the adventure part in the name of this profession. After letting out a sigh, he descended into the tavern-like Adventurers Guild. On the inside, he was hit by the smell of alcohol and sweat. After the city population had started to settle, so did the Adventurer Guild become more structured. They had increased the count of their receptionists after a certain overachiever had left them dry to make up for the loss of manpower. Roland scanned the room with his eyes and homed in on the elven lady that knew him. Elodia apparently had taken some time out of her day to speak about the issue. With her help, he hoped to receive a mission that wouldn't involve scouting out cemeteries and running into abominations. Without a proper priest, such a task would be difficult even for him. Well, if it isn't our famous runesmith. Haven't seen you in a while. After waiting for 15 minutes, he was finally able to arrive at Solana's desk. He had arrived in this city some years ago, and this elven maiden had already been living here. Even though it had been a while, she didn't look like she aged a day. Just like in the books of fiction in his old world, elves tended to live for longer than humans. This didn't reach the level of thousands of years, but at a base, they could live 3 times as much as a human. This was without accounting for magical ways of prolonging life that could be used by any species. Even Roland would probably live longer than a regular human thanks to his higher level and vitality stat that kept increasing. If he wanted to boost his longevity even further, he could buy various elixirs that had diminishing returns. But for now, he needed to focus on the present. If he made it to 30 was still up to debate, as in this world of uncertainty every day could be his last. Good day, Solana. I think Elodia has spoken to you about the thing. Straight to the point, you're no fun. What does that girl see in you? Well, besides that handsome face, that is. Solana chuckled while winking towards Roland. In the past, perhaps a sensual look from a beauty like this would make him get nervous, but at this point in his life, he didn't really care. His face was devoid of any reaction, which caused the elven lady to pout slightly. Fine, you are lucky that I owe Elodia a favor. I have prepared the paperwork, you just need to sign it. While the woman seemed slightly dejected by his emotionless face, he just wanted to get on with it. What he received were 3 pieces of paper that were very similar. There was a difference though, each one had a different task written down on it. This is the form for the gold rank test, but why are there 3? The girl is looking out for you. She even helped me pick up some commissions from the board. She did. Yes, she narrowed it down to 3 that shouldn't take too long. Now choose one and that'll be it. You should appreciate my effort in all of this and give me a present for all that hard work. Did all that hard work involved copying Elodia's handwriting too? Haha. Did you notice? Roland rolled his eyes as he quickly noticed that this perfectly filled out paperwork was done by Elodia. Probably she failed to convince this lazy sun elf to just help her out. He could imagine her going through the chaotic notice board, listing down the best commissions, and handing everything over to Solana that just needed to sign off on it. Did she do it after or before working in the shop? He could not pinpoint the exact time when she could have done it. While he did not ask her to go to this extent, there was a warm, fuzzy feeling in his heart that she cared this much to get this done. After coming back from this small expedition, he was already thinking about perhaps buying her a new dress. Let's see. Dungeon Exploration City of Flord. A new dungeon has appeared in the southernmost region of the island. We are looking for adventurers from the silver grade and up to lead an expedition into the dungeon. Escort the merchant caravan to the city of Rika. A medium-sized merchant caravan consisting of 10 carriages will be leaving towards the island's western region. Explore the dig site in the easternmost region. A party of adventurers along with the mining team has gone missing, and if possible bring them back alive. He read through the snippets explaining all of the tasks and he didn't really like any of them. First was the dungeon exploration which brought him down south. The city of Albrook was in the northern region which would make traveling there hard. Then there was the issue of dungeon exploration that he was worried about. It was another new dungeon similar to the one here. The extent of the monster's strength was unknown. Also, the type of the dungeon wasn't mentioned either. It could be a giant maze filled with traps or a lush rainforest with a large open area. Yet it was a somewhat basic request, just go to the dungeon, fight some monsters and come back. Then there was the dig site exploration that reminded him about his younger days. This was a no-brainer as he would not go towards an ominous area like that. Already an adventurer party was probably dead and they wanted to throw more bodies at the issue. The speediest one would be the bodyguard routine. Instead of going to deadly areas, they just needed to protect some merchants. While their points were filled with monsters that they needed to pass, there should be enough of them to get through it. There would be no surprises as it was an already mapped-out area and a trade route used by others. While the decision to take depended on him, he would not be able to pick the person that would be shadowing behind him. All of these started out at other locations to which he would need to travel out of his own pocket. Realistically, he had only 2 choices. Either he agrees to get locked away down in another new dungeon with God knows what type of enemies, or he becomes a bodyguard for some rich people. While both had their share of danger, at least the escort mission gave him the option to escape easier. Leaving a new dungeon when assaulted was a lot harder than escaping from a bandit attack with more people around. Hey! Huh! Have you made a decision? We don't have all day. Those commissions also have to be fulfilled soon. The caravan one, in particular, is in 2 days. They arrived a few days ago and will be leaving soon. If you decide to take it, your guard will meet you at the next stop. From there, you will be graded on your performance. If you want to hear my opinion, you should probably go with that one. Those merchants have deep pockets and no trouble hiring gold adventurers. Solana was right. This was probably the easiest one from them all. While he would need to sleep outside and be on guard duty, with his current set of skills traveling wouldn't be hard. Thanks to them hiring gold rank adventurers to be on the safe side, it made the test easier as there probably wouldn't be that many monsters to defeat. Yet, from time to time some bandits did try their blades, there was a lot of money involved and people were greedy. Now if he denied all of the propositions, he might have to take the penalty. Solana would get in a lot of trouble with the guild if she didn't file the correct paperwork. From what he knew, the notice of someone taking the gold rank test had already gone through. So that they wouldn't get people constantly refusing certain missions, they prepared a little system. First, the person went to the guild to announce that they would try to register for the test. One of the clerks in a higher position would then sign off on the name of the adventurer taking the test. Sometimes this person would even force certain tasks if they wanted, but like with his case, this was left up to the receptionist. Now his name was already written down in the books. If he didn't take the test and attempted his luck a few weeks later, the clerk would have his name noted. With the date being there, he would be denied another try and need to wait till the half-year penalty was over. The only way to go around it would be to ask the guild master or the person responsible for it. Maybe Elodia or Solana could convince that person to erase me from the books, but I shouldn't ask for more than this. There was also something that he noticed. His class was listed on this piece of paper. Just as they agreed on the Lord part of this runesmith class had been erased from the paperwork. It seemed that with enough backing a person could evade a lot of busywork. If this came to bite him in the behind was still up to debate, but even if his real class was revealed, he was slowly coming to terms with that not being a serious issue anymore. After contemplating it for a few minutes, he agreed on the caravan escort mission. While this made him think back to the time when he met up with the moon elves, his luck had increased since then. Perhaps a bandit attack was possible, but he was somewhat confident in his own fighting capabilities. With his spell-firing arsenal, a lot of fights could be won, but if things got too tough, he could always just make a run for it. He would be abandoning the quest, but it would be better to take the penalty for it, as adventuring wasn't his main profession in the first place. It was just something that needed to be taken care of sooner or later. Think we are out of time. Come back tomorrow after you make your decision. Roland glanced behind him as he noticed that a line started to form behind him. Just like Solana said, he was being indecisive too much. After nodding, he stepped to the side and let the grumpy-looking adventurer behind him tend to his business. I only have 2 days left. While normally this would not be enough time for someone like him to make a decision, he had prepared beforehand. Elodia had explained to him that some missions could have a fast expiration date, so before she went ahead with talking to Solana, he took care of everything concerning his leave. His spider drones would patrol the inside yard while the improved magical turrets focused their magical points on any potential invaders. Bernier and Elodia had the master key that was attuned to their mana signature. Even if someone tried holding it, the turrets would fire at them. There was also no way of anyone knowing about their existence, as they were created from regular accessories. When he returned home, it was time for a strategic meeting with both his assistant. Bernier, I'll leave everything up to you. Are you sure you can handle it? Boss, you should stop worrying so much. Who in their right mind would rob the runesmith that is working for the city lord? And did you forget about our little deal with the Thieves Guild? Yes, I know. That's the only reason why I'm willing to leave, but you never know if some idiot will use this chance to rob the runesmith's house while he is gone. Well, that's true. What Roland feared was not the locals but the random riffraff that could gain some courage after drinking too much. There was already one incident when he visited the dungeon, but luckily Bernier was able to take care of it. News of him leaving would spread sooner or later, which could bring harm to the people staying here. But you can leave things to me. I'm just itching to use those rune rifles on something that can move. Bernier cackled oddly while looking at the runic rifle that could produce various magical effects. It was something that would allow bridging the gap between combat and non-combat classes. With the battery pack that could be quickly replaced, it was a weapon that was well suited for defensive battles. With all the defenses set up, he was somewhat at ease. Agni would be staying and the spider drones would patrol the area. His job was to protect a caravan, which entailed constantly moving around. This would mean that he could not take the mule golem with him. This didn't mean that he wouldn't be taking at least one spider drone with himself. There were porters that could carry his luggage. While he didn't trust them that much, they should not run away with his goods. The golems were mostly akin to portable spell turrets, which could come in handy during a battle in the open. Without places to hide, any bandits would find it hard to go against homing magic arrows coming their way. I should start packing and give my reply tomorrow. After clearing things up with Bernier and Elodia that would be staying, he needed to check his armor. Everything needed to fit into his backpack-sized spatial bag, as he could not yet implement the spatial runes that he was working the kinks out. It was time to finally stretch his legs again and give adventuring another try. If luck was on his side, this would turn into a quick journey with some camping, but if not, are you sure you didn't forget anything? Yeah. Everything I need is in here. Roland was standing outside his home while looking at Elodia that seemed a bit worried. It was strange to leave on a small adventure and actually have a place to come back to this time around. Usually, even if something went astray, he could just change locations while leaving the troublesome area. Now, on the other hand, if he for some reason abandoned his mission, there would be some consequences. Adventurers that fled in the face of danger would get reprimanded. Sometimes they could even get kicked out. Trusting in the guild was something that was built up through the ages. They could not risk keeping members that would give up their mission without good reason. Agni, take care of Elodia while I'm away and also keep Bernier out of trouble. If you see him drinking too much, you know what to do. Woo! Hey! What's that supposed to mean, boss? Bernier was to the side trying to play it off, but both of them knew that he had a drinking problem. When Roland was in the workshop, he had a strict non-drinking policy during work hours. Now, when he would be gone for a week or two, it gave Bernier ample time to booze it up. Be sure not to offend any rich merchants or nobles. As Roland was slinging his spatial backpack over his shoulder that made him feel like he was going on a school trip, he was given one last piece of advice. I'll try. Everyone knew that Roland had a certain way of presenting himself. Even to this day, he had trouble bowing his head towards authority, which was mostly caused by his upbringing. It felt strange to be afraid of people with nothing but status. If they were powerful Tier 3 class holders, then it was another thing. After a small hug that caused Elodia some pain due to him wearing his shiny armor, he made his way towards the city. Everyone gather up. I will discuss your duties. My name is Nicholas, and I'll be responsible for you lot. So this is the group? Roland was looking at a man of medium build in mismatching-looking armor. On the back, he was wearing a long spear that was probably the most expensive item from his entire set. This was something that he started to notice with the adventurers in this world. They all tended to spend most of their money on their weapons. This was reflected in his own shop, which saw better sales with items that could cause more damage than ones that protected its user. Only when the adventurers had some spare change did they start to invest in protective measures like stronger armor. He, on the other hand, had made his armor his strongest weapon. With somewhat lacking battle skills, he needed to focus on what he was good at, his runic items. The magic they were able to produce could mimic high-level skills, and the cost was only mana, which he had a large reserve of. This person here had the highest level of the entire group, which prompted Roland to inspect his status screen. Name: Nicholas L132. Classes: T2 Spirit Spearman L32. T2 Spearman L50. T1 Warrior L25. T1 Spear Warrior L25. Spirit Spearman? Well, that's an uncommon class. Roland had amassed a small compendium of class knowledge by this time. Spirit in this case didn't have anything to do with ghosts, it was just another form of energy. There was a stronger variation of it called aura, but he had yet to see someone have it. This spirit would just be added to the person's status screen and used as a separate resource. Sometimes the skills would combine stamina and mana to be performed, which made these sorts of classes hard to level up. Unless a person excelled at all three, it was hard to get any skills that were worthwhile, but the added resource did give them more options. There are only 5 wagons now, but as we travel further, new ones will be added. For now, I will decide on your... The man continued to talk while Roland just glanced to the side as he was not that interested. Normally, the strongest adventurer received the leadership position, but this wasn't set in stone. The guild could just propose who would lead it, but the people here were not part of an army. They didn't need to listen to anyone of the same ranks as them. During the mining expedition where he encountered mines, there was one strong adventurer party that no one dared to go against. Yet here, on the other hand, there was not that much of a difference in prestige. The man with the spear might have had the highest level, but this didn't mean that others would listen to him, as he was not the only gold rank adventurer here. Hey ugly, could you shut up? Stop acting like you own the place. There it was, a somewhat deeper voice, but it belonged to a woman. The people turned to the person that it belonged to. It was a tall woman that wasn't wearing that much armor. Her belly was exposed, which revealed quite the set of brown chiseled abs. Over her shoulder, she had a large axe that looked like it weighed a ton. Name: Grisauld L123. Classes: T2 Barbarian L23. T2 Gladiator L50. T1 Brute L25. Her classes were also more unique than he was used to seeing. Probably if the woman didn't have some medium-sized lumps protruding from her chest, it would be hard for him to figure out her gender. Her body looked like it belonged to a bodybuilder that had smeared glistering oil all over it. Oh, this is getting interesting. Are they going to fight? The other adventurers that were silver just stood back and watched while commenting. No one would be willing to get between the two if a fight broke out. His luck pulled a fast one on, as after everyone had cleared to the sides it left him between the two fighters. With how high his own level was, he also didn't feel like moving, but this was of course noticed by these two that started to quickly eyeball him. Roland was just minding his own business while leaning up against one of the merchant carts. This whole experience made him think about some old school days. It was as if some kid was trying to shit test him. If he just lowered his head and went away, he could be seen as an easy target. On the other hand, if he just stayed here, a potential fight could break out. These two were melee fighters that worked best at closer range. This wasn't the same for him, as even though he could activate his spells fast, he was at a disadvantage when someone closed the gap. The lady in particular just needed a little sprint to get into striking range. Even with his armor on, he wasn't sure if it would be a good idea to try to wrestle her down or get into a fistfight either. Is that metal head with you? No, I thought he was with you. This is why adventurers are. Roland quietly said under his breath while the muscular lady gave him the stink eye. What are you mumbling about? If you have something to say, then speak up. She started shouting, which caused the spearman to grab his weapon. Even before they met any monsters and bandits, the whole place seemed to be ready to explode. Before they noticed that he could use magic, he could probably send a few spell their way, but this was not something that he wanted to do. They were already on the clock, and if he caused a ruckus, his gold rank test was in jeopardy. What are you doing? Stop this at once. You aren't paid to fight with each other. Luckily, one of the merchants finally noticed after the barbarian woman started shouting around. After going for the one thing that adventurers loved the most, which was money, they quickly quieted down. Then, instead of the man with the spear, the real boss of the whole caravan finally showed up, the merchant paying for it all. The man looked to be above 40 and of a stockier build. He was a regular human, but his height was not much more of a dwarf's. He was wearing a cap that, from what Roland knew, was fashionable for rich people to wear. His clothes were also quite extravagant, made from some quality fabrics and the color of dark purple. It will be easy for bandits to pick this guy out of the crowd if some ever attack. It was clear that this man had no trouble spending money on himself. There were several shiny rings on his thick fingers along with some kind of costly-looking pendant around his neck. Behind him, there were two armored men with pikes that looked like regular soldiers from the city. It was normal for a merchant to have their personal guards like these. Hiring adventurers was just a quick way to bolster their forces during travel times. These personal bodyguards were not used to fighting monsters but other humans instead, and it was also cheaper to go to the guild for a temp worker. They didn't need to worry about the adventurers' food or clothes. They were just contractors. If you can't decide amongst yourselves, then I'll do it for you. This is Ingrun, he is the head of my guards. He will divide you into smaller teams of 2 or 3 for each cart that you will be responsible for. The merchant pointed to a large man that was wearing some shiny armor. His face was full of scars and he looked like a retired knight. Most likely he was an old adventurer that was smart enough to seek a more steady job at the side of a merchant. This line of work was less deadly than constantly fighting orcs or giant slug monsters. Gather up, you lot, we don't have all day if you don't have anything to do. Help the porters pack the carts. The sooner we leave, the sooner you will receive your wage. Luckily, the adventurers didn't complain anymore. He heard the large woman snorting before walking away. She also shoulder-checked one of the silver-ranked adventurers that weren't fast enough to get out of her way. The man with the spear seemed a bit more reasonable as he remained in place to get his orders. They'll probably reconcile after the first battle. Roland decided to stand up while going towards the merchant guard leader. While there was some drama, most of the time when lives were on the line, the adventurers were quick to gather together. It was not uncommon for big enemies to turn into drinking buddies after going through a few battles together. You there? State your name, rank, and level. Wayland, silver rank, level. Over 100. Over 100? Have you achieved your second Tier 2 class change? Roland nodded at the question from the guard leader. The other silver-ranked adventurers started staring at him, as they didn't expect him to outlevel them while being the same rank. Wayland, there it is. Going through your gold rank test. Ingrun came prepared as one of the guards handed him a list of the adventurers that they hired. While he was not a gold rank adventurer by name, Roland could be considered one on paper by the potential strength that he brought. Probably due to this, the head guard here would treat him with more respect but also give him tasks more suited of a gold rank adventurer. Runesmith and Rune Mage? Very well, you'll be in the front cart then. Please get your possessions and move accordingly. I'll be relying on your magical capabilities then. After going through the adventurer list, the man quickly changed his tone. It was clear that something about his magical slinging capabilities was there. Mainly that he was a rune mage, which was of course a lie thought up to hide his other crafting class. With the cover of rune mage, his rune-using ways could be easily justified. He would be in the furthermost cart, so the one that would be the first target of bandits. Yet he could not argue about his spot and just continued to nod. With his backpack slung over one shoulder, he went towards the carts in question. The one that he would be occupying was quite large and made from some thick wood. Two somewhat large horses were being strapped to this large wagon. They were much bigger than their earthly counterparts and their fur was really red. It made them look like some kind of demonic beast that would burst with flames at any moment. The head guard told me to come here. I see. There should be some room inside, but please don't touch anything behind the door. This wagon was quite long, and to the sides, he could see windows that had latches on them. There was a small area on the backside that was sectioned off from the main inside. There was enough room for him to sit on one side on what looked to be some kind of bench. In the middle, there was a narrow wooden door through which a person could fit in. At this moment, one of the guards was going through this door, which allowed him to peek inside. There he saw various weapons, food, and something that looked like narrow bunk beds. It seemed that this wagon housed a large portion of the merchant's guards, and was probably also the reason why it was larger than the other ones used to transport goods. There needed to be enough free space for the guards to move around and get their weapons ready. The latches on the sides were probably used for the crossbows that he caught a glimpse of. If they were attacked by something, this wagon could act as a barrier point through which they could actually use ranged weapons or magical attacks. There was another identical cart like this that, when they started to move into position, was placed right in the back. He could see the gold-ranked spear user be sent to that one, which put him a bit at ease, as he wouldn't need to keep him company. But instead, he was given the other troublemaker as a wagon partner, the large barbarian woman that almost caused a scene. So they shoved me in with the dome head? The moment the large woman stepped foot into the small compartment, the whole wagon shook around. When seeing her up this close, he was reminded of some of the half-orcs or Goliath races. Yet she looked like a regular human being, but he would probably believe it more if she came out to have some roots with one of those races. Unfortunately, it does seem that way. Oh, so you can actually talk? Grisauld sat down opposite to him, which didn't leave much space to maneuver between them. Roland was not a small man, and he was wearing full body armor that made him seem even wider. The barbarian, on the other hand, was still half a head larger than he was. When the guards were packing up, they seemed quite perturbed by the two large adventurers sitting there. Yes, but I like to keep my articulating to a minimum, if that's okay with you? Articulating? You're a funny one. She started chuckling under her breath while smiling. While the barbarian seemed somewhat dangerous, it wasn't something that he wasn't used to. It was time to leave. In the next city, the assigned chaperone from the guild would join him on the mission. While it could be a gold-rank adventurer, this was not always the case. Haven't left this city in years. The wagon finally jolted forward as it moved along with him and the barbarian woman that continued to throw insults at him. Already he was regretting taking this test that would just offer him some minor quality of life improvements over his last rank. Yet it was something that he needed to take care of, as if he ever got himself into Tier 3, the Platinum Adventurer rank brought a few major improvements. Everyone listen up, we will be arriving at the rendezvous spot with the rest of the caravan. You have 1 day to rest before we set off. You won't be paid if you don't show up in the morning. The guard leader shouted out while standing really close to Roland. This caused a somewhat sleepy barbarian to wake up. Both her and Roland were still stuck on the large cart that carried a portion of the merchant's guards. Grisauld was her name. At the start of the journey she was quite loud. But after a few hours of the bumpy journey, she had fallen asleep. While Roland had a skill that kept him from falling asleep, he was convinced that the woman had a secret skill of the reverse effect. He could not imagine being able to sleep this much while being stuck in such a confined place. What? Are monsters attacking? The guard leader returned to the inside of the wagon he was riding while Grisauld had woken up. Clearly, this woman would be susceptible to sneak attacks. Luckily, there were enough scouts and archers to signal if someone was attacking. Roland as well could use his mapping feature to scan the area for potential enemies. So this is where the rest of the adventurers are supposed to join us? Halt! Let me see your papers. I see, it's Mr. Raymond's caravan. Roland saw the guard change his tune fast after the merchant's name was mentioned. He could also see that a few coins made it into the hand of the gate guard. This was quite a typical scene, as searching through the wagons was something the city guards were supposed to perform. Each city could have slightly different rules for any contraband. Normally the merchants would have to go through a long process of frisking. Then if something that was forbidden was found, they would be given a fine. Thus, even if they were clean, it was better to bribe the guards that could make life hard for them. Roland had heard stories of the soldiers planting contraband during the searches. In this one, they found an occult relic that caused the merchant in question to get a death sentence. The item used was then found out to have been placed by a competitor that bribed the guards. This world was really cutthroat when it came to money. His little squabble with the Union didn't sound so bad. At least they didn't use underhanded tactics like that, otherwise, he would have probably had to leave the city he was in a long time ago. Damn. Why is my ass so numb? I need a drink. After they were inside the city, the barbarian woman, he shared the wagon, quickly made her way towards the first tavern that she saw. In the contract they had signed, the adventurers were free to wander the cities as they were there to fight the monsters. But they would not get any coin unless they arrived at the last destination and had the merchant sign it. This agreement favored the job giver quite a bit. If the merchant decided that the adventurer didn't do their job properly, they could withhold the money. Then a long process of back and forth with the guild workers would start to see if the claim was valid. Luckily, the guild could blacklist a merchant like that if they abused their right to withhold money. Yet, if the merchant was still unwilling to fork up the silver coins, they could not be forced. The blacklisting wasn't the end of the world, but the adventurer in question would not get paid. Sometimes the guild covered some of the expenses, but that also depended on the adventurer's rank. This was also one of the perks of having a better rank, as the guild tended to side with their high rankers over the merchants. Remember, we are leaving early in the morning. While everyone dispersed into the city fast, Roland was left wondering where he should head out to. Most of the silver-ranked adventurers came in smaller groups, but he was going solo. The city he was in was mostly a hub of commerce. The merchants just unloaded their wares into the auction house or the merchant union warehouse. There it would be sorted and distributed to various stores. Should I visit the auction house or get some food instead? This was somewhat troubling, as for the first time in a while he found himself with nothing to do. Back at home, there was always some work to be done, either crafting or doing a quick dungeon run. That person will be arriving in the morning, so I don't need to look for them. This city lacks an adventurer guild. I should go to an inn first before all the rooms are taken. After thinking for a while, he decided to search for a place to stay first. With this being such a busy city, it might be hard to find some lodging. He did not want to spend his night in a barn with some other broke adventurers. The days of him not being able to afford comfortable living were long gone. This time around he would live his life a bit more. Thus, with a slow step, he went towards the city area while also being sure to note down where the meeting spot would be. With time, he also hoped to implement a waypoint system into his helmet, along with it being able to map out areas he had been through. He needed to do something about the size of the map, as it quickly clogged up all the space in his runic items. Something like a compression method for the data was needed. I could also try storing it on an external runic drive or something. Could just carry it with me during the dungeon exploration or have the golem do it instead. Even while in a new location, his head was filled with more runes. Now, with things calming down, he could finally start innovating. Golems were not his end goal but only a part of his arsenal that he could expand. Maybe I should make a helmet for Agni when I'm back before we visit the mining area. He's probably not going to reach tier 3 in some time. He can use attack spells himself, so some barriers to cover his weak spots. Roland could already imagine enemies being confused when a monster specializing in fire magic started using other elements out of the blue. Maybe in the future, when Agni had his true growth spurt, he could fashion him a barding as he was getting to a size of being a possible mount. Finally, after about 30 minutes of wandering around, he had found an inn that looked passable. "You don't have any rooms?" "Sorry, sir, but you'll have to look elsewhere." To his surprise, he was unable to get a room for himself even when he beelined it for the closest inn he could find. When looking at the guests, he noticed a small oddity. All of them looked like regular citizens and not adventurers. A thought crept into his mind, but he could not confirm it yet, so he headed to another establishment. "Ah, I'm sorry, we are all out of rooms. Have you tried the Black Rose Inn instead?" Soon he visited a second and a third inn, which caused him to believe that the people in this city didn't appreciate adventurers too much. All the places he visited had steeper rents than regular adventurers would be willing to pay. Are they afraid that adventurers could cause property damage? There is no guild here either. While in a city with a proper adventurer guild, they would have no choice to house the rowdy daredevils. In ones like this, it was somewhat a risk. Adventurers tended to not be the educated sort that resolved most of their problems with force. It was not surprising that they would be turned away if there were other clients the hotels could house instead. This city had a lot of merchants going through it, so there was a large supply of people with deep pockets that didn't have battle classes. It seemed that he would have to look towards the lesser establishments that did not have a problem with adventurers like him. Next time I should probably remove this armor before wandering the city. I look like some vagabond knight. While walking out of one of the places that he was refused, he could tell that the regular folk were looking at him. He was a large man dressed in shiny armor that was under a dark robe. It gave him the look of someone that shouldn't be crossed. The innkeepers also seemed nervous when they conversed. Can't really blame them. Adventurers were a rowdy lot. Many times they would get into fights, which meant property destruction. Most of the time after it was over, they would just flee the scene while the guards were too lazy to chase after them. Even Roland had gone through with some destruction when he beat up the party that hurt Bernier. Luckily for the tavern keeper, he received enough money to cover the destruction. It seemed that he would need to lower his standards and seek another location. The people kept bringing up the Black Rose Inn, so after asking for some directions, he headed towards it. This brought him to a louder part of the city where he could already see some people getting into fights. "So this is it, huh?" The sign was indeed a black rose, but one of the chains holding it had broken and the paint made the rose look more gray than black. The building was quite large though, and without even entering he could already smell the cheap booze. His instinct was telling him to turn around, but if he needed to find a place to stay for the night. Luckily, due to his imposing appearance, even the seedy-looking people averted their gazes when they saw him walking down the alleyways. Even thieves had enough sense not to try anything with an armored man wearing a sword on their side. After arriving inside, he quickly looked around to find the innkeep. There was quite a lot of space here that was mostly occupied by other people sitting around circular tables. Cheap booze was being served even though it was the middle of the day. In the back, he could see a set of stairs that probably led to the rooms that could be rented. What will it be? Are there any free rooms? There be, for small silver for the night. If you want food with it, it will be 5. The gruff-looking man answered him while polishing some plates. There were some people that were eating, but the food looked quite basic. It reminded him of the cheap inn that he used to stay in, and the unseasoned meat he forced down each day to minimize his expenditure. After growing accustomed to Elodia's home, cooking it would probably be a lot worse this time around. "No, that's fine. I'll just take the room. Do you have a curfew?" "No." After dropping the 4 small silver coins, he was given a key with a number attached to it. With there not being any curfew, it meant that it would probably remain loud all until the night. Yet with the help of his sound-blocking spell, that wouldn't be an issue. One bed with an old straw mattress and a window. This seems about right. He mumbled to himself after entering what looked more like a large closet than a proper room. There was enough space for the bed and for him to walk to it on the side. They clearly made the rooms as small as they could to save on space. It's hard, and this smell. Roland gave out a sigh after placing his hand on the bed he would be sleeping on. This was really a return to his roots of adventuring that he left behind. After having his own home and a close-by dungeon, he started recalling all the bad sides of this type of work. It's just going to take a week or two. I'll manage. With nothing else to do, he decided to take out his own sleeping bag that he had in his spatial backpack that also had a pillow inside. He had prepared some quality-of-life runic spells beforehand. One of them could get rid of the smell in this room and also purify the bed of any potential fungus. This he did by just activating it through his palm. No chanting was needed, as he could easily control everything through his runic armor. After everything was sterilized, he finally sat down on the bed that now had his sleeping bag rolled out on it. The trip here took a few days, so even he was tired. Thus, instead of searching for food, he decided to take a nap. "Stop running away, you little shit. Ha!" While dreaming of himself riding an Agni covered from head to toe in golden armor, he was abruptly awoken. Someone was shouting downstairs and turning the whole place upside down. The sun had gone down as he found himself in a pitch-dark room with no light coming in. "Get back here." "Wait, that voice." His room was somewhat close to the stairs leading up, so he could hear everything. The sound-canceling spell was not used by him this time around, as he was actually tired enough to turn the quick nap into full-time sleep. The voice belonged to the large lady he spent the last few days with. It was her that was getting in some kind of fight. While he could just ignore the whole scene, for some reason he got interested in what was going on down there. If the barbarian lady got herself into trouble here, it could also jeopardize the expedition. With one less gold rank to help along the way, he would be forced to pick up the slack. He did not want to get himself involved in squabbles between adventurers, but not like he had anything better to do. Soon he was out of his room and going down the stairs, on which a couple of people were already watching the spectacle and speaking. "Damn! That big one looks mad. Ha! They are surely demolishing the whole place. That runt can is nimble though. Think she will escape? Probably not. Her party members were taken out fast." Roland listened in on the conversation while walking forward. When he passed them, he could finally see the flipped tables and chairs. Grisauld was there chasing after someone, but he couldn't really see as that large body was blocking the view. Down on the ground, he could also see two people that were holding their faces. One of them was even bleeding from the nose. "Wait, is that familiar-looking dwarf?" "Aye. She clobbered me good. Familiar-looking human. At least she didn't break your nose, you idiot. Damn, it hurts." The two were slowly getting up from the ground while Grisauld was chasing after someone else from their group. Even though many years had passed, Roland's high intelligence stat made him recall who these two men on the ground were. Their history was brief, but they had gone through a life and death experience together, which he still recalled. "That woman is clearly drunk. Do I really need to get involved?" It wasn't set in stone that anything serious would come from her raging out. Yet she was injuring people for some reason. If this continued, it could end in an ugly fashion. She was someone above level 100 that could reach tier 3 soon. With the alcohol in her system, she could easily kill someone with those fists of hers. Then there was the weapon that would probably be able to cleave people in half. If she was enraged even further, then the two people that he knew could lose a limb. But who is she chasing around? Is it that sun elf? "Hey, I won fair and square. Leave me alone." Then another familiar voice entered his ears, this one carrying a lot more memories than the two adventurers that were on the ground. Wait, could that be? After hearing the voice, Roland moved closer towards the commotion. With some force, he pushed his way through the people that were cheering on the destruction. The familiarity of the people being involved made him interested enough to go check it out. Perhaps he did need to get involved in this one. "Leave me alone, you muscle brain. I won that money fair and square. It's not my fault that you are too dumb to understand a simple card game. Shut up, you runt. Give me back my money." Roland's eyes were drawn away from the two familiar-looking men down on the ground to a voice that he found suspiciously similar to someone he knew. Yet where he expected to see that person, instead there was another. Is that something like a halfling? She is really short. Finally, the mystery was cleared up. The barbarian woman had lost money in a game of cards. While perhaps cheating was involved, it didn't seem that Grisauld had any proof. Probably after losing enough games in a row, she finally snapped and started chasing the small girl around. While she did look young, her age was unknown to him. The number of magical races in this world was quite staggering and hard to section off. Well, it would be too much of a coincidence if she was the one here. Those two did form a team, if I remember. While the chase was going on, he turned his head towards the two men that had been clobbered. Both of them were slowly getting up. One was rubbing his chin while the other was holding the eye that he was popped in. Name: Dalrak L84. Classes: T2 Halberdier L34. T1 Shield Warrior L25. T1 Warrior L25. Name: Orson L86. Classes: T2 Swordsman L36. T1 Sword Warrior L50. T1 Warrior L25. They did make progress in all those years, looks about normal. When he met these two all those years ago, they were still steel rank adventurers. Now they advanced into Tier 2 and were approaching level 100. Yet his own speed compared to others was staggering, as he had around 40 levels above them. Grinding the schematics and in high-level dungeon areas while living in the city had truly put him above the average adventurer that did things slowly. The two probably went from one job to another without really paying attention if they were optimizing their leveling potential. The ones that progressed faster weren't the ones that worked harder, but ones that did things smarter. One method, in particular, was to find bunched-up monsters and kill them in bulk for quick experience. It was similar to exploits in games where a player just pelted mobs from range without them being able to reach him. Now what? Should I stop that idiot for old time's sake? Roland was looking at the two get up from the ground. It was obvious that the person being chased belonged to their party. They would probably involve themselves with the barbarian woman that was just swinging her arms around while trying to catch the halfling. If it was the old him, then walking away would have been the most natural thing to do. Why would he get himself involved in a bar fight where he didn't have anything to gain? But now, after mellowing out at the city, he realized that it wasn't that bad to foster some bonds with other people. Even now, if he didn't meet Elodia, he would not be able to take this task without revealing his true class. Others would think that he was a runic mage and a runesmith instead, all thanks to his connections. He was only one man in a vast world in which the strongest could exert their will over the weak. Without any help from others, it would be a truly hard task to progress further. Yet fostering good relations had its downsides, like this one. The two warriors were on their feet and slowly looking towards their party member that could get herself killed by one punch from the barbarian woman. He was already a member of the caravan party, and the large woman was a temporary party member. While he didn't know her too well, if things continued like this, it could jeopardize the mission down the line. Working together with someone like this that started fights in cities they didn't know was not something he was looking forward to. "Hey, giant woman! Leave her alone!" Before he could make a decision, though, Orson started shouting in Grisauld's direction. The small person was quick to hide behind the two warriors from her party after seeing them recover from getting smacked down. It was 3 against 1, but he couldn't see the two being able to overpower someone that was over 30 levels over them. "Yeah. Leave me alone," you tell her, Orson. "I see you two didn't have enough. Now give me back my money and I might not break all the bones in your body." Grisauld snorted after seeing the two men put themselves in front of the halfling girl he didn't know. This would have been a good moment to run for them, but it seemed that they had their pride hurt and were willing to engage in some fisticuffs. Their weapons were on the ground, which was good, as then lives could be lost. "That's enough. I think you have caused enough damage." After assessing the situation, he finally made his move. His voice was enhanced by some magic which caused the shouting onlookers to look towards the man in the shiny armor. From the outside, he looked like an armored knight wearing a dark robe over his body. The people standing directly next to him quickly stepped to the side. It was clear to them that something was about to happen. "Oh, it's you? Stay out of this, tin head. These bastards owe me money, and no one steals from me and gets away with it. We need to focus on the job. The caravan is going to leave in a few hours. You should get some sleep, and—" She cracked her knuckles while glaring at both him and the two warriors that were barricading the way towards the halfling girl. To make things even worse, she peeked her head out from behind Orson while sticking her tongue out, which Grisauld noticed. His reply was met with deaf ears as she just bolted towards the location of the halfling girl. Both Dalrak and Orson looked at each other while nodding. It was clear that they were ready to take her on with the help of cooperating. While she was stronger, they outnumbered her. If they treated her as a boss monster, then perhaps victory could be achieved. For the love of... Yet Roland had enough of this charade and decided to step forward to place himself between the two feuding parties. A large fist was heading his way, though, as the large woman clearly didn't respect him enough to listen to his advice. But what she did not expect was that the person that was supposedly a runic mage moving his hand up to catch the fist. Mages were considered one of the physically weakest classes of them all. They almost never received stat boosts in their strength stat while scoring minor gains with vitality and endurance. Thus, she was quite surprised by the amount of grip strength that Roland was able to exert after he caught her strike mid-swing. "I said that's enough." While he managed to stop her hand from colliding with his face, he needed to use quite some of his own muscles to hold this fist in place. The woman had a similar level to his own, but all of her classes were strength-focused. Roland, on the other hand, only had his blacksmithing classes that gave him a moderately high amount of that stat. While his Runesmith Lord class had slightly better progression than regular Tier 2 classes, he still was held back by his Mage and Runic Scribe class that didn't add much to his physical stats at all. Without his better stat multiplier, he would be unable to make this muscular hand budge at all, but at the time being, he was managing to hold it steady. That is until skills started being involved. After a moment he felt himself being overpowered. Her digits interlocked themselves with his fingers as they put themselves into an old-fashioned grip-strength duel. One that he felt that he was losing. Regretfully for the barbarian, Roland was wearing his specialized armor that could boost him past what was humanly possible. The chest area of his armor started shining as a rune appeared that glowed blue. The people could not see this phenomenon due to his black robe, but the magical light caused more runes to appear. Their purpose was to amplify his strength beyond his body's capabilities. This was similar to his first runic armor, where he utilized colored mana stones. Now, with the help of his ether alloy, he was able to make the whole process more inconspicuous. The stones had clear color patterns which showed his enemies which buffs he was using. Now, on the other hand, his armor would always only produce pale blue light, which only signaled that he was utilizing some kind of spell. The crowd started cheering from the sides as they witnessed something spectacular. At first, it looked like the armored man was going to get his hand broken by the large muscular woman, but after a moment the tables were turned around. Even though the woman's muscles started to expand, she was getting pushed back by his power alone. Yet even then she did not just surrender, instead she reached out with her other hand. Roland was quick to intercept it with his own as the two continued to wrestle. "Why do I always end up in these strength contests with muscle-brained idiots?" He thought back to the time he fought with Armand and his brother Robert. For some reason, even though he was a casting focus class, he did get himself into these wrestling matches. As always, though, he was on the winning end due to people underestimating his power. Will she go for a headbutt or for a kick? Oh, here it comes. But thanks to those encounters, he already knew what was coming. When a person started losing in this type of struggle, there were a few things they could do. Most of the time it was one of two things, either a kick towards the groin or a headbutt. A rather mad-looking face was coming his way as the woman decided to hit his metal-covered head with her forehead. Normally this would be considered a stupid thing, but with her current class, her head was probably as hard as iron. Yet, the moment it collided with that helmet, a faint blue glow followed soon after. Grisauld expected her opponent to be staggered back, but instead, she felt her head spinning from the shock she received. Instead of his deep steel helmet, the headbutt connected with a magic shield that could counter kinetic attacks like this. When activated at the right moment, it caused a rebound on the attacker that would suffer almost a double damage attack on themselves. "Oh, she's down. Who is that person? Sounded like they know each other. Should we use this chance to escape? Did you hear them talking? They are part of the caravan. Shit." After the headbutt, Grisauld staggered back and had to go down to one of her knees. For a moment she was dazed. If he really intended to hurt her, he would have now sent a jolt of electric energy down her entire body to knock her out cold. But she was part of this expedition he was taking and part of his temporary party. This was enough to show her that he was not someone to be taken lightly. Thus, after she went down to the ground, he decided to release his grip and let her go. With a step back, he held his hands up to indicate that he did not wish to continue with this silly bar brawl. The words the people behind him muttered didn't go unnoticed either. It seemed that all of them would be seeing each other a lot more. "Have you calmed down?" She didn't answer him. Instead, she started rubbing her wrists along with her head, which was probably making her world spin. Her recovery was fast though, as within a few seconds she was back to her feet and looking at him. "I have misjudged you. You aren't half bad, tin head, but you want your money back?" he asked while turning to the three people that were standing behind him. From the conversation, he overheard they were probably part of the caravan as well. They were supposed to meet up with more people and take a couple more wagons towards their final destination. "Let's have a talk then," Roland said to the three while turning around. It seemed that the woman had cooled off after hitting her head hard, but she was still dead set on getting that money. Thus it was best to see if the other party really did cheat or not, and he would probably be the best middleman for this occasion. "Hey guys, this doesn't look good. Shouldn't we run?" the halfling said while inching away, but behind her was a group of people blocking the way. The entrance was also tightly packed as a lot of people had arrived to see the tavern brawl. Perhaps the smaller girl would be able to get away, but the two men now had two high-level people to contend with. One was the scary barbarian lady, and then the man that managed to push her down to the ground with what looked to be bare strength. "I don't think we have an option now." "No, you don't. Now, how about we flip a table up and sit down?" Roland replied while looking around. Soon enough everyone realized that the fight was over, which prompted them to finally go on their way. It really seemed that this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Even the innkeeper wasn't complaining. Instead, the workers quickly moved in to turn the tables over, and with some help from the bystanders, the place was back to looking like a half-star restaurant. "I managed to get us here, but now what?" There was a small problem here. Orson and Dalrak were people that knew him from his old adventurer days. Then he went by his normal name of Roland, but now he switched over to Wayland. If he revealed himself to them, then there was a potential threat that could be tied to his location. But on the other hand, he was starting to believe that the cult had already forgotten about his existence. With no threat from those lunatics, the only people giving him trouble would be his family members, which these two would probably never had the pleasure of talking to. "So, my money. It's not your money. I want it fair and square." "You still haven't learned your lesson, Pipsqueak." While he was contemplating his next words, the two girls started arguing. It was quite a strange thing to see such a small halfling going against someone as big as this barbarian woman. Orson and Dalrak even had to place a hand over her mouth to make her stop screaming. She really did remind him of another overexpressive person he knew. "Are people of the smaller races just like this?" he asked himself while also moving his hands towards his helmet. Before the talk started, it was time to reintroduce himself to these two. This motion did not go unnoticed by everyone as they started to quickly stare at the mysterious metal man that was finally revealing his appearance. "Hey, not bad. I expected something more scrawny." Grisauld let out a whistle after seeing Roland's rather handsome face that she probably did not expect a rune mage to have. The people on the other side didn't seem as impressed though, which caused a slight pause before Roland spoke up. "Well, excuse me, but do we know you from somewhere?" "Huh? Don't you recognize me?" The two men looked at each other before going over Roland's facial features again. Yet even when they continued to look, they didn't figure out who he was. "Sorry, I don't really care about other men that much," replied Orson while the dwarf just nodded. It seemed warrior types didn't have enough intelligence to keep track of all the faces they had seen through the years. Roland had also been a lot younger back then and not even achieved his first Tier 2 class, so it was somewhat understandable. It has been some time, but it was time to give a short explanation to jog their memory. "Oh, so back then you were using a fake name? Rodden, was it?" "Yes. Something like that. Just call me Wayland from now on." "Aye, that's fine." Roland had managed to calm everyone down. Soon he gave them a recount of his adventures with a somewhat altered version of them. There was no reason to tell them about the strange cultist that he had a run-in with or his noble roots. After the explanation, he revealed to them that Roland was the fake name and Wayland was the true one. Luckily, his two distant acquaintances probably didn't care much or had any reason to doubt his words. They had managed to get rid of Grisauld that was now snoozing while resting against the inn table. Her and the halfling girl had argued for another hour and had decided to get into a drinking competition for one last bet. Roland just wanted to leave the moment it started, but all the people in the inn started chanting when the two women continued to down the cheap booze. Even Dalrak and Orson were in on it. It was as if the previous brawl never happened. It was strange to see the large barbarian lose out. It was clear that the halfling girl had some type of skill that allowed her to stomach barrels of alcohol like it was water. That didn't stop her from ejecting a large part of it back onto the floor. She was still part of the shorter races. We didn't have time for an introduction, but this is Senna. After we parted on the mainland, we had gone through many adventures. She is quite the good tracker. Name: Senna L81. Classes: T2 Trickster L31. T1 Thief L25. T1 Scout L25. She had an interesting Tier 2 class that he hadn't seen before but only read about. This was a somewhat similar class to a rogue, but it had various perks to hidden attacks and concealment. From what he knew, they were specialized in dagger combat along with throwing skills and even illusionary skills that could confuse their enemy for a devastating blow. So it's just the three of you and you'll be joining the caravan I'm in? Yeah, that's right, replied Orson, who had a strange look on his face when looking at Roland. Ha! Stop your staring. No need to be jealous that the kid outpaced you. Dalrak delivered a smack to the back of Orson's head. During the conversation, he revealed that he was doing this for a rank-up quest, which meant that he had to have gone through the second Tier 2 class change. I'm not jealous, you are jealous. Orson didn't take the hit lightly while glaring at Dalrak, who was all smiles. The two seemed to have grown together past the 2 years they had been adventuring. While they weren't quite there, if they continued with time, they might be able to reach Tier 3, which would probably be the stopgap. Ha! What a lightweight! Senna finally returned to the table they were sitting at after going outside to take a breath of fresh air. After the first discharge of unidentified liquids, she was chased out from the inn. It seemed that the innkeeper was fine with fights, but not with someone that forced him to mop the floors. Wayland, was it? Thanks for the backup, but I didn't need any help. Everything was under control. Now that the girl was closer, he could get a better look at her. Halflings did have more human-like proportions, but were about half the size. This girl looked to be about 3 feet tall. Her hair was brown and tied into a ponytail. Her eyes were quite large with a hazel hue to them. She looked somewhat youthful, and the constant smile on her face made her seem somewhat cheerful. I'll remember not to intervene next time then. Roland just nodded at the smirking girl that might have ended up as a bloodstain on the floor if the barbarian woman stepped on her. She was smug about winning the money, and by how it looked there was probably some cheating involved in that card game. Yet with no proof he could only speculate. Hey lass, don't be like that. If it wasn't for Wayland here, we might have been clobbered to death by that lady. Dalrak seemed to be the voice of reason, as he probably knew that he and Orson would have a hard time handling the woman themselves. Ha ha! It was going all according to my plan. You two should have just made a run for it. Try thinking from time to time, you blockheads. Senna, on the other hand, shrugged while giving out a sigh. Perhaps she was stalling Grisauld so that the two could get out of there before making her own escape. Her trickster class was focused on agility, which allowed her to evade someone with a higher level for so long. The caravan will be leaving in a few hours. I'll see you there then. While the halfling started arguing with her two party members, Roland decided that it was probably a good time to make his own getaway. Midnight was approaching and they needed to gather before 6 in the morning. This didn't leave much time to rest for anyone. I will see you there. It's reassuring to have you with us, Wayland. Yeah, see ya. After giving both Orson and Dalrak a firm handshake, he was off. The barbarian woman was left passed out by the table as no one was brave enough to move her. The only person in that position would be Roland, but he didn't want to get into another fistfight if something went wrong either. This sure is a small world, even though it's supposed to be much larger than Earth. After going back to his room, Roland wasn't all that sleepy. The run-in with old acquaintances made him think of some bad outcomes. Perhaps ignoring all safety measures wasn't such a good idea, thus it might be better to stick to wearing his helmet through the entire mission. That person from the guild should be there. But until then, Roland glanced at his status screen and at one skill that he had somewhat disregarded. Advanced Mana Reinforcement L4 increases the amount of your mana by a set percentage. It was an old skill that he had picked up after escaping from his first predicament. It was around the time that he met these two adventurers and a certain nosy assistant. There was so much work to do in his workshop that he mostly forgot to train up. This skill required constant meditating and focus. But with the amount of work and lack of sleep, it wasn't the easiest thing to level up. Most of the time he found himself either too tired or too busy to focus on it. Now, on the other hand, he would be traveling for at least 2 weeks, which left him with a lot of free time. If I max it out, I'll get a flat 25% added to my MP pool. Thus Roland closed his eyes and got to it. His body started to faintly illuminate the darkroom he was in as he started to absorb the ambient mana in the surrounding. If he performed this meditative training in an area with higher mana, it would certainly speed up the process. Hours passed and soon it was early morning, but even though he had been on it for 5 hours, he did not manage to level up his skill. The rays of the rising sun that hit Roland's cheek successfully woke him up from his meditation. It was finally time to move on to their next destination with an increased number of adventurers. Roland's armor went through some improvements. One of them was an easier way of fastening it to his body. Instead of the basic leather straps that most armors possessed, he had managed to reproduce a more magical solution. He had removed the top part of his armor set for the meditation. With more skin, the skill would progress faster as always. Now, after putting on the chest piece, he would normally need someone to fasten the armor piece from behind. Instead, the whole armor began glowing with the belt-like straps reacting the most. It was as if they were tiny snakes slithering towards a specific target. They slowly flowed into the clasps that also collapsed on them for a tight fit when the time was right. With the help of this new self-clothing armor, he did not need Bernier to help him get it on. This was not something that he came up with, as there were various magic spells that could help people put on clothes. This was a minimized version that only worked on certain parts and not the whole set. Maybe in the future he could just jump into the air and his armor set would just fly onto his body as if he was a superhero, but for now this would have to do. When he was out of his room, he also noticed other people going out. Some adventurers were already downstairs and eating. He, on the other hand, decided to eat some of the homemade food that Elodia gave him for his travels for now. Thanks to the spatial backpack, he had enough of it for a week or 2 if he rationed everything well. If he ran out, then he had enough dried meat and fruits to last him for even longer. Luckily, there was no sign of the loud woman that he had a run-in last night. Perhaps it would have even been better if she didn't show up for the rest of the transport mission. If she caused only drama at each checkpoint of the journey, then perhaps it wasn't worth the hassle. Regretfully, he was not the person making the decisions here, and he didn't expect the merchant to know or care about the altercation. Soon he made his way back to the meeting point. There he arrived a bit earlier than everyone else. The workers were yawning while still packing up. With nothing to do, he just found himself a good spot to sit and wait. With time, everyone else started to appear along with his old acquaintances. Good morning. Good day. Dalrak, Orson, and Senna had arrived and made their way towards where he was sitting. You don't mind if we join you, right? It's always better in a group. Dalrak seemed to see the bigger picture. Roland was probably the strongest adventurer around here, or at least one of them. It would be beneficial to this group of 3 to get him to join them. Other adventurers would be less likely to bother them, and then during a monster encounter, they would have someone to rely on. Go ahead. I'm just waiting for everyone to gather. Though I'm probably going to be stuck in the front wagon again. Unless more high-level Tier 2 helpers arrived, he would be back to guard duty along with Grisauld. The woman didn't seem to be here yet, but it was the same for half of the other adventurers. So, you came from Albrook? How is it there? Orson asked while sitting down on a tree stump that he brought over from somewhere. Oh. It's not bad, but the heat in the dungeon can get to you if you're not using any protection. The dungeon? No, you misunderstand me. I'm not interested in the dungeon. How are the ladies there? The ladies. Yeah. Here he goes again. Senna seemed annoyed at Orson's question while the dwarf just smiled. Well, I guess the same as in any city, but there are some sun elves at the Adventurer Guild. Oh, sun elves. Tell me more, brother. While yesterday Orson seemed to have his pride hurt after he saved them from the barbarian. This time around he was interested in the women from his city. When Roland thought back to the old days, he also remembered this man to have been somewhat driven by the thing between his legs. What? You want me to describe her or something? Now you're speaking my language. I knew we would understand each other eventually. Orson moved in even close while Roland wasn't sure what he should do. Luckily for him, someone showed up before he was forced to disclose the cup sizes of the guild receptionists. Hello, is there a Mr. Wayland here? What he heard was a voice that belonged to a woman. When looking behind Orson, he saw someone that didn't quite fit this place, surrounded by testosterone-driven adventurers. It was a young woman that couldn't be much older than 20. She was of average height with an average build. In both her hands she was holding something that looked like a suitcase. Even when he didn't answer, she continued to shout out loudly while looking at a piece of paper. She was certainly sent by the guild for the rank-up test, but she was probably not an adventurer herself. Did they really send a receptionist? Sometimes there was a lack of adventurers in an area, or they were just unwilling to go through the hassle of shadowing a new gold rank adventurer. Thus they would send out someone else that worked at the guild. Perhaps the reason for this was the type of mission that he chose. With it only being an escort mission, the guild employee didn't need to worry about monsters. They could just remain in one of the armored wagons while peeking through an opening to see if he was properly doing his job. This might actually be a good turn of events. Roland decided to stand up as people started looking at the woman with braided hair that was shouting in all directions. Her inexperience was showing, but this could go in his favor, as the woman might not be able to judge him properly if he actually did something to fail the test. Yes. I'm Wayland. Did the guild send you? Ah yes, you must be Mr. Wayland. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Milena. I will be observing you through the rank test. Here, this is for you. Please read through it, but if you can't, I can help you. The woman was wearing an oversized hat that perhaps was meant to help her avoid sunlight. She looked like someone that mostly stayed cooped up inside doing paperwork inside of the guild. She was wearing an outfit with a long skirt that would be unfit for running away. She would be a sitting duck if monsters managed to claw their way here. What is this? Roland took the note from the woman's hand and looked at it. On it, there was a short explanation of the test that he would need to fulfill. The woman here was actually part of the grading system. She was to be escorted to the Adventurer Guild at the last city this caravan stopped at. If she was injured in any way, then he would be penalized for it. So let me get this straight. I'm to be your bodyguard while also protecting the cargo? I see that you understand, Mr. Wayland. I will be in your care. The young woman smiled while looking at him with her large eyes. There was a small silence between the two before she finally spoke back up. So, could you show me to my cart? I'm not really sure where I should go. Roland looked at the piece of paper and then back to the clueless girl. It seemed that the guild just dropped someone troublesome his way. Well, this is going to be a hassle. Name, Milena L68. Classes, T2 Analyst L18. T1 Accountant L25. T1 Villager L25. She really does lack any kind of combat classes. Reminds me of Elodia. Roland was looking at the young woman before him. The short letter that he received from her informed him about the specificity of the test. It wasn't much, he just needed to deliver the Milena unharmed to the last destination. Probably the unharmed part was the most important component of the mission. So Ms. Milena, I just need to ensure your safety for the entire trip. Is that right? That's right, and Milena is fine. I think we are about the same age. Okay. Then you can just call me Wayland. After having their greetings, Roland pointed Milena towards the merchant leader that she needed to have a talk with. If he understood this correctly, the guild would cover most of the fees that the merchant would need to pay him. Thanks to this, the merchant would get a cheap high-level adventurer as a bodyguard while the guild could dump off someone that was untested. Okay then. I'll be watching you, Wayland. Please remember to perform to your utmost ability, as is expected of a gold rank adventurer. Expected, huh? Is there a problem? Oh, nothing. Roland shook his head, but the moment the girl mentioned gold rank expectations, he just wanted to laugh. Armand was a gold rank adventurer, and he could not be considered very trustworthy. The way she was speaking made him feel that her field experience was close to zero. The only expectations on a higher rank adventurer would be their capability to solve problems. How they solved those problems most of the time didn't matter, and doing it with extreme violence was expected. Her words made it sound as if he was to conduct him like a noble knight, or at least that was how he understood it. I'm sure you have a lot of work to do, so I will excuse myself then, but please remember that this is still a test. Finally, after the greeting and a quick back and forth, Milena turned towards the merchant group. She had to make herself known and probably give another letter to the people leading this caravan. Now Roland had to contend with her looking over his shoulder and perhaps lowering his score if he did something that she deemed wrong. I hope she doesn't expect me to go out of my way to perform at this job. An adventurer also has to know when it's time to quit. The biggest worry he had was that this examiner would have some heightened expectations of him. Yet even if it meant that he failed this test, he would not put his life at too much risk. There were far too many people back home that depended on him. The higher rank was nice, but it was not worth losing his life. In half a year he could try again, and then his equipment and skills would be even higher, which would make it easier. Wayland, get back to the front cart. We are moving out. Sure. The guard leader shouted towards him to go back to his spot while he headed towards the new adventurers that arrived. Like he expected, Orson and Dalrak were not riding in his cart. They were even forced to carry some of the crates instead of just acting as guards. While the new adventurers were getting their tasks handed out, he took some time to look at them. There were 2 new gold-ranked adventurers coming along. Together with them, there were 4 golds and about 25 silvers coming on this expedition. This was about the usual ratio of 1 to 5 that only increased when going up the ranks. You're already here? Finally, his wagon partner made her appearance. The barbarian woman Grisauld was here. When she stepped in, her weight made the wagon tilt slightly. Yet this time around she didn't look as grumpy. Instead, her face was smiling for some reason. This was surprising, as he did manage to embarrass her yesterday by shoving her back. Yes, as you can see. She just sat down on the opposite side as if nothing happened. Perhaps the small display of his strength had changed her opinion of him, but even if it did, Grisauld didn't apologize for her behavior. Instead, she just looked to the side where she spotted a certain halfling walking around. Hey, isn't that the runt from yesterday? Roland frowned as he could see that the large woman was now inching towards the exit. Just give it a rest. We are all part of this caravan. If you cause more trouble, you might not get paid, but well, that's up to you. He just shrugged as after meeting the halfling he realized that some tomfoolery was involved. The barbarian was probably scammed by Senna and ended up losing her money. It was impossible for him to keep watch over the barbarian to not try anything funny, and it was not his responsibility either. If the halfling decided to cheat people out of their money, she needed to be fine with the consequences. The only part that he didn't like was that some of his acquaintances were involved with it. If it wasn't for them, he would have also stayed out of the drama. You know what, you might be right. Oh! Roland was surprised that perhaps the barbarian wasn't that dense, but he was quickly disappointed by the follow-up. Yeah. I'll just challenge her to another game. Double or nothing. Oh. Well, good luck with that. Finally, the wagons started moving, and he could see that they had doubled in the amount of cargo they were now carrying. He was still riding the furthermost cart, which gave him a good vantage point to observe the rest. Now will this go as smoothly as everyone thinks it will? After leaving this region, they would be arriving at the lawless zones of the island. Such places were mostly thinly populated, where not even villages existed. Without a large human presence, monsters would flock to the unregulated space. There were a couple of things they had to watch out for. The easiest would be monsters that didn't wander in packs or in smaller ones. Those would probably not be an issue due to the size of their caravan. Then there was one of the worst they could meet: organized monster tribes. These were creatures like goblins or lizard men. They would form their own villages with many members whose strength was above an average human. Monsters were naturally gifted with high stats comparable to battle-focused classes of humans. Then, when you added the intelligence factor, they made for tough opponents. The kingdom didn't have enough resources to wipe out these wandering tribes consisting of monsters. Goblins were one of the worst as they multiplied comparatively fast and were quite violent. Well, as long as it's a couple of goblins, we should be fine. It was hard to judge the difficulty of the job taken. The Adventurer Guild took it upon themselves to predict the possibilities of this trip. They had judged it to be under a Tier 3 level threat, which was why only silver and gold rank adventurers were here. But predicting such things was always a gamble. Depending on the items they were transporting, they could be targeted by high-level bandits. I guess there is no reason for me to worry too much. The next stop was in 5 days. Roland liked to have a plan, thus he went out of his way to ask about the route they were going to travel. They were finally going into the danger zone, so he decided to look over the map that he brought along. This didn't go unnoticed by his fellow wagon partner, who at first seemed interested but quickly went back to snoozing. "We will be taking this route." He brought out something that looked like a red crayon to help him mark all of the potential danger zones. The easiest ambush zones were ones where they had the low ground or minimal space to maneuver. But an area with a lot of space could also be deadly if the enemy had a large force that could encircle them from all sides. These should be the toughest spots, which makes the first one. Thanks to his good memory, Roland could easily remember the next location without the need to constantly look at the map. After noting everything down in his head, he returned the map to his backpack. "Hey, hold up! I'm supposed to get on this one too." As they were leaving, he heard someone call out to them. It was your average-looking adventurer, and with a quick glance, he was able to get his class, which was a ranger. Yet, instead of sitting with him and Grisauld, he used the small ladder on the side to get on top of the cart. "So that's our lookout. Luckily, I have my own way of scanning the area." The importance of scouting classes was high, as they could quickly inform everyone about an ambush. Previously someone else was up there, but it seemed that he was replaced by another adventurer with a slightly higher level. This person would not last through the entire trip, so he would probably be switched out by someone else within a 12-hour period. 2 other trackers would be on the opposite side doing the exact same thing. Roland, on the other hand, had his scanner through which he could map out the whole area with an improved range than before. While Grisauld was slowly dozing off, he finally decided to take out one of his improved inventions. It didn't look like much, as it was just an unsuspecting box made of metal. But what counted was the inside, which had a runic battery and a signal-enhancing spell that would boost the range of his radar. This it would do without the need of him constantly needing to use his own mana. The most important part was that he could use it while he was sleeping. An alarm would go off if monsters or other living beings entered the range. Only with this alarm clock around could he relax, otherwise sleeping would be a challenge. Time started to pass, and they were finally on their way towards the next trade location. While most of the trail would probably be safe, there was one area that was sketchy. Before they arrived at it, Roland would have to suffer through the trip. "This is why I don't like traveling." The wagon he was riding in was really uncomfortable. He had to spend the entire trip sitting down on wood, which made his legs quite numb. At one point, he even thought about pulling out a pillow to make it more comfortable, but with the hardened adventurers around, he would just make a laughingstock from himself. "That's enough. Everyone listen up. We will be staying here for the night," called out the guard leader as he signaled everyone to halt. During the nights, they would sometimes stop to camp out. After going into the danger zone, it was becoming too dangerous to continue when the sun was down. Monsters started lurking in the distance, thus instead the armored wagons were positioned on the outer area as protection. For it being a volcanic island, the nights can get cold. Roland had decided to stretch out his legs while others moved the carts into place. The reason for them stopping was the forest in front of them. It had dense trees that could hide monsters and bandits. It was a good decision to create an encampment before moving inside, and instead of going through it while the sun was up. The sun going down only made the forest look more gloomy. The red coloring that made the trees look reddish didn't help. There was certainly trouble inside of that place, but if the monsters decided to attack, a loud convoy was debatable. This was still a task on the safer side where attacks were rare. "Wayland, you will take the first shift, but don't worry, just try to stay awake. The scouts will signal you if there is trouble." "All right." After looking at Grisauld, the guard leader shoved the night shift onto the other highest level holder. Half of the adventurers would need to stay up while the others could set up tents or get their sleeping bags out to sleep around the campfire. They were certainly not hiding well from any potential threats, but the loud noises humans produced did act as a deterrent to wild animals. They came in numbers which gave them a certain amount of protection, as wild beasts would shy away from encampments with too many enemies, yet some other types would be drawn in. While some monsters had a degree of intelligence, there were ones that were only filled with killing intent. If they smelled the food that the humans were cooking, they would quickly show up to the party. Even if they were somewhat intelligent, it didn't mean that they could judge their own or opponent's capabilities correctly, which ended up in them being wiped out during an attack. This seems like a good spot. Roland looked back towards the encampment that was about 100 meters away from the spot he was at now. There he saw Milena poking her head out with a clipboard in her hand. She was clearly noting down his behavior that might have looked a bit suspicious. From his backpack, he pulled out a metal object that had spider-like legs attached to it. This was one of his golem spiders that he had decided to bring along for the trip. After setting it down, he opened the little compartment that was large enough to store his mapping amplification device. His armor was connected to the spider drone of his, so with the command it quickly activated on the spot. While the people with the tracking and detection classes were there, he didn't believe in their skills too much. If one of them fell asleep on the job and something decided to attack them at night, it would be over. With that in mind, he decided to have the golem head out into a safe location and dig itself a hole to hide in. The metallic creation was quick to follow its programming, and with being able to somewhat glance through its golemic eye, he could monitor where it was going while heading back to the camp. When he returned to his wagon, there was a person missing. The barbarian lady had apparently gone somewhere. He, on the other hand, had to remain here for guard duty. The person from the guild was watching him, so he actually needed to do his job properly without dozing off. If he moved where everyone else was chatting, he might get a demerit. I just need to last for a week or two if we get into trouble. After giving out a sigh, he sat down with his legs outstretched. In the corner of his eye, there was his radar that showed him the position of his golem and what it was doing. With the increased range, he was now able to push his radar into the forest area where some creatures could be lurking. Don't see any monsters, just regular animals. Clear for now. Just like before, the color-coded map painted a picture before him. While there were living creatures there, they were mostly wild animals and birds. With some fiddling, he created an easy runic program that would send out a signal if any monster came into range. This should do it. Roland now had two options: to either take a nap while his radar did the work for him or continue with his mana skill training. Thanks to wearing the armor, others would not be able to tell that he was sleeping on the job unless they came into range. But no one was really interested in guard duty, so he was safe from intrusion. Think I won't get another chance to train that skill again. Training it is. A quick decision was made, but the training would have to be suboptimal as he was unable to remove his armor. It was still better than nothing, and thus, while ignoring the map for now, he continued with the betterment of his skills. But if he would be free to continue with his training remained to be seen. Griss! A strange sound escaped from a certain creature that was walking on two legs. This being was about the size of a human child with peculiar reddish-brown scaly skin. Its legs were sinewy and digitigrade. The feet were lizard-like with 3 large claws. Their jaw was similar to a crocodile with 2 small horns protruding from its head. This monster also didn't lack a tail that was helping to balance its 2-legged form. It had hands that were missing 1 digit but were still able to hold weapons. This one, in particular, was holding an old dagger that looked like it was looted from a person belonging to the other more intelligent races. The monster was not alone. There were many like it, slowly sneaking towards their prey. While most of them were of similar size, some were much larger with small wings on their backs that didn't seem like they would be able to support their weight. All of them were looking at the lights in the distance. A group of humans had appeared close to the forest that these creatures had recently appeared in. It was hard for this large group of monsters to wait for the humans to go through it, thus their leader had decided to perform an all-out attack. In the wise leader's mind, the people outside the forest would certainly not expect to get attacked before they entered it. They would be ready for a battle at that point, which would make things a lot harder for them. Instead, with his brilliant plan, they would catch them off guard while most of them were sleeping and quickly massacre them all. The monster in question was holding a large halberd in its hand, a weapon that it won from one of the humanoids. Compared to his tribe members, it was a notch above the rusted cleavers that could barely produce results in battle. Thus he raised it high into the sky as it was ready to give out a shout that would signal the others to attack. Ji-ga! Before it was able to give out the loud roar of conquest, it noticed a flash of light coming from the distance. It appeared from one of the strange wooden contraptions with the wheels on the sides. This thing was really bright as it illuminated the tall grass most of its brethren were hiding in. Before the leader could realize what it was looking at, the damage was done. While holding the halberd high in the air and while mid-shout, half of its head exploded from the collision. Before it could process that the magical projectile connected, it was already crumbling down to the ground. While drawing its last breath, the cries of its tribe members entered its ears as they were being pelted by bolts and arrows. You have defeated AL-105 Inferior Dragonet. You have gained 12,213 experience points. Well, that was easy. Keeping to his runic mage persona, Roland was holding a staff made from ether deep steel in his hand. At the top, it had a large mana stone that lowered the mana usage even further. What he had performed was a silent version of a spell called Spiral Mana Lance. After use, the projectile took the form of a drill that continued to spin towards its destinations. The spinning affected its speed, and the further it traveled, the more damage it would cause. While his aim was not perfect, he was able to take out the largest monster from the group of kobolds. Everyone, attack! Not soon after he had taken out what looked to be the leader did all the adventurers pop out of their hiding places. Everyone that was able to fire a bow or a crossbow took aim, and the projectiles started flying. The small monsters that looked like reddish lizard men were not ready for this quick retaliation. Roland wanted to pat himself on the back for sending his golem closer to the forest. Thanks to this, he was able to discover a large group of monsters of about 50 gathering there. They waited until 2 in the morning before slowly inching towards their temporary encampment. There was a road heading towards the forest area, but to the sides, it had meter-long grass everywhere. It was tall enough to hide these small lizard people that were aiming for a sneak attack. Thanks to his mapping feature, he was able to alarm everyone to the potential threat. The lookout didn't want to trust him at first, but after sneaking closer to the forest himself, he returned with the news that confirmed his claim. It was easy from that point. They just allowed him to take out the strongest from the group. Thanks to his spider drone, he just aimed for the largest red circle on the map. After he took out the leader, the rest panicked. Some of them fled towards the forest, while the ones that were closer continued with their attack. But they were sloppy. More than half of their numbers were turned into porcupines filled with bolts and arrows. Then the rest started falling to his bunk buddy. Die, you little shits. Because of you, I couldn't get my beauty sleep in. Grisauld charged to the forefront with her huge two-handed axe in hand. With one large swing, she was able to instantly take out 3 of the kobolds. She almost caused their sneak attack to fail when he had to wake her up. Luckily, he was quick with his sound-canceling spell that muffled her angry shouts. Damn! This is a one-sided slaughter. Do we even need anyone else to help? The woman was really going to town with these, which made him wonder how he was able to take her out at the inn. The weapon that she was using wasn't magical in nature, but it was made from a sturdy alloy that was even above his ether durasteel. Without examining it from up close, he was unsure of the proper blend, but it seemed to be a lot heavier and sturdier than most metals. While he wanted to just sit this one out now, his eyes saw the woman that was shadowing him. Even though the battle was taking place and she was not a combatant, her gaze was glued to his back. With her looking at him, there was no choice. Thus he pointed his staff towards the attackers to perform a small show for the audience. The other adventurers had managed to splay a large portion of the monster wave coming their way, but it was not over yet. Some of the more evolved ones were somewhat resistant to the steel-iron arrows that didn't have much piercing power. Yet they would not have the same resistance when magic was involved. For killing large numbers of enemies that didn't have much health, he modified one of the most basic spells. This spell he would show off to the person grading his performance so that perhaps he could get a passing grade without much hassle. With the basic-looking magical staff in hand, he pointed out into the air. The moment he activated the runic structure, the entire shaft started exuding blue light. This light in actuality was composed of many compact runes that with his current skills could be condensed to a minuscule size. While on the outside people could see a blue glowing orb forming up in the air inside his helmet, there were other things happening. His map was now connected to this spell structure. Thanks to this feature, he could now add a convenient function to his spells. There were various spells that could lock on to a monster's mana fingerprint. Thanks to his magical map, he was now able to feed this information directly towards the runic spell structure. Normally the caster would have to do that himself while performing the spell, but this runic program he modified could do it for him. It only took 2 seconds for the required mana to travel through the runic structures and towards the large mana stone at the top of the staff. When the spell was finished and all of the targets were locked on, a large orb of blue light shot up into the sky. "Hey, what is that guy doing? What's that? Looks like a small moon." Some guards and adventurers that weren't using their ranged skills stood behind as a reserve to protect the regular caravan passengers. With the fight going their way, they didn't have much to do than to look at their magical companion. The caster types were still quite rare, thus the glowing orb that illuminated the dark night drew in everyone's gaze. Even some of the monsters looked at the blue light that depicted a perfect circular shape. But the moment this orb reached a certain height, some kind of reaction started to take place. It was as if it was becoming more compact before expanding to a larger, more irregular form and exploding. From this explosion, a vast number of beams of light escaped. Firstly, they traced a nice arch upwards before increasing their speed and coming down towards the targets on the ground. Everyone that was using a bow or crossbow stopped for a moment as the wide area spell started connecting with the surviving monsters. They all shouted in agony as the massive torrent of magical energy rained onto them. The long bolts of energy pierced the monsters' bodies while exploding soon after to add even more damage and devastation. For Roland, this was the first real test for this magical spell that he couldn't test in a wide-open area against so many enemies. While it lacked the devastating power to kill monsters above level 100, for ones below it there was no escape. With the more evolved kobolds choosing to retreat, only the ones with lower IQ were left to be slaughtered. You have defeated AL-48 Crimson Kobold. You have defeated AL-56 Crimson Kobold Warrior. You have gained. Many messages folded his system window as the monsters continued to die. Within 10 seconds of him firing off his spell, the monsters were defeated. The only ones that remained were out of his spell range and already back in the forest. With how they had been soundly defeated, they would probably not get in their way during the trek through the forest trail. Not bad. This spell would be good for farming some lower-level monsters for materials. Roland put down the staff while standing atop the wagon that was in the front. While he was contemplating the validity of this modified tracking spell, he noticed that everything went silent. When he looked to the side, he noticed that everyone was looking his way. "Ha! Did you see that? He just killed all of those monsters with one spell. What was that thing anyway? That guy also took out the leader." Everyone started shouting after noticing that all of the monsters were now dead. The light show that he put up to grab the attention of the guild worker instead caused a greater reaction than he anticipated. Now he was the center of attention, which might not have been his initial goal. The urge to field test his new spells along with the guild exam somewhat clouded his judgment. "Hey, what are you idiots cheering about? There could be more monsters lurking. Be quiet." Luckily, the guard leader was experienced enough to see the bigger picture. While it looked that the kobolds were gone, this didn't mean that something else wouldn't show up. Some strong creatures could be attracted to the sounds of battle, and the light show that he created could have produced the same effect. "Hey Wayland, you could have left some for me." While climbing down from the wagon to get away from the crowd, he heard Grisauld calling out to him. With nothing else to do, she slowly returned to the wagon that the both of them occupied. To her question, he could only shrug while also being surprised that for the first time she had called him by his name. "I'll do that next time." "Hey, what are you doing, adventurer? Don't worry. They are all dead and the rest have fled into the forest. The battle is over." Roland had consulted his radar that, thanks to his golem, had an increased range. Through it, He could see all the red dots fleeing into the forest while any other enemy had been either killed by him or turned into a pin-cushion by the archers. Is that true? Ingrun, that was responsible for the merchant's safety, did not take his word for it. Even though he was the one that informed them about the monsters gathering to attack them, they didn't seem to have trust in his detection skills. Thus, the man looked to one of the adventurers that was specialized in this field for confirmation. Of course, after a few minutes, the man nodded to confirm, as he also couldn't see or feel any monsters in the vicinity. That was great. With you around, there won't be much for us to do. Easy money. When he was down on the ground, Senna poked her head out from behind Orson. The dagger that she was holding in her hand made its way towards her back. It seemed that she did not participate in the battle, but instead was lurking around for any potential creatures entering the encampment. This brings back old memories. I feel ashamed that I couldn't recognize ye. Dalrak waddled over while holding his halberd over his shoulder and a large shield in his other hand. He and Orson didn't get to do much, but as Senna mentioned before, this was not such a bad deal for them. Oh, that's fine. It's impossible to remember every face you bump into, he replied while shrugging his shoulders. Without his high intelligence stat, it would probably be impossible for him to remember the two either. His identification skill also helped out as it presented their names to him. Good work, but next time inform me if you are going to use a spell like that. The guard leader also showed up while he was talking to his old acquaintance. It didn't seem that the man appreciated that Roland went out on his own and used unidentified spells. But giving the man a list of all of his spells would not be something that he was willing to do, nor would any other adventurer be inclined to go that far. Yet, if he made the employee mad, then his trial grade could fall. Even now, the woman that was shadowing him was writing something onto a piece of paper. It was strange to see her taking her job this seriously, as most of the time, if the person he was protecting survived until the end of the journey, he should get a passing grade. Could she be one of those types that likes to do everything by the book? Would she rate me on things like customer satisfaction? It would be unfortunate if he didn't get his golden rank for a silly reason like that. But there was nothing for him to do. Only after the journey was over would the rating be given to him. For now, he could at least act more cordial towards the guard leader and the merchant without trying to antagonize them. What's up with that idiot? The bastard just hid behind the wagon and had everyone else do the work for him. Grisauld appeared out of nowhere with a bloodied axe. Her gaze was fixated on Ingrun's back. During the whole ambush, he didn't really pay attention, but he could hear the man shouting out orders as if he owned the palace. Adventurers weren't soldiers, so during situations like this most of them would work independently. Well, he probably cares about the merchant more than the disposable adventurers they hired, but anyway. Good work. Roland replied while knowing well that if it came down to it, then the guards would quickly abandon them. They were a more knit-together group and probably didn't care for the sellswords they were taking on the journey. To them, the adventurers were nothing more than meat shields. What are you talking about? You killed almost all of them yourself. Grisauld laughed before smacking Roland on the shoulder, which made his whole armor rattle around. Even though that was her reply, a smile appeared on her face. Soon enough, the commotion died down and people started going back to sleep. Not all of them would be able to calm down their nerves after the sudden ambush, but either way the journey had to continue. I guess this is when it starts to get interesting, Roland thought to himself while going back to his spot on the wagon. While he probably wouldn't get much sleep, but at least he wouldn't be bothered by anyone here. Then when the sun rose in a couple of hours, the adventure would continue. Hey, was that the last one? Yes. There are no enemies in the vicinity anymore. Roland replied to the shout coming from the front. Grisauld was there pulling her axe out from the ground. When removing her weapon, he could see a combination of sand and blood covering the edge. Are you sure you aren't a tracker? Senna popped her head out of the side and started twirling her daggers. Ever since the first ambush, the adventurers had been slowly building up trust towards Roland's detecting skills. While he couldn't track anything, detecting monsters in the forest was quite easy, even easier for him than for proper scout-type classes. The forest area was quite dense and with a lot of various creatures living there. With so many living beings around, it was hard for anyone to get an estimate of all of the enemy locations. But Roland only needed to look at the dots on the map to quickly point out the next nearby monster. No, it's just a tracking spell. That's some handy tracking spell that can last for so long. Senna glanced towards Roland's metal helmet as if she didn't quite believe his story. While the technology he was using wasn't all that groundbreaking, the sheer length he could keep it up was the real deal-breaker. All day and night he could have his radar function up, and it would even jolt him up from his sleep if something appeared. It's not like I can detect anything. Any monsters that specialize in hiding their presence would not be easy to spot for me. Don't let your guard down, Roland replied, as he didn't want the trackers to get sloppy. Monsters like kobolds or beasts that just charged at them were fine. But anything that could camouflage themselves in some way could get around his radar. This runic detection device locked onto mana fingerprints of monsters and any other living being. Every living creature at least had a little bit of mana in their body, and they could not stop it from seeping out. That is, if they were not able to use any mana-controlling skills to shroud their existence. Skills of scouting classes had various other ways to detect enemies, like through smell or vibrations of footsteps. While his method allowed him to detect large groups better in more dangerous situations, it was still better to leave it up to someone with a specialized skill distribution. Is that so? Damn. I thought that I could just nap through this whole mission. Ha! Tough luck, Pipsqueak. Hey! Stop calling me that, you muscle-bound idiot. Grisauld returned from the front lines with her bloodied axe leaning over her shoulder. It was funny to see the large barbarian and halfling get into a shouting match after each battle. Grisauld tended to complain that the trickster was not doing anything. How about you go take a bath? I'm sure Wayland here isn't removing his helmet because you stink up the whole wagon. Why, you little, come here. Soon the two took off into another chase while Orson and Dalrak had to calm them down. Hey, shut your mouths. We aren't out of the forest yet. The guard leader glared at the duo of women that were running through the area while making loud noises. But this also showed how much the people started to trust his predictions. Wayland, are we free to move? Yes, there shouldn't be any more of them, and we are almost out of the forest. Great. I'll tell them to move. Keep up the good work, and you might even get a big bonus. Roland nodded, but was not really that interested in the money he could make here, as it would not be as much as he could earn by selling a single golem. But on the other hand, he enjoyed the respect he was getting. Through the day-long journey through the forest area, they had to make a few stops to fight off small groups of monsters. They were mostly beast types that looked like deformed forest animals. With his help, they were always able to have those few seconds to prepare for the assault. His ranged spells aren't as successful when used in a dense forest area, but he had yet to move down from the first wagon he was protecting. Thus, right before night fell on them, they had managed to go through the first danger area without suffering any casualties. After getting through, it was back to camping at night. While he was getting more trust from the people, the biggest negative was their reliance on his spells. The merchants started requesting that he stay up for the whole night, and with Milena noting down his performance, he was unsure what would happen if he refused. How does she sleep in that position? Roland was truly envious of the nap-taking efficiency that his wagon partner had. The barbarian could just sleep through the entire day and be well-rested whenever trouble appeared. He, on the other hand, was stuck using his sleep-resistance skill while looking at this radar. Maybe I should install a sleeping spell to knock me out. There was one big downside of the sleeping resistance skill he had leveled up. While he didn't need to sleep that much, it was also hard to actually fall asleep when there was no trouble or work to be had. When a person managed to sleep at least a few hours, they received a well-rested buff. This gave a small boost to some stats and skills while lasting for a range of hours. The length depended on how long the person slept and also the item they were sleeping on. With special beds, the buff could be extended further and give clarity of the mind. Roland very rarely saw this buff, as even when he slept it was at most 5 hours a day. Luckily, he was immune to the tired status effect thanks to his skills, and thus he could function for a lot longer than the average human being. The journey continued further into the vast lands of this island. Without anything to do, he could only look through the landscape. I can never really see the end of it, even from this vantage point. At the moment, Roland was looking into the distance. At the side of the path that they were on, he couldn't see anything of note. Yet, when looking further, a person would notice the land gaining elevation and the grass areas becoming thinner and thinner. The super dungeon that was in the middle of this huge island was the reason. From what he knew, this dungeon was an active volcano and it regularly spewed out lava and thick white mist. Due to this, it created a barrier around it that was impossible to look through. Yet, thanks to a certain phenomenon, this mist did not travel into the edges of the island. Instead, the soil was reinforced, which allowed fields for food to grow faster than would normally be possible in the mainland area. The strongest monsters also usually stayed closer to this volcanic mist area. This made traversing towards the dungeon from the outside quite bothersome. Without specialized gears to combat the increased heat, toxic mist, and then monsters, it was difficult to progress. Thus, other ways of exploration involving the vast underground tunnels were preferred. But Roland was not the usual adventurer. With the help of his rune knowledge, he had thought about this problem if he ever decided to move towards the super dungeon. There were various ways of creating air filters for his helmet. With some other buffing and chilling spells, he might be actually able to go through the top part. It was not impossible, and the monsters on the upper side were said to not be as tough as the ones in the underground. The difficulty was in lasting through the magma-covered wastelands and the toxic air composed of sulfur. If there was a way to get over that bump in the road, exploring from the outside would be manageable. This was something Roland had contemplated before finding out the secret connection to another dungeon. With that in place, he could hunt Tier 3 monsters from a safe distance. I wonder if there are some secrets that weren't discovered in those lava mountains. With the harsh environment, it wouldn't be strange if they had to abandon any deep exploration attempts. While contemplating some future endeavors, he decided to check out the map again. After getting through the first bump in the road, it was time to move towards their next destination. The next stopping point would take them through a dried-up river. There were certain places through which hidden attacks could be launched. It was famous for bandit attacks. Then they needed to get through a narrow bridge, after which they would be at about the half point of the journey. Thus the trip continued, with Roland being forced to use his spider drones at each stop to further his scanning range. It didn't seem that he would be getting much sleep at each stop. There were some troubles. What would normally be a trip with perhaps one deadly encounter turned to a slog. First came the bandits that were waiting for them at the usual ambush spot. They were unlucky with their placement, as Roland was able to pelt them with spells that had a vastly larger range than bows or crossbows. Then, after routing them there, they were in for round 2. The bandits didn't appreciate losing some of their men during their first ambush, so they tried another during the bridge crossing. Roland had to give it to them, as they had dug small holes and covered them for camouflage. If the caravan went through the bridge, they would have attacked them from both sides with bombs. Yet together with Roland's radar and some of the adventurers, they were able to discover the enemies that had split into 2 groups. With some well-placed earth spells, it was an easy fight. Luckily, the robbers on the other side of the bridge decided to abandon the fight. Finally, it's over. Good job, everyone. Be sure to get a good night's rest after we reach the village, as we will be going towards our last destination without making any further stops afterward. What Roland saw in the distance was a medium-sized village that was surrounded by a forest area. This was considered a waypoint and an indication of mostly finishing the journey. It had been hard on him, but now he would be able to finally rest. So this is the village of Holden. There should not be any surprises from now on. After giving up a sigh of relief, he placed the map back into his backpack. He had faced bandits, monsters, and vast numbers of insects, but now it was over. This village was a safe zone for their journey. It was an object close to the duchy's core lands. Bandits knew to stay away, as the Valerian household would actually send out their soldiers to regularly clear out any pests living in the area. Finally, I can have something to drink. I heard they sell good mead here. Grisauld nodded at Dalrak, who was just slowly walking behind their wagon. Orson was not far behind, as the image of village girls filled his mind. Yet Senna was not that amused by the glint in his eye, as she knew what he was planning. Hey, unless you plan on getting married to one of those village girls, just keep it in your pants. What if you leave and they have to bring up your bastard alone? Ha! That only happens to amateurs. Are you sure about that? Or maybe that thing of yours just doesn't work anymore after going through so many whorehouses. Senna grinned at Orson, who just tried to ignore the halfling. The whole group tended to throw insults at each other, but for some reason, they could not have been better friends. There was a danger in this line of work, so the adventurer types had their way of getting over the stress, and this was one of them. Wait, is that music? When they approached the village, Roland started hearing the tunes produced by a lute. This was the same for the other adventurers that looked towards the village in the distance. There his eyes were drawn to the large tree in the middle that was the height of a watchtower. It seemed that the branches and leaves blocked out the sun, which didn't let any other trees grow under it. This left a large spot under which this village was constructed. It was reasonable to believe that this huge tree could help block strong winds and rain while the settlers settled in. Welcome, adventurers! Roland was in the first wagon, so he was able to hear someone call out from afar. The voice belonged to a woman, and she was not alone. When he took a glance, he saw several young maidens frolicking around in long white dresses. They all had crowns made from flowers on top of their heads that looked fresh. Are they having some kind of festival? The other people from the caravan started peeking out their heads at the sound of the music. After a harsh week of journeying and fighting for their lives, everyone was tired. The majority of the combatants here were men, and they were all interested in the farm girls that were smiling at them. Orson was one of them, as Roland spotted him drooling when looking at one of the Kavya girls from the group. Soon they were heading towards the village square that was large enough to contain all of the carts and wagons. While passing through, he noticed that everyone was cheerful and full of vigor. The girls were frolicking around and waving while the men played various instruments. The square was situated around the large tree that was also occupied by the dancers. The people were holding their hands together and moving slowly around it as they gyrated their hips. Almost immediately as his group arrived, the people started waving them over. Some of the adventurers even took the farm girls up on their offer to dance with them. Welcome to the village of Holden. You have arrived at a most pleasant time, as we are in the midst of our harvest festival. While standing to the side and wondering what this was all about, an old man appeared. The merchant along with his guards were the ones to greet him, and soon it was explained the nature of these festivities. We will be holding a feast for the next 3 days to show our gratitude to Fidona, the goddess of harvest and fertility. Now come, please relax and join us. This goddess was one of the lower-tier gods worshipped by farmers and others that cultivated their lands. From what he knew, this goddess was depicted as something similar to a dryad, which would explain the giant tree right in the middle of the village. The moon and sun gods were considered higher-tier gods, but there were various lesser and mid-level deities that were worshipped by smaller groups of people. Roland wasn't sure how it worked, but people related to god worship did receive blessings from performing certain acts. It was also one of the reasons for many evil cults existing. This seemed to be the easiest way to gain power from worshipping, as it only required bloody sacrifices. One of such cults he had witnessed many years ago, and for some reason when he watched these people dancing around, he was getting a bad feeling. Is this normal? Their faces were filled with smiles, but there was something off that he couldn't put his finger on. The other adventurers that were truly born into this world didn't seem to be suspicious, though. Orson, for one, was already jumping around with that girl he was eyeing. Grisauld was at a table eating meat, which left him alone by the wagon. While everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, there was something bugging him. At first, Roland only thought that he was being paranoid. Coming from the modern world and seeing many horror films, this creepy village was giving him bad vibes. Yet even when he used all kinds of detection skills, he couldn't find anything that was out of place. The other members from the group that had better senses didn't seem to find anything wrong with this place, as they just went along with the festivities. But even after hours passed, he did not get rid of this bad feeling. There was something not right here. Is it this tree? There is something off about it. He glanced towards the massive tree in the middle of the village. People were still dancing around with smiles on their faces. The more his gaze focused on it, the more he felt something was wrong. With the help of his mana sense, he tried feeling it out, and to his surprise there was something. While glaring intently at the tree for a fraction of a moment, he saw something. It flashed there before him for a fraction of a second in the place of the tree. It had a strange shape of a double helix covered in strange patterns. It was something that he had witnessed before all those years ago. It can't be. He retreated a step while shouting and almost instantly activated his debugging skill on the object before him. Tell the acolytes to move the hosts to the ritual chamber. We will perform the dark baptism at midnight when the hour is nigh. It shall be done. A large group of hooded people was standing in the middle of a village square that was seemingly deserted. The plants that had been here had long lost their shimmer. The roads were filled with weeds and the buildings were falling apart. It was clear that this place had long been deserted by its original inhabitants. At this point in time, the majority of the hooded figures were gathered before a spire. This spire was in the shape of a double helix that continued upwards as if two pointy monster tongues were curling around each other. Around it there were several of these acolytes. Their words were incoherent for a regular person to understand, but they were certainly chanting something. The thing in the middle of this unkempt village's square continued to give out strange waves of energy along with bizarre symbols appearing on its surface. They were all kneeling with their faces down, slamming their heads into the ground. Even if there were rocks they didn't care for, they continued to chant and bow while their blood flowed into the soil. While they were wearing long robes, the bony fingers beneath them told a tale. The man shouting out orders had a slightly different robe along with a large ornate staff that looked like a deformed tree branch. On the focal point, there was an obsidian gem that shined with an eerie glow whenever he shouted out his orders. The people that were listening to him were quick to follow his orders as they turned around to go towards their new visitors. A large group of merchants had made its way into their village. The wagons along with the people in it were being slowly pulled towards the inside of this town. Each and every person from the races seemed to be in some kind of dream state. They were all slumped over. The only indication of them being alive were their chests that were moving as they took in slow breaths. The various animals that were pulling these wagons were awake. Yet there was also something peculiar. Their eyes were pitch black and devoid of life. Even when these strange, hooded individuals approached them, they didn't react. It was the reverse. They followed the instructions of the ones in this village as they pulled the heavy wagons towards the village square. In the front was the one containing what seemed to be the main force of this convoy and their first target. After it was pulled towards the square, the robed ones turned towards the entry point that was in the back. There they saw two people. One of them was a large, brutish-looking woman. Opposite her was another person dressed in shiny silver armor. While the woman looked fully passed out, the other one was in a strange position. The acolytes at first thought that he might be awake, but without any reactions. They concluded that he had just passed out while sitting and with his arms crossed over each other. "Take him." The people that were called acolytes moved toward the armored man. The two large people were somewhat blocking the way towards the inside of this wagon where a large portion of the guards was hiding. Yet once one of the robed figures grasped the man's wrist, something they didn't account for happened. Gah! Without a warning, the man's hand was electrocuted. His body went instantly limp and he dropped down to his knees. The others around him were quick to back away while in horror. In their minds, this was an unforeseen development. Could this person still be conscious? Yet even when they pulled out their curved daggers and waited for the battle, it didn't come. Instead, they could see their perceived enemy just slumping forward. He appears to be affected by the great relic. There must be some kind of protective spell at work here. One of the men in the robes made his judgment known to the others that were still nervous. It made sense. There were various ways to protect oneself even when unconscious. The runes on the armor quickly became apparent as they started glowing bluish light after the discharge to their ally's hand. We must be careful with this one. First, let us get this large woman out then. After the first discharge of what seemed to be a lightning spell, they decided to be cautious. No one wanted to risk being blasted by the unknown magic. They also did not know what could set it off. Was it only touch, or was there more to it? There were various protective spells, hexes, and charms that a person could be affected by. If they weren't careful, someone could die, or even worse, cause their target to wake up from the imposed slumber. For this reason, they moved toward the sleeping woman first. This wasn't easy either, as she was quite heavy. Even with the increased stats their classes gave them, it took more than two people to get her out of there, while also making sure not to touch the armored person on the opposite end. This woman, along with the others, was then pulled to the side and onto a smaller cart. On it, there were already several other sleeping bodies that they would howl away towards the secret chamber. Their ritual could only be completed during late-night hours. Before it was too late, they needed to get enough people there. Finally, after the heavy woman was out of the picture, it was time to move the armored man that was in the way of the wagon's entrance. Touching him directly was out of the picture, thus they decided to use some special bindings. This special rope was placed at the front of the wagon space where the man was resting. Then one of the robed figures brought out an unsuspecting bell, which he soon used to produce a faint chime. His words were quiet, but it was clearly a special chant that together with this bell was used to activate the hex. The regular-looking rope soon started to be affected by the chant. It was as if it was transformed into something like a snake covered in darkish energy. With the spell activated, the chanter could from a safe range entangle the target's hands and upper body while making sure to not overdo it. As before, when the rope started entangling itself with the man's arms and wrist, there was a magical discharge. Blue lightning energy traveled through the magical rope, but this didn't stop it. The item continued to wrap itself around the targeted person from a safe distance. Soon the rope was ready to be pulled by the people there and without a worry for their safety. "Help me, brothers." The three that logged the large woman away returned soon to help their allies. They gripped the magical rope firmly and started pulling to finally get the man out of the cart. He was also quite heavy, and with the way the rope was fastened it only made things tougher, but in a minute all of them heard a large thud as the armored man dropped down to the ground. "Good. Now, brothers, let us pull him towards the others." "Wait, what is that?" After the man's body dropped down, they continued to drag him along, which made them unable to notice the change. After the impact, the armor started to give out a glow that began at the chest area. It allowed the runic spell to activate without them noticing. Only when runes started appearing on the armored man's back did the robed figures notice. Various magical effects were activated in a second that manifested themselves before them. Firstly, a large explosion of mana that pushed everything away from where the man was. This was followed by a seemingly random hail of mana bolts. This was a peculiar spectacle as they shot out of various spots of the man's armor that were exposed. There was no rhyme or reason to their direction, as if the magic spell had trouble discerning the intended targets. The rope that was around the man was quickly eviscerated, while the ones holding it backed away in shock. "The Great One will protect us." The seemingly random mana bolts that shot up suddenly changed direction and headed for the group of people that were messing with the armored man's position. But before the attack spell could collide with their bodies, each and every one of them held out a strange medallion that produced a shield of dark energy. The assault didn't last for long, and thanks to their protective medallions, the robed figures remained mostly uninjured. Only a few received minor injuries from the initial pushback, but no lives were taken. What was left was the armored man laying on his stomach with a magical barrier protecting his body. The man that used the magical rope commented on the strange sight. He approached with a stone in his hand, which he threw towards the mana barrier. As he expected, the magical shield caused the rock to be shocked by the same blue electrical energy as before. "What should we do?" asked one of the robed people while looking at the man that previously used the magical rope to entangle their target. "This person must be someone important. This amount of magical protection is very uncommon. We need to report this to the Dark Enchanter. He will decide his fate. Leave him for now, this protective spell won't last forever." Their target was still unresponsive and affected by their secret relic's power. There was no imminent danger to them or their cause. They needed to continue with their order first, as the dark priests would certainly punish them if the people were not ready to accept the baptism. Later they could bring this up while their leader decided on the fate of this one. "Oh, this should be it," just like before, this thing instantly reacts when its runic structures are in danger of being destroyed. Roland was looking down at the horrific monsters that were climbing towards the large tree. At this moment he was standing on one of the large branches of this strange tree in the middle of the village. He had quickly realized that this place was just an illusion, very similar to the one he had witnessed all those years ago. When activating his debugging skill, he could see runes everywhere. He was unsure if it was because this illusion was somewhat inferior to the one he experienced previously, or if it was because of his growth. But when straining his mana senses, he could feel a faint difference from the real world. This was probably not something a non-mage class could feel, so he was sure the others would remain trapped inside this illusion. Then there was the discomfort he felt by knowing that his protective measures against getting affected by illusory spells didn't work at all. He had prepared several spells that should be able to shield him from such things beforehand, but they didn't aid him at all. This meant that either this relic was just that powerful that the inferior spells didn't work on it, or that he was lacking the understanding of how this illusion was activated. Probably not the best time to worry about that. The people I was with probably won't be able to tell if this was an illusion. Even if they did, they won't know how to leave it. Thanks to his debugging skill, he was quickly able to determine where the core of this runic spell was. When he was a low-level Tier 1 runic blacksmith, he had some difficulty breaking it, but now things were different. He would be able to instantly get out of here, and the monsters that were coming his way would not be able to stop him. But if someone else wanted to get out of here, they would probably need to do something more drastic. This whole tree was the center of this illusory spell. The only way he could see the spell being broken without knowing where the core rune was would be to destroy the whole tree instead. Yet this tree was huge, and when damaged, the person would find themselves being attacked from all directions. Roland was unsure if they could die if killed by these monsters, or if the monsters were even capable of doing such a feat. Instead, he theorized that they would probably restrain the one under the spell in some fashion until the caster outside delivered the killing blow. Did the abyssal cult find me, or is this about something else? While getting ready to destroy the core rune, his mind was in disarray. The moment this was destroyed, he would be put into the real world where his enemies were waiting for him. The scenes of the past that he managed to forget started resurfacing. The image of the strange warlock and elf that stabbed him in the shoulder was the first to come back. If these two were behind this, would he be able to contend with them in his current state? His level was high for a Tier 2 class and he had a better stat multiplier, but was this enough to compete against true Tier 3 classes? A lot of time had passed since his run-in with them, so they would have probably gained more levels. Their gear could have also been enhanced, which put him at a big disadvantage. There were no hidden allies that could help him here. He had gone through most of the people in the caravan, and while some adventurers were above his level, they were not Tier 3. Without anyone to rely on, he might have to make a difficult decision that would most likely be detrimental to the people he was with. Yet to know how his chances were, he needed to get out of here. Finally, he pressed on a spot that was above the branch he was standing on. This time around, he would not need to be too drastic. His knowledge of runes had already progressed towards Tier 3 as he had gone through many schematics. With regard to that, he could consider himself someone that was 1 foot toward Tier 3 but who lacked the permission to unlock higher tier skills. Before the monsters could get to him, the world started crumbling around him. The whole place looked as if it was cracking as many spider-like threads appeared everywhere. Monsters that were after him all halted in their place as everything started to vanish and turn white. Soon, like all those years ago, he appeared back in the real world. What's going on? The first thing that he noticed was that he was not in his cart but laying down on his face outside it. The alarm in his armor was constantly buzzing and jolting his body with a small electrical jolt as it was trying to wake him up from his slumber. I see. The defensive routine was activated while I was out. Roland knew that enemies could be waiting outside. Like all those years ago, he expected these cultists to be confident in their runic relic. Even back then, when he woke up, the Tier 3 class holders didn't know it. Thus he believed that if he didn't show any signs of waking up, he would remain unnoticed. Luckily for him, even when he was down on his face and unable to move, he could still monitor the situation. First, he disabled the alarm that was running to see if he could hear his enemies around him. To his surprise, the whole place was silent. Besides the buzzing of his mana barrier, there wasn't much he could detect. This brought him towards his next step, which was to examine his radar. There he could see various dots moving around. The first thing that he noticed was the lack of any red ones, which indicated that there weren't any monsters around. The number of people there was vast, but there was something off. Why are there so many of them in one spot? Are they getting moved somewhere? Many circles were overlapping over each other as if they were stacked in one location. It was clear that they were being moved towards one location which wasn't that far away from where he was in now. He could only speculate due to the shield that was around his body. Roland had implemented various features into his armor that would activate if he was ever knocked out cold or attacked when he was asleep. It seemed that these cultists had managed to drag him out of the cart but were unable to pierce the strong mana shield that utilized his vast mana reserves. Even when he was in the dream world, his MP would continue to regenerate, which seems to have saved him for now. There are 2 life signals close to me. Did they leave some guards to monitor my situation? Roland could only speculate that the cultist found his mana shield too hard to deal with for now. Without being able to pierce the spell, waiting for the mana to run out was the easiest solution to the problem. Even he would run out of MP after more time passed. With that in mind, he finally moved, slowly tilted his head up. There, in the distance, he saw a person dressed in a pitch-black robe. They were standing with their head facing in another direction. In their hand, they had a suspiciously familiar dagger that when he saw made his shoulder throb. It's really those bastards. But this guy. The first thing that he noticed about this person was their low level. They didn't seem to be paying much attention as they continued to repeat some incoherent words while looking towards the middle of the village. There he saw a larger version of the spiral relic he had destroyed. That thing will be a lot harder to destroy, but this guy shouldn't be a problem. Now came the big decision that he was afraid to make. The way before him looked to be relatively safe. The guards around him were weak, and he would probably be able to take them out with ease. The big question was, what should he do after freeing himself? Should he help the others or flee while the cultists were unaware of his escape? A man recited something in an incomprehensive manner while looking towards a large double spiral tower. It was giving out a strange buzzing noise that was hard to make out, and the glowing red runes pulsated whenever the noise was released. Perhaps if the person was paying more attention, he would have noticed that someone was approaching from behind. Soon, within a fraction of a second, 2 armored gauntlets appeared from behind him. One of them went for his mouth while the other started twisting. The robed figure's neck was being twisted, causing his spine to be broken in quite the violent way. But with the weapon in his hand, he could retaliate. Even though he couldn't turn around to see who was behind him, in a last-ditch effort he went for the stab. Yet instead of flesh being torn, a scraping sound was heard instead. The dagger just slid off this armored assailant without being able to penetrate through the harder alloy. This seemed easier in movies. Roland's bad attempt at recreating a stealth kill from popular media went unnoticed thanks to his sound-canceling spell. Even though he was wearing heavy armor, he had runic spells to shroud himself in the darkness. The man that he murdered continued to flail around even after he managed to snap his neck thanks to his enhanced strength. I got them both, but what now? After awakening from his slumber, he detected only 2 guards near his location. Everyone else was on the other side of this large monument. Even now it was releasing the illusory spell that kept everyone trapped and unable to fight back. There were a lot of questions on his mind as he was confused about what these cultists were doing. First of all, some time had passed since the illusory trap had been activated. This time around it took him longer to get out of it than before. Time seemed to work differently in these illusory traps, perhaps due to the size of this relic. It was harder to awaken even when getting out through destroying the core rune. His willpower stat that should aid him against attacks going for the mind didn't seem to work that well when this strange runic object was involved. It belonged to a cult of some kind of evil god, so he could only speculate that there was something besides regular magic involved here. Due to him being out cold for so long, the cultists had enough time to pull him out of the wagon along with all the other people. Yet when he was looking at the radar, everyone seemed to be still alive. For some reason, they took everyone to that one location. While thinking, Roland sneaked back towards the wagon he was stationed at. Strangely enough, his backpack was still there along with Grisaulde's axe and his weapons. The way to the inside of the wagon was open, but it didn't seem that these people were interested in their possessions. They didn't take anything? These cultists weren't acting like bandits. The people were alive and nothing seemed to have been moved. All the weapons the soldiers had were still there. It even seemed that these people purposely avoided moving anything, which was very confusing to Roland as he didn't know what they were trying to achieve. Were they just going to come back later to take it all? What's going on here? These guys' aim doesn't seem to be to rob this caravan. Do they need living people for some kind of ritual? After his run-in with the Abyssal cult all those years ago, he started doing research. There was not much that he could dig up as this cult was mostly shrouded in mystery. Besides the name and sightings of robed figures, there was not that much known about them. They seemed to work similarly to other evil god worshippers but were somehow able to erase most of their tracks. This relic that caused immediate hallucinations was probably the reason for it. Even Tier 3 class holders were affected by them and easy prey. One thing was clear, this village had been in their grasp for a while now. This relic didn't just appear in the middle of it out of the blue. The buildings looked unkept and the vegetation was overgrown. Yet there were magics in this world that could cause hastened plant growth, which made it hard to put a number on the amount of time they spent here. How were these guys able to remain unnoticed for this long? Isn't this village supposed to be a waypoint for many merchant caravans? This was the biggest question. If merchants started disappearing along with their wares, then this cult would have been quickly discovered. Even this illusory relic needed to have a limit. If too many people showed up, it would probably be unable to affect everyone. It was probably made for smaller merchant groups in mind instead. Roland could only imagine a few scenarios in which they were able to evade discovery. One of these scenarios would have someone in power helping them erase their presence. Another one was more far-fetched, that involved mass hypnosis, but one seemed the most plausible as it involved the merchants leaving this place alive. This would explain why they didn't touch the wagons at all, but why would they go through all of this just to release the captives in the end? He had no idea what these people were thinking, and this was not the problem now. A decision needed to be made. When the cultists were busy with the others, he could just leave. These people were certainly assured that their relic's effect could not be broken. They didn't even bother to place any sentries to watch him besides 2 low-level acolytes that weren't even looking his way. While leaving was the obvious choice if he considered his own safety, there was a problem with that. The cultists would certainly track him down all the way to Albrook even if he reported it. He had no idea of knowing who was in cahoots with these people and if anyone would believe him. If his theory was true and these people actually turned up alive later, his statements would be questioned. Shit! The biggest problem was this guild quest that he was taking. He was noted down as a runic mage that was taking a test. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out that it was him that escaped from here. So even when he returned home in a few months, he could receive a visit from his old Tier 3 acquaintances. Thus, if he wanted to get rid of any future cult shenanigans, he would have to free the other adventurers from the spell. Only if they confirmed his story would anyone believe him. Then, if they managed to kill all of them, his involvement could be downplayed. Would the cultists try getting to the bottom of what transpired? Certainly, they would, but with so many involved, he would be given more time to decide about his next step. Roland gave out a sigh while taking out the 2 spider drones from his spatial backpack. Along with them, he also pulled out 2 pouches with what looked to be large colored marbles. These were promptly inserted into the golem's compartments where previously was his radar range enhancer. While he had decided to see what was going on here, it didn't mean that he would be hasty. Perhaps fleeing would still be the only option left, as he did not truly know the fighting capabilities of his enemies. Yet there was one certainty: there were no Tier 3 class holders here. One of the most important features of his radar was danger assessment. Within the vicinity of this village, he only detected high-level Tier 2 enemies. It was possible that a Tier 3 could be hiding somewhere, but it was not probably. Back in Albrook, he had tested his scanning system out on the Guildmaster and some Platinum adventurers. Tier 3 people had a certain mana fingerprint that was above the rest, which made them easy to detect. It was not a measure of strength, just a way to make sure who he was facing. The strongest combatants seemed to be gathered in that one location behind the large spire. After the 2 golems were filled with the marbles, they were given specific instructions to remain hidden. Luckily, spells that cancelled out sounds were not that hard to come by. All thanks to this mapping feature, the golems would be able to go through this field unnoticed. Just as ordered, the spider drones skittered away into the night while quickly digging up holes into which they dropped a marble into. The moment the colored orbs dropped down, they started giving out a faint glow that was quickly hidden by a thin layer of earth. While his automatons were working hard, Roland started preparing. Inside his backpack, he had several pouches filled with more goodies for his enemies. There was also the biggest hurdle, that was this massive runic construction in the middle of the village. He was convinced that if he got too close to it, the cultists would probably become aware of his existence. Yet destroying it would be important to his success, as even with his current firepower and preparation time there was no assurance of his victory. But he was not alone here. With the help of the other adventurers and the guards his chances of winning increased. That small one was easy to destroy, but this one won't be that easy. Without his mana sense, he would probably not be able to see it, but there was some kind of protective enchantment at work there. If he unloaded all of his spells on this large double helix, it would probably trigger the defensive measure. If he had enough firepower was debatable, yet there was another way to disable it. This was nothing more than another runic creation similar to one of his own. It worked in the same way, and even if it utilized some kind of divine energy, it was not part of the runic software that could be switched off. Now there were two ways he could access this runic structure. One would be to go directly to it and go by touch. This would activate the protective measure it had, which made this option difficult. Then there was the easier method, which he would probably need to go with. The relic needed some kind of remote control, just like a control rod for a golem. This control item would certainly be in someone's possession, probably in the hands of the leader. It would be much easier to figure out the shut of code with through it than to attempt it through the massive construct directly. Those sorts of items always had an imprinted set of codes that could be sent to the main runic construct. Some, like the golem control rods, had no protective measures and could be used by anyone holding them. While there could be something locking it to the mana fingerprint of the user, he had enough knowledge to get around it. The bigger problem was to identify the control item. As he approached the center of the village, he continued to notice the vibrations in the air even more. Thanks to being sensitive to mana, he could tell that this thing was giving off signals. This control item should be giving off a similar signature like this. Perhaps my scanner can pick it up. His radar seemed to be coming in handy a lot more than he anticipated. Thanks to him setting it up to go for mana fingerprints, he would be able to feed it the mana pattern of this ominous double helix. Yet, even after going through with that, his mapping feature wasn't as precise as he had wished for. It was guiding him towards the area where all of the people were. It seemed that he would find it there along with a large group of crazy cultists. Finally, it was time. His main weapon, which was the iron staff, was now in his hand. On his back was a shield that had various protective barriers to keep him safe from damage. By his hip, he also had his sidearm, which was a long sword for whenever someone managed to get close. Most importantly, though, he had his runic armor that allowed him to shatter the conventions between classes and levels. Even with all of them together, he was still unsure if this was the right thing to do. Escape was still an option, yet his current life would be over then. He would need to escape from Albrook and hide away somewhere. The cult would certainly know that he had a runic class now and perhaps even discover his new hiding place in time. He would spend the rest of his life looking over his shoulder, or perhaps be forced to return to the noble estate to seek shelter. Then there was Elodia, Bernier, and all the other people that he came across. Would they run away with him if he explained it all, or would they remain in the place they called home? Would the cultists use them to get to him if they decided to stay? This was not something he wanted his friends to ever experience, as he knew of the inhumane ways of the abyssal cult. Before he could cloud his mind with any more questions, he decided to stop. There was no use asking himself hypotheticals before the battle started. If he didn't focus on the task at hand, he would certainly fail. Thus, while activating a concealment spell, he slowly wandered through the deserted part of the village. The area he was in was quite silent, but as he ventured toward that gathering place, strange noises entered through his ears. There were people chanting something. It was very similar to the incoherent babblings of the two guards he had disposed of earlier, and only got louder when he approached. To evade detection, he decided to stick to the emptied-out village houses on the side. With the tall grass and bushes there and the help of his spell, it would be impossible for these cultists to sniff him out. Then finally, on the other side of the large spire, he saw some of the enemies. There were about 10 of them, and they were kneeling outside a large building that was further away. This structure looked like some kind of temple that had been haphazardly constructed. The materials were clearly taken from some of the village buildings that he could see in the background. This whole structure looked like an unfinished pyramid that was flattened at the top. There were large stairs leading up a few meters to a large open door. The night was quite dark, so the light from the inside was illuminating the way for him. More of those strange chants were coming from the temple-like building, so he started wandering closer to see if there was a way to get there without going through the cultist from the front. After he went around to the other side, he discovered some smaller openings at the upper parts. Thanks to the pyramidal shape, it would not be hard to scale the wall even while wearing his heavy armor. There were no guards to be seen either. The trust these cultists were putting in that relic was impeccable. They clearly didn't expect anyone to be able to get here without being entrapped in the illusion. First, I need to find an escape route. After examining his surroundings, he looked at his two golems. These two would be an important part of his plan, so they needed to be strategically placed on standby. Only then he started to scale the wall towards the man-sized opening at almost the top of this temple. From what he could tell, this was probably made for ventilation purposes. Finally, when he reached the entrance point, he was also able to peek inside. Without the walls in the way, the chants were quite loud. Yet this was not what he was paying attention to. Inside he saw something that he didn't expect, something that he only imagined seeing in horror movies. The area in the temple was quite large, and it was riddled with the sleeping bodies of the adventurers and members of the caravan. In the middle was an elevated platform, and on it he could see one of the caravan guards. He was slumbering on something that looked like a sacrificial altar, yet instead of being stabbed through the heart as a sacrifice, something worse was happening to him. 3 priests were gathered around him, one to his left and another opposite, while someone that looked like the leader was directly looking down at him. They were chanting something sinister while holding a slug-like creature in their hands. The creature was about 5 centimeters in length, with strange tendrils coming out from its top part. Its head looked like it belonged to some type of leech with many teeth. As the chants continued, a strange black shroud of energy surrounded this creature that gave out a strange high-pitched scream. What are they doing to these people? Soon enough, the leech-like creature was passed onto the main priest that started lowering down towards the passed-out man's face. One of the side cultists leaned over to spread the man's closed eyes. Then, the moment the creature made contact with the man's eyeball, its many tendrils shot out towards it. Roland was taken aback by the sight of this thing quickly wiggling inside of the man's eye socket and disappearing into it. He had no idea what the purpose of that thing was, but he was certain that it didn't bode well for the people gathered here. What are those creatures? The radar isn't picking them up as monsters. Are they too small to be registered? Or are they part of some kind of spell? Roland was above ground and looking through a ventilation opening down into a large chamber meant for occult rituals. One of these was apparently taking place. The whole area was riddled with passed-out people and more figures from the abyssal cult that he was familiar with. After making his way here to find the control item for the large-scale double helix device, he found something he never expected to see. Small leech-like creatures were being inserted into people's eye sockets. Just a few seconds, one of them vanished into a guard's eye, and besides a little bit of blood, there didn't seem to be anything off. Instantly his mind went racing to figure out what was going on. After the run-in with the abyssal cult all those years ago, he had gone through extensive research on the subject. Yet there wasn't much information about their real purpose besides the usual disappearances and murders. It seemed that the calling card of this cult was this double helix relic. With a magical device that could knock out even people at Tier 3, it was easy for the cult to go unnoticed. Roland didn't have access to much information. Most of it was clearly being hidden away by the information guilds and other powerful existences. They were not informing the commoners about facts concerning cults, probably to not have widespread panic. Most of the second-hand information that was passed by word of mouth didn't amount to anything. Even when some cultists were apprehended, they were taken away by the governing lord's forces. The only thing he could do was to spend large amounts of money at the thieves' guild that sold information. Even with that, there wasn't much on the cult. They mostly evaded curious gazes. Not even corpses remained in place, and they vanished into the night after carving out their signature symbol. Without it, most of the cases would not be identified, and the afflicted would not even know if their loved ones had actually died. Roland had witnessed firsthand what these people were capable of. That one warlock that could transform into a giant monster was probably responsible in some way. The merchant group that existed in Edelgard disappeared in a day without a trace. If he didn't get out of the illusory world back then, he along with his old boss would have done the same. Luckily, the old gnome had some powerful bodyguards that could contend with the cult assassins. There was no word of any incidents like that even when trying to get information through the Thieves' Guild. Mostly there were just rumors of events happening that didn't seem to be related to each other. There were many assassination groups working in the kingdom, and the cult had a good reputation, yet there was no mention of these wiggly things they were inserted into people. That looks like some kind of parasite? What's its purpose? Take over the host body to produce more, or is it something else? While observing the gruesome scene in front, Roland came to a conclusion. He had heard about various ways of controlling others' minds, and perhaps this was one of them. The way the little leech-like creature went through the eye socket without harming the person made it seem that the cultists weren't aiming to harm the people. If they just wanted them to act as some parasite breeding hosts, then they were going through a lot of hassle. Why would they leave the whole caravan mostly untouched? They were probably going to place these people back onto the carts later on. Is this some kind of body snatcher scenario or something? While he did try to figure out what the purpose of those bugs was, this was not the time for his contemplations. Down below, part of the adventurers and even regular travelers were already put through this dark ritual. If he didn't do anything, all of them might become his enemies. If the parasites could actually control their hosts was a big possibility. His main plan was to get the control item and then free the adventurers from the illusion they were in. After this was done, he wanted to use their help to take out the cultists. On the other hand, if all of them turned into some mindless zombies, he would only back himself into the corner. Those guys seemed to be fine for now, but in the background, he could see some of the adventurers behind hauled over. Dalrak and his small group were sprawled out next to each other. Orson had a strange smile on his face. It was as if he was having the best dream of his life. Grisauld, on the other hand, looked to be next in line for the ritual, and the spirit spearman was right behind her. These guys are really convinced that nothing can awaken these people. I guess I should make my move. After going through the temple's inside, he had also discovered the item that he was looking for. The runic device outside was giving out strange mana patterns that he had stored. After a quick search, he had identified an item in there that he was looking for. Name: Lothier L139. Classes: T2 Dark Shaman L39. T2 Dark Priest L50. T1 Dark Acolyte L25. T1 Cleric L25. It was in possession of this man. This seemed to be the leader of the group that they all gathered around. At first, Roland thought that it was the occult-looking staff in his hand, but it was devoid of any runes. The only item fitting the job was a strange medallion that he was wearing around his neck. It had a double helix symbol in the middle along with many tiny runes. This would be his assault target, which made things difficult. He was the person holding out the little parasites while the other dark priests chanted. What he needed to do was get to that medallion. Through it, in theory, he should be able to send a signal to disable the large relic. Roland considered blasting the large spire with spells and some enhanced magic, but he wasn't sure if he could blast through its defenses. The double helix tower was surrounded by some kind of mana shield that protected it from harm. The amount of mana he would need to put into a blast to get through it would be immense. It would surely drain his reserves and put him at great risk if he failed. Thus, he decided to go with option B. While this might have seemed like the more difficult task, he had a few helpers to aid him. The two golems that he had taken along for this adventure were already getting into place. Here goes nothing. Without further ado, the haphazardly created plan of his was triggered. The two shiny spider drones were quick to follow the instructions that their creator gave them. From within their bodies, pointy rods started to slide out. They had cylindrical shapes while becoming thinner at the end. They were all covered with runes that at this point in time were shining blue. The drones lowered their center of gravity as they went low. Soon the runes traveled up the rod coming out of the top of their body to activate the spell effect. What shot out were simple mana bolt spells, and while their aim was mostly to distract, killing some targets was not off the table. On the outside of the temple, there were several cultists that continued to chant. But soon enough they awoke from their trance by having their bodies being punctured by concentrated bolts of mana. Gah! One of the men screamed while falling down to his knees. The chanting cultists here were not of high level. Even a simple mana bolt from a spider drone was enough to maim them if the target didn't move. None of them were prepared for this, but there were far too many targets to shoot down. After the second cultist went to the ground, there was an uproar which was followed by the emerging of more targets. Brothers and sisters, we are being attacked. While some of the cultists remained kneeling on the ground, some others emerged from the side. The sound of shouting and screaming soon got loud enough to reach the ears of the people inside of the temple. This caused the dark ritual to be paused right before a certain parasite made its way inside of a large muscular woman's eye socket. Who dares interrupt the secret baptism? How could anyone get through the Dark Lord's blessing? Is it someone from the Golden Order? The main dark priest started shouting while the outside was being bombarded with mana bolts. The other acolytes that were there abandoned the sleeping bodies and turned to their leader. Even while the shouting was happening outside, they didn't seem to react, as they just waited. We do not know. Fools. Go outside, the baptism cannot be interrupted. While the few priests on the platform remained in place, the others started rushing out. There they saw two hard-to-spot shiny spider golems. The two medium-sized constructs were hard to spot due to the various enchantments that kept their bodies somewhat shrouded in the night. Yet due to the constant mana bolt salvos, they could be recognized even by these priests. But as soon as everyone rushed out, the golems halted with their assault and quickly retreated behind the evil spire. The dark acolytes quickly followed after. In their hands they were mostly holding daggers, bows, and various other light weapons. While not many, there were some with magical staves that were able to protect their allies with some quick mana shields. The spider drones weren't as fast on foot as the people chasing them. They were soon discovered on the other side by the maddened cultists. Everyone here was quick to charge before the enemy constructs could continue with the magical assault. However, the first cultist had a rude awakening from his angry charge. As the moment he was a few meters away from the golem, an explosion occurred. A large loud bang shook the area as the man's whole leg exploded along with the patch of earth under it. This man might have been the first casualty of the trap, but he was not the only one. The maddened cultist had not paid attention to where the spider golems were leading them. Now they found themselves around a hidden minefield, and soon enough the first explosion was followed by a second one. Arg! Wog! It was a strange sight to see. Part of the cultists didn't seem to care for their health at all. They continued to rush towards the escaping spider golems and stepped into the placed runic mines. Only a few of the higher-ranked ones quickly stopped as they saw the carnage unfold before them. Stop, you fools! The mindless charge caused a lot of casualties, but as soon as one of the few dark priests shouted, the others instantly halted. It was as if these lower-leveled acolytes followed through with their orders blindly, even if their lives would be ended in the process. Use your bows. The man in charge was holding a magical staff in their hand. The moment the dark acolytes stopped with the advance, the golems started attacking them with mana bolts again. But the leader was quick in reacting. While chanting, he produced a barrier between himself and his people to block the incoming projectiles. Even when the smaller golems performed strange maneuvers, they were unable to evade that many projectiles going their way. Spears, arrows, and even some explosives were coming their way, and soon enough they were down on the ground. Even then they continued with their assault. The mana bolts only stopped after the last blow was delivered. The victory was assured. The mechanical contraptions had been defeated. Yet as the dark priest was looking at the destroyed automatons, he felt that something was wrong. This was quickly followed by a revelation as he looked towards the dark temple in which a light show was taking place. All of them quickly rushed back while not even caring if some of the mines took out another batch of acolytes. When they arrived on the scene, they were greeted by a large magical orb that was formed at the top of the ceiling. This orb was spinning around and constantly releasing magical bolts of energy. The dark baptism had been clearly interrupted. The dark priests performing the task were chanting out loudly while protecting themselves with magical shields. Everyone was in disarray as the constant bursts of light were making it hard to see. It's coming from there. Quickly, my brothers and sisters, protect the temple of the Lord. There was clearly a mage sitting up there and casting this spell. It looked like a magical staff was above them and someone was holding on to it. Thus, after a few shouts, Everyone took aim for the area above their heads to bring down this intruder. Dark orbs of energy formed around the dark priests that took the shape of skulls. With their enemy now identified, the magical projectiles quickly made their way up towards the target. The skulls promptly exploded, bringing part of the roof along with them. Their victory was assured as the orb of light above them quickly diminished in size and vanished. But instead of the body of an enemy hitting the ground, there was something else. It was clearly a magical runic staff with a large gem on the end, but it had a strange apparatus attached to it. The shape was rectangular, and when it fell down to the ground, the inside produced some cylindrical-shaped objects that did not explode. Wait! Where is the head priest? Everyone looked around, but to their surprise, their leader was down on the ground. There was a wound in his back which indicated that he had been stabbed through it. Well, that seemed to have worked, but I probably don't have much time before they find me. Roland was now hiding within one of the abandoned buildings. In his hand was the runic medallion that he had taken from the body of the head priest. The plan was simple: while they spider golems distracted the cultist, he would take the item in question. This was easier said than done, as even after they had started the distraction, a lot of people remained inside the dark temple. While he could have jumped down and battled it out, he would not have any time to work on this medallion. Thus he had used a second diversion that utilizes his previous mass guiding spell. After marking all of the remaining cultists, he had lodged the magical staff into the wall. In his backpack, he had a spare battery pack to which he could connect this staff. While it continued to churn out spells, he quickly made his way towards the second ventilation opening on the other side. Then, during the chaos that ensued, he sneaked up on the priest to take him out. The man did not expect to get stabbed from behind. "I got their attention now." Roland could hear various maddened shouts outside. His deception had been discovered, and they were now looking for him. It was time to quickly decipher this contraption. If he was unable, he would need to go against a small army of angry cultists. With how they were able to protect themselves with magical barriers, they would not be easy targets for someone like him. Without the aid of his ranged spells to clear out the large number of meat shields, he found it unwise to confront them just yet. But he did not panic. The runic medallion in his hand was already being deciphered, and soon enough he would wake his companions. "We must retrieve it. Find the intruder." After the head priest had been stabbed in the back by an unknown assailant, the whole place was in an even bigger uproar. A few deaths had occurred during the obvious diversion, but there were still many angry cultists around. They quickly noticed the treasured magical item that adorned their leader's neck was missing. This was not something that could leave this place. Some of their darker secrets were attributed to that item. Find this heretic. They could not have gone far. This was the truth, as Roland had to duck into a nearby building after his trickery was discovered. Time was of the essence. If he couldn't figure out the inner workings of this strange medallion, he would be unable to wake up everyone from their slumber. Without his allies, it would be difficult to escape, as the number of cultists was too much for him. Kaboom! A sound of an explosion entered his ears and was followed by a cry of a cultist. When retreating, he had spread all the remaining explosives around this area he was in. It was clear that he didn't have much time, as they were coming this way. Soon they would probably figure out that he was in this house. Thus he quickly activated his rune-smithing skill to access the internal structure of this strange magical device. Luckily for him, while the large double helix outside was in possession of a greater rune, or above, this one wasn't as intricate. Good, it/s just a high-grade common rune. Where is the structure that is responsible for communicating with the main relic? From his experience, he knew that if he tried to activate this thing with his mana, it would go sideways. This had been clearly made with the dark priests in mind and was attuned to their special mana fingerprint. Perhaps it also had a bit of evil god energy mixed into it that would not be possible to recreate by someone not in the cult. Roland knew all of this, as he had already created similar long-range tools that worked like remote controls. After some fiddling, he had found the correct structure. Now he only needed to go around the password that only allowed cultists to use it. This was a delicate process that normally was not to be rushed. What he needed to do was to alter the structure to fit his mana fingerprint instead. This would cause a large change in the structure that could introduce other mistakes into the runic item. These would need to be altered as well to access the main program inside and finally send a disabling signal to the double helix-shaped device. Wish those guys could be a bit quieter, but I think that I don't have much time left. There was an obvious larger concentration of traps around the house he was hiding in. It was a combination of explosive marbles and other small devices. While some of the spells only exploded taking out the feet or whole legs of the cultists, some were more complex. Right at this moment as Roland was altering the medallion, the cultists were witnessing another mana bolt trap. After getting in range that didn't require stepping into it, the spell caused the marble to jump upwards. Then, instead of a regular explosion, it caused something akin to a shrapnel grenade to go off. This, depending on the opponent, would cause less or more damage. Luckily, they were humans that had many exposed spots. Without any heavy armor protecting their bodies, most of the cultists approaching the building received many deep injuries, yet with time they had decided to surround the building he was in. I can sense the intruder /S presence. He must be in there. Soon about 20 cultists were rushing in like madmen towards the house he was hiding in. Even with the many explosives in their way, they couldn't be stopped. The dark priests used their spells to protect their foot soldiers from the magical attacks which allowed them to burst through the door. Yet instead of the intruder, they discovered something else. It was an emptied backpack along with some strange metallic contraption. Before they could realize what it was, it started giving out a radiant glow which soon blinded everyone there. Our retreat. It was too late. Even though the dark priests that were standing in the back created a barrier around their foot soldiers, still the ensuing magical explosion was too strong. The entire building was taken out along with all the people that had rushed inside. The ground shook for a moment and alerted everyone to this position. There goes my backpack. Roland had quickly tackled down one of the walls while surrounding himself with his own protective barrier. Now he was running for his dear life while still working on the magical item in his hand. His cover was blown and he had gone through all of his explosives. There he is, brothers. Shit. The explosion had brought every cult member to this position. His armor that was constantly giving out a runic glow was easily spotted. But this was not the end. He still had a chance as finally he was able to jerry-rig this medallion while the whole village was after him. The only problem was that due to this hastily put-together solution, he needed to make his way back towards the main relic. It was time to make his last big push, so finally he took his kite shield. While lowering his head behind him, he started running. Unbeknownst to his enemies, this protective shield had a handy feature. On the front, there was a small orb, a tiny golem eye that fed information directly into his helmet. This allowed him to sprint toward his destination without the need of peeking his head out. Even when the bolts, arrows, and skulls made from dark mana flew his way, he was able to defend against them. With a protective barrier around his front, he was able to charge through his enemies towards one destination. Yet, to the cultist, he was only boxing himself in, as soon enough they surrounded him around their great relic. You have nowhere to run, heretic. You will tell us how you were able to awaken from the dark dream. Oh, will I now? Roland's back was now facing the large tower that was still active. Even now he could feel the strange waves of energy radiating from it. The cultists seemed to increase in number. Some of them were occupying the houses, only coming out when an intruder was spotted. Now the whole village was out for his head. With how many opponents were here, even with his armor, this would be an uphill battle. But before they could charge toward him, he held up the precious item that they wanted. You want this? The moment the cultists saw the medallion, they stopped in their tracks. He knew that they didn't want this item to be destroyed, but they would probably not let him leave with it either. However, this was just another small distraction. While holding it out in front of his body, he activated a small spell. This spell wasn't meant to damage but blind his opponents, as it was just a concentrated flash of bright light. The medallion was just used to get the cultists to focus their eyes on this one spot. Then, as the flash of light momentarily disabled their advance, he pushed the altered runic item towards the double helix relic. Only when the two objects were touching each other could he deactivate it. You will regret that, heretic. It didn't take the abyssal cultists long to recover from this little distraction. When they came to, their enemy was still there. He had taken up a strange position on the ground with his kite shield's bottom end touching the ground while he was kneeling down. Soon a large blue barrier of light surrounded his whole body. The maddened cultists quickly rushed towards the man that was clearly just stalling. Yet the moment they got too close they were repelled by the shield he had produced. Their cursed daggers were bounced back along with their spells that only caused the shield to crack slightly. Was this the right choice? Will they wake up in time before they can get through my shield? Take this. Huh? EY, what are you doing back there? What is this? A rather surprised Orson was looking at a dwarf posterior that he was holding with both his hands. The large village girl breasts that he was just playing with turned into his adventurer's partner /his posterior that he was now fondling. Almost instantly he jumped back in horror just to collide with another random body he was on. Get off me! Hey, who stepped on me? What the hell is this place? Soon the voices of many were heard by everyone here. Orson looked down to see that he, along with Darlak, were on top of a pile of people. It was a mix of adventurers and regular passengers that he had gone on a transport mission with. The last thing that he remembered was him having a nice time with a voluptuous village girl. These people had left a long time ago while he had decided to remain here along with his party members. Both of them had hit it off with the locals and even had planned to be married soon. There is something wrong here? What are those creatures? Senna called out from the side. She was down on the ground and looking into some kind of basin of water. There was a small flight of stairs in the middle of this place that led up to some kind of ritualistic altar. On this altar, the large barbarian woman was sitting with a confused look on her face. This was not the strange thing, as Senna pointed out towards the dark murky water. When he narrowed his eyes to focus, he also noticed a large amount of leech-like creatures wiggling around in it. The small tendrils around their bodies were flailing all over the place, which made them look quite disgusting. Hey, weren't we in that village? But didn't you leave? Asked Orson while getting off from the pile of people around him. The question was posed to his halfling party member that quickly made her way towards her two companions. The village? Yeah. I was about to win 10,000 gold coins from that stingy merchant, but then I woke up here. Wait, did you hear that? Everyone's senses were still a bit groggy after they woke up, but soon they heard people shouting. The voices were coming from outside and they only got louder. Hear what? Someone just said, kill the heretic? Senna's class allowed her to hear a bit further than everyone in her group. She could clearly tell that there was some kind of commotion outside. Something is wrong here. Luckily my daggers are still here. Where is my halberd? Dalrak replied while looking around. Orson was in the same boat as his two-handed sword remained back at the caravan. My sword is missing too. Hey, doesn't that belong to Wayland? Orson pointed to the runic staff that was sticking out from the side that was left by Roland as a distraction. The hell did all the meat go, and what's with all that shouting? Finally, Grisauld shouted out while also standing up from her spot on the platform. She had a good view of the whole room below her. Most of the people from the caravan seemed to be here. There were some that weren't waking up though, and they all occupied the space to the side of the room. Was that some type of illusion spell? Before people went outside, a certain young woman brought up this possibility. The other adventurers looked at each other and soon began making their way outside. There they witnessed a shocking turn of events. A large group of hooded individuals were gathered around someone. They couldn't make it out from this spot, but the person was clearly getting attacked. This doesn't look good. All of us might have been affected by some spell caster / a spell. Everyone get your weapons. Expect those robed people to be our enemies. The guard captain was amongst the ones that had woken up as well. He was quick to assess the situation, and finally everyone that could fight made their way outside. While they were leaving, the people that had gone through the ritual remained asleep. Some of the non-combatants remained back to look over them. Walking them up proved impossible. Even when they were dragged from the pile outside and fed various potions, they were not waking up. That is, besides one person. A certain woman /his hand started quivering. After more time had passed, her body started to rise, which caused the remaining people to back away. Roland found himself being assaulted from all sides. Thanks to his mana reserves, the shield was quite sturdy, but it would not last him forever. He had made a gamble by activating the medallion to free everyone from the relic's effect. If this didn't work out, his only way out would be to rush towards the cultists himself. While he was strong, there were too many targets even for him to handle. The moment of surprise was over and his enemies had their own mages as well. Normal spells would be probably protected against, which would put him at a disadvantage. But he didn't worry, as while turtled up behind his shield, he was checking his runic radar. There he noticed something important. The dots that represented the other adventurers started moving. He had been successful with his plan, and they had awoken from their slumber. I need to time it right. Thus he continued to wait. Only when his allies had finally rushed outside to see what was happening would he have a chance to get to a safer location. Hey! Who are these cloaked people? Are they from some kind of evil cult? The voices of the guards and adventurers started becoming clearer as some of them that still had their weapons appeared behind the large gathering of cultists. Luckily, they didn't bother to strip them of their belongings, as they were probably planning to send them on their way after inserting those parasites into them. Now! This was his chance. For a moment his enemies let up with their charge to look behind them. With the pressure lessened, he could charge towards the wagons where most of the armaments were still at. The runes on his armor glue brightly while being mostly concentrated on his legs. With a quick increase in his agility, he finally moved his shield up and charged for the most obvious blind spot in their formation. With enemies coming from behind them, the cultists started to become disorganized. With a lot of resistance, Roland burst forth with all his might. On his way, many robed members bounced off his mana-covered body. The opponents were large in number, but they certainly lacked skill in combat. Their equipment was also light, which allowed him to bully his way through. Hey, you're going to need this. The first thing he did when appearing at the cart he previously occupied was to grab the large axe. Even without it, Grisauld was already knocking out smaller cultists with her bare fists. She had quite a surprised look on her face when her weapon landed right next to her following Roland's throw. Kill the heretics. Leave no one alive. They have seen too much. Screw off, replied the large woman while decapitating one of the cultists after regaining her weapon. While the abyssal cult members shouted out in a frenzied state, they were quite an unorganized fighting force. This could be only attributed to their unwavering belief in the relic that could disable everyone. They did not have the right weapons to go against seasoned adventurers and guards. The daggers they used could not stand against the long spears and blades they were up against. A battle between the two parties erupted, which the higher-level adventurers were winning. With Roland's help, they were slowly driving the enemies into a defensive battle. The few dark priests surrounded themselves with the lower-leveled cult acolytes, but even the meat shields were running out, and if this continued they would surely lose. Brothers and sisters, we must not let them escape. For the Dark Lord. Then, as the battle was almost over, the cult members did something that no one expected. Each and every one of them gripped their dagger tightly and plunged it deeply towards their hearts. "What are these crazy bastards doing?" called out one of the adventurers while backing away. It looked as if the enemy group was committing suicide to evade being captured for questioning. Yet there was something strange about this, as the two dark priests that had survived continued to chant something. Yet they soon delivered the killing blows to themselves to follow suit. A large pile of dead-robed figures was now drenched in black blood that sunk into the land beneath. Victory seemed assured, however, before anyone could check, a strange occurrence took place. The pile of corpses started being surrounded by some kind of dark mist. This mist started quickly eating away at the dead flesh, which turned gelatinous. The dead cultists turned into some kind of pitch-dark blob of mutilated flesh. "What the hell is that?" Roland called out while quickly shooting out a beam of concentrated heated energy towards this mass of dark flesh. Though even when the spell cleanly connected, the metamorphosis continued to progress until a truly terrifying creature was before them all. Name: Abyssal Abomination L? Name: Abyssal Abomination L? Roland felt like he had been in a situation like this before, but this time around there was no tunnel to collapse to get away from the Tier 3 monster. All of the people from the cult had combined themselves into some kind of strange abomination that was hard to describe. The whole transformation unfolded before his eyes. After the cultists stabbed themselves with those pitch-black daggers, it all started. Their bodies began turning into the same color as their weapons while quickly melting. Their skin was first to go, and their muscles and organs were quickly revealed to everyone. Everyone looked in horror at the strange phenomenon taking place. Some of the commoners started to vomit the instant they saw the convulsing dead bodies on the ground. Yet this was not the end, but just the beginning. The carcasses started being molded into something and quickly slithering towards one of the dark priests that would act as the core of this metamorphosis. It was as if the bodies were being affected by some type of gravitational spell. While partially melted, they started quickly flying towards one location and combining with each other. At first, it started off as a mass of mashed-together limbs and organs, but soon the human appendages started taking on a new form. A plethora of tentacles with smaller tendrils coming out from them soon started appearing. All of the squishy flesh that looked gelatinous at first took the shape of pitch-black leathery skin that was this monster's outer shell. Many large and small eyes riddle all of its body, along with similarly spaced-out toothy mouths. One of these was noticeably larger than the rest and occupied the upper front of the monster along with a central eye. "The hell is that thing?" Nicholas the Spirit Spearman called out while everyone was shocked at the spectacle. While this was a terrifying display, Roland didn't seem as affected as the others. This monstrosity was giving out strange groans as it was taking shape, which seemed to be causing some form of a mental debuff. It was keeping people from reacting to the change and letting this creature take its full shape. Won't get a better chance than this. Roland was quick to realize that this would be the best moment to strike. Before the abyssal abomination fully took shape, he had some time to launch a magical attack. He did not have his staff anymore and had to blow up his backpack while running away. This left him with only his armor to perform this task. This reminded him of the clash with the dinosaur monster from the dungeon. While he would be using a similar spell like last time, it had been improved. He did not need any large external components besides one small add-on that he still had on his side. While his backpack was gone, he still had his little satchel with some ammo inside. "I can't do this too many times. My armor won't be able to take the load, but better if it breaks down before this thing can form itself." He knew the dangers of straining the armor's runic components. His mana reserve was large, and with the ability to alter the spells he made, it was easy to utilize it all. Even when the monster was not formed and lacked a level, it was very obviously above Tier 2. The longer he waited, the stronger it would become. If he could not take it out now, then everyone would be in danger. Thus he stepped forward to get a good vantage point. With people being stunned from the strange low and high-pitched screams, he didn't need to worry about hitting them. After planting his legs firmly on the ground, he moved his hand towards his chest area where a barely visible circular indentation was. Previously, he removed a red-colored gem from his satchel. This gem was quickly inserted into this depression. Almost instantly, a runic circle appeared around his chest plate where he placed this jewel into. Thus, the countdown began while he stood out with his chest pointing toward the monster. His whole armor began glowing brightly, and the somewhat torn-up robe he was still wearing quickly started going up in flames to reveal the shiny silver armor beneath it. His hands were held in front of the glowing stone in his chest area to aid in the forming of the beam. Roland felt his mana instantly being drained to activate this spell. While he would rather use some pre-prepared explosives, he didn't have any. Instead, he needed to deal the most amount of damage in the shortest amount of time. Soon the beam was taking shape as the area around the gem started to give out arcs of blue electricity. Some people that were previously panicking had snapped out of their stupor just from the sheer amount of magical power that was being used here. Right before the stream of energy took shape, Roland quickly activated his rune overload skill. Instantly, the blue light that was covering his whole body shifted into a dark red. The runes on his body started eating away at the metal that it was made from. Thanks to it being of high quality, the process was slowed down, and finally, the attack flew out. Roland's feet were jolted back as if he was shooting off a high-caliber rifle. The dark red beam of concentrated mana drilled its way towards the screaming monster that was still gathering the corpses of the dead cultists. A resounding explosion that blew up lots of smoke followed shortly after this display of magical might. The monster's groan was quickly heard by everyone. This finally managed to snap everyone out of this strange debuff effect they were being affected by. Yet before they could realize what was going on, their faces were hit by strong wind containing sand and gooey monster parts. What the hell? Get away! Everyone jumped back while covering their faces from the incoming debris. While they could not move their bodies due to the stunning effect, they could still see everything unfolding. After backing away, all of them looked to the sparkling armored man that was still radiating energy. Was that enough? Roland wondered while moving his hands down. The red light that was covering his body along with the sparkling runes started to dim. It was soon replaced by a bluish hue as he activated his rune mending skill. While the attack was powerful and reached into the Tier 3 realm, he was not sure if he wouldn't need to fire it off again. The jewel that adorned his chest area quickly crumbled to dust after the long-range spell had been completed. More than half of his mana was gone now, and a migraine was fast approaching. Only thanks to the pain resistances he continually received was he able to still focus on the unfolding battle. Did he do it? Asked Nicholas, that was the highest level adventurer here. After recovering from the illusory world, he had recovered his spear to fight along with the others. Seemingly Roland had managed to deliver the last blow as the monster's shrieks had gone silent. Fuck! That scared me. Orson called out from the side while holding his large double-handed sword over his shoulder. He, along with Sina and Darlak, looked somewhat exhausted after the small skirmish. They should reward us plenty for bringing down a cult. The dwarf cheered as he already could see the increase in wages for bringing this village to light. The merchants probably wouldn't increase their wages, but there was a bounty on abyssal cultists in the kingdom. They would be rewarded for each of them slain along with any occult relics returned. With how large this helix spiral was, the amount of money they should receive would probably last them many months. Shut up, you idiot. That thing isn't dead yet. Hey, you watch out. But while Orson and Darlak were nodding at each other, Senna could tell that something was wrong. Due to how much energy Roland had burned through his radar system was also lagging behind. But the monster would not wait for them to reassess their situation. The only thing on its mind was to kill. From within the dust cloud, a myriad of tentacles shot out toward the closest people to it. Unfortunately for Nicholas, he was in the line of sight of the maddened monster that had been injured by Roland's attack. Even though he was a high-level Tier 2 class holder, he was unable to react in time at all. Ugh! The old man could not even perform one defensive maneuver before he found himself being impaled by several thumb-thick tendrils. These squiggly things traveled at a speed that he could not follow at all. Quickly his body was hoisted up into the sky along with a couple of other unlucky bastards that were too close. Was my attack ineffective? Roland was sure that he managed to hit the monster straight on. He had faced other Tier 3 monsters in the form of those dungeon skeletons. By his calculations, this condensed beam of energy should have been able to kill one of those skeletons in one shot. The way it worked was quite rudimentary. The mass of mana would spin at supersonic speeds which would go through the enemy's defenses. Once inside the body, the spell would shove chaotic mana into the body, making it explode from the inside. This was a spell that he came up with after contemplating the creatures with strong outer defenses. Most of the time the troublesome part was getting past these defenses to get to the squishy insides. Once those crumbled, it was mostly over, but for some reason this monster was still standing. Finally, the dust had cleared and he had a good view of the aftermath of his spell. The first thing that he noticed was the large gaping hole inside of this black mass of tentacles. Yet even with this size of an injury, the monster was constantly putting itself back together. Nicholas, the unfortunate spear user, was one of the reasons that it was probably able to do this. At this point in time, his body was being drained of all its blood and flesh. The tendrils that went through his body were bulging out while transporting nourishment towards the main body that was mending itself. Name: Abyssal Abomination L209. Level 209? The creature had finally formed itself and its level was revealed. Tier 3 began at the 150th level, and with each consecutive level up the gap between Tier 2 grew. While it was possible for a small group of high-level Tier 1 class holders to defeat a lower-level Tier 2, this was not the same when it came to fighting Tier 3. With the gap in multipliers being higher and the rise in stat increases with each level, it was impossible for a small group of Tier 2 class holders to defeat a Tier 3 monster over the level of 200. Even Roland, who had enough time to prepare a devastating spell, could only wound it before it started regenerating. Can I hit it again? Will I have enough time to gather enough mana? Roland was not sure what to do now. He still had 3 more gems to perform the same spell. The biggest problem was that now the monster was on the move. While it wasn't moving from its spot, much the various tentacles and tendrils were. Its counterattack began by inserting those appendages into the ground. Fuck! Everyone get back. The attack is coming from underground, he shouted while activating his agility runes to increase his speed. This was just in time as a large leathery pointy tentacle shot up from the spot he was in before. He had been successful in dodging, but others weren't as fast. Some people instantly got impaled and had their bodies hoisted into the air, where the absorption process quickly began again. Even before the monster utilized its many mouths, its victims were being digested. But some of the stronger ones that didn't instantly die were pulled over towards the larger mouth to be promptly tossed inside. The crunching sounds that were produced along with the screams of people were truly horrific. Many individuals that were here were non-combatants. The screaming of women was followed by a stampede in all directions. The victory was short-lived as the Tier 3 monstrosity started going after everyone. Even with some adventurers being able to react to the tendrils and the guards, the people didn't think they could win. What is this thing made of? Orson cried out after managing to dodge one of the thinner tentacles. It seemed that the further away from the main body, the slower these appendages became. At a distance, they were dodgeable by Tier 2 class holders, but even when the swordsman used a cleaving skill, his large sword couldn't get through the darkened flesh. Instead, it got bounced off as if he hit reinforced rubber. Roland approached the same exact spot. With his own runic sword in hand, he attempted the same feat. Instead of using skills, he used magic. The runes on his sword began glowing blue and surrounded his weapon in something that looked like energy. His armor boosted his strength to an inhumane amount, but even he could feel the monster's body somewhat resisting the cutting motion. Yet it did give out, but at the cost of using a large amount of mana and using a special magical weapon. Not many people here were in possession of weapons that could harm a Tier 3 monster. We must retreat. This monster will massacre us all. The appendage he cleaved through continued to wiggle on the ground before transforming into a glob of black liquid. It was clear that they were ill-prepared to defeat this monster. His magic was capable of harming it, but as long as it could grab people to regenerate itself, it would be of no use. There was also a large possibility that it possessed various other regenerative skills as well. These types of monsters always have some kind of weak spot. If we find it, then we might stand a chance. Can you use that spell of yours again? Senna asked Roland while all of them started backing away. I'd need half a minute to prepare, and I don't think you'll be able to keep it busy for that long. The halfling clicked her tongue as she knew that the moment they got close to that thing, they would be instantly impaled on those tendrils. While Roland could use ranged spells from afar, he would not be able to deliver any lasting damage. The difference in levels was just too big. It didn't seem that they had any options left besides running. What are you all babbling about? Are we doing this or not? A somewhat injured Grisauld appeared out of the blue and joined this team of 5 adventurers. She appeared by jumping forward and cleaving a tentacle in half before it reached them, showing off that she was above Orson's swordsmanship skills. Go die on your own, you idiot. We need to run. I say we split in all directions. It can't follow all of us. Senna replied quickly while trying to convince everyone to a tactical retreat. However, this came a bit late, as when everyone was about to back away, a new set of wriggly things appeared behind them. There were many, much more than in front. Does it want to box us in? Roland said while scanning and looking in all directions. The same tendrils started appearing all around the area. It was as if they were in a prison cell made from squishy dark flesh that was slowly contracting towards them. The monster had more intelligence than he anticipated. While bashing the place from where it was standing, it distracted the people while at the same time burrowing underground and forming an enclosure. Now they were trapped with it, and the only way out would be to go through the rubbery things. Should I blast a hole through and run? There was only one way that he could think of at this short notice. If he used a strong enough spell, he would probably be able to create a hole for some people to get through. A large number of the caravan participants would remain trapped, as those tentacles would surely reform themselves quite fast, but was there any other way for him to survive? Shit! He looked towards the ones that were screaming while unsure where to run, and he started to move his hand into his satchel where he had his special jewels. Yet before he could pull one out, he felt a large surge of magical energy. This energy was somewhat peculiar. It was certainly composed of mana, but there was something else there. Something divine, and it was quickly approaching the spot that the monster occupied. The radiant arc of glistering yellow came from out of nowhere. It traveled at an astonishing speed and connected with a bunch of those rubbery tentacles. They were in the process of wrapping around some screaming caravan travelers, but were cleanly severed by the thin arch of energy. Roland had witnessed similar techniques in his life, and this seemed to be some kind of cutting skill. The bright golden color made it stick out from the rest, as it mostly represented the divine or the holy element. Energy attacks like this took on the coloring of their respective element. When there was no element, mana took on a pale blue color instead. Is that a woman? Did we have someone with us like that? Senna the halfling was the first one to point toward the person that produced this long-range attack. Just a moment ago, running away was the only option, but now there seemed to be someone on the level of this monster helping them out. To his surprise, he knew who this person was. It's the girl from the guild? The previously tied-up haar had been loosened, and their color had changed into a bright yellow. Her hazel eyes had turned into a brighter tint of dark yellow as well. Yet the most eye-catching thing about her was the bright golden weapon that she was holding. From this location, it looked like a condensed beam of light, but it wasn't quite that. Is that a concentrated aura blade? Name: Milena L68. Classes: T2 Analyst L18. T1 Accountant L25. T1 Villager L25. Before Roland made any speculations, he activated his identification skill once more. There, as before, he only received mundane classes and stats. It was clear that the person there was not an analyst but possessed a higher tier battle class. Some kind of item was used to fool his analyzing skill, and he didn't even notice that anything was wrong. If her name was actually Milena was also up to debate. For now, she looked like an ally, but was she strong enough to defeat this malformed monster? In her right hand, she was holding a hilt of a sword. From the hilt, a bright golden radiant crystallization was shooting out. To the untrained eye, it might have looked like some kind of laser sword, but it was not made from light. This was an advanced aura skill used by various classes possessing it. From what Roland had read, it could materialize an insanely hard weapon. The most common was a sharp blade that could even slice through mithril depending on the person using it. Then there was the color, which made it seem that this woman was related to the church, and the words that she spoke confirmed this. Filthy creature of the abyss, you will not take any more lives. This I swear on the name of Solaria. Her voice was stern. She did not sound like the ditzy, untrained guild worker that he met before. It was now clear that this woman was good at acting the part of an inexperienced guild instructor, but in reality, she was a somewhat battle-hardened member of the church. Is that woman part of the Solera Church? Could she be from the Golden Order? Orson asked while standing to the side. While the ray of light sliced through the monster, its attention shifted to the new foe and gave everyone here some time to think. The Golden Order? Grisauld asked without knowing what the human was talking about. You don't know who the Knights of the Golden Order are? You really are stupid. How did you survive this long? Replied the halfling while narrowing her eyes. Why, you little? Stop it. Now is not the time to argue that woman might be from the Golden Order, but that doesn't mean that she can defeat that Tier 3 monster alone. Roland was quick to interrupt the two idiots from having a fight in the middle of a life-and-death situation. While no one explained, he already knew of this order of knights that belonged to the church. They were handpicked by the church and acted as judges, juries, and executioners whenever the occult was involved. They were a small group of powerful individuals that possessed specialized skills and classes. If they wished, they could rally troops belonging to the church and also to the nobles. The kingdom had a symbiotic relationship with its main religion, thus lending aid to their strongest members was a given. Even within this Knight Order, there was a distinction between positions. The most influential members were the Golden Inquisitors that only answered to the Pope. How far into their ranks this woman reached was unknown to him. Why she was here alone in the middle of nowhere was also a big question. Did she know that the abyssal cult was here? But wouldn't it be better to gather a large force to take them out instead of going in solo? She was also affected by the illusionary relic. Roland did not have enough information to figure out how this person ended up here. For all he knew, she was undercover for a different reason, and this was just a coincidence. But this worked in his favor, as now the battle might not be hopeless. While the tentacles that surrounded the whole area still remained, they didn't seem as active as before. The monster was focusing its attention on the woman that was able to wound it. The appendages that she had slipped through also seemed to be affected by the golden energy, as they weren't regenerating at all. Finally, she charged forward. Her foot hit the ground and created a small indenture. Her speed was truly tremendous. Not even Roland, who could boost his agility with his runic armor, would be able to reach such speeds. However, the monster she was facing wasn't a slouch either. The multiple tendrils and tentacles shot out instantly, while the monstrosity cried out with its many mouths. It was as if a hail of bullets was coming her way, but she did not stop with her advance. Instead, she just lowered herself to minimize any potential points of impact while also increasing her speed. While a normal person would have been instantly impaled and absorbed by the monster, she was able to outpace it. The tendrils connected with the ground under her while she slipped past them. Yet she did not get past unscathed. Some of them managed to graze her body. These monster attacks were shooting out in rapid succession. She did not manage to dodge them all, as she sustained some grazing wounds. Even then, she continued to get close all the way until she was in close quarters combat range. Why is she getting so close? Could she be? Roland wasn't sure why Milena was rushing into danger this much. After showing off that ranged attack, it made sense to keep distance and use it more often. It was capable of slicing through multiple tentacles at once and posed a real threat to the monster. That is, if she could fire it off repeatedly. Is she tired or something? Not like she participated in the previous fight, but wait. I don't recall seeing her in the temple. When thinking back to the temple ritual, he didn't remember seeing the woman there. He focused mostly on the cultists and the people having the leeches inserted into them. There was a small pile of people that had already passed to the side, which he did not examine as much. Could that be it? Is it still inside her head, or did she get it out? He didn't really have the chance to check on the affected people yet. The cultists chased him down to the other side of the double helix. The woman might be having problems with brain slugs while fighting, or had removed it at a cost. Would she be able to defeat the monster in her weakened state? After managing to force her way through the mass of tentacles, she was now standing a few meters away from the large creature. Her sword finally shot out towards her enemy, which protected its main body with a mass of squiggly things. Yet the sword still managed to plow through most of them, along with injuring the monster's main body. The creature let out a massive howl while thrashing about. It seemed that the monster was on the ropes as the cage that it formed with its body was retracted. It was defending itself by calling back the appendages that it spread through the underground of this village. We must run away. Now is our chance. Roland turned to the voice from afar that belonged to the guard captain that was somehow still alive. The caravan owner was also there, and the moment the fleshy prison bars were gone, they made a run for it while abandoning anyone else. Shouldn't we also go? Aye. Orson looked to Dalrak. The coast was clear and they could escape now. Even if the woman from the Golden Order didn't win, they would be able to survive. It didn't seem that the monster could move that huge body that fast. If they got out of the range of its many tentacles, they would be safe. The other remaining adventurers and travelers were already scattering to the sides. Some were going towards the surrounding woods, while others went back to the wagons. The animals were going crazy, but if handled right, could still be used for a faster escape. That girl is going to die, Grisauld commented while looking. It seemed that she also noticed that the blonde was getting slower by the second. She was like a candle flame that burns the brightest before it dies. Perhaps she had an ace up her sleeve, but from outside it looked like her stamina would run out faster than the monster's would. "What are you talking about, you idiot? Even if she is going to die, what will you do?" Senna asked while backing away. She was not willing to stay for much longer. This was the right choice, as there was no way anyone here could intervene in a Tier 3 battle. They were in separate worlds. They would only be turned to the monster's food and help it regenerate. "I didn't say I would do anything, you twerp." Grisauld did the same. Even though she was a strong barbarian, there was nothing that she could do here either. It was better to live to fight another day. Everyone seemed to be in agreement as they started to back away, but one of them stepped forward. "Wayland! Hey, where are you going?" "That's where the squiggly monster is," asked Senna along with the others as they saw Roland step forward while placing a gem into the small chest cavity on the front. Go ahead, I won't be far behind. I just need to do something first." While he realized that what he was about to do wasn't the smartest, it was also a chance to gain an ally. If he just left and this knight here died, he worried that the abyssal cult would just ransack this place. The creature was probably created to keep this place a secret, and it would most likely destroy the relic that caused those illusions to happen. Roland was getting tired of running away. It never really solved any problems, just pushed them towards another date. The longer he didn't face reality, the worse the future would be. He would not be surprised if the cultists got a hold of the passenger list of this caravan and then started assassinating each one of them after this was over. How could he prevent this from happening? Either by running again and keeping a low profile for another couple of years, or giving the cult other things to worry about. Their biggest secret was this cursed relic of theirs. Without it, they would not be able to carry out their assassinations. If he could help this woman defeat this monster, then perhaps the cult's biggest asset would be exposed. While he had inserted the gem into his armor, it was not as powerful as he had hoped for. To deliver a meaningful blow to the monster, he needed to get closer. Luckily, his enemy was preoccupied with the blonde church member. Her aura sword was turning the tentacles into mincemeat, but the creature had many to spare. After feeding on some adventurer corpses, it was managing to cope with that radiant blade of light. "There he goes." The small group of adventurers looked at each other while Roland moved forward. Even though none of them were willing to get closer to the monster, they all still remained in close proximity, wondering what their new friend was trying to achieve. After activating all of the cloaking spells that he had in his possession, he slowly sneaked towards the center of the battle area. The closer he got, the more outlandish the battle seemed to him. He could barely see the blurry tentacles flying around, yet the woman, even in her weakened state, was able to bat them away with the help of her swordsmanship. She did not seem to have any grand skills besides the ranged attack she performed a few times. It was swordsmanship and quick movement that she was relying on to keep herself going. Regretfully, the decrease in speed was starting to be noticeable. Even though the monster was getting cut, she was unable to find the core to finish it off. This thing's weak point must be changing locations. If this monster was similar to a slime, then it had some kind of core that, if destroyed, would cause it to die. But while slimes were transparent and their core was easy to spot, this thing was pitch black with many eyes, mouths, and tendrils. Finding its core in such a chaotic battle would be almost impossible. That's why burning through its body with magical energy could be the best choice. "Hey, I don't know who you really are, but if you can hear me, dodge." Finally, he found his opportunity to strike. The same long-range spell was activated, and the runes started burning into the metal yet again as they shifted from blue to red from being overloaded. His Goliath Slayer title was probably increasing his damage as the creature outleveled him by quite a bit. The monster was focusing on the front where the aura user was, so he decided to aim right for its back. The wide drill-like beam shot out yet again, but now with even more mana behind it. After drinking some mana-recovering potions, he decided to go for broke. Previously, he took his entire mana pool below 50%, now he would push it further down. The energy arcs gained in thickness as they continued to destroy the ground he was standing around as he continued to pump out his spell. But to his surprise, a bunch of tentacles shot out just in time to protect the monster's body from behind. Yet he did not stop, and as he continued to prolong the attack, he drilled itself into those thick rubber-like appendages before breaking them. At about this point in time, he lost his footing as the strain on his body had gotten too high and a splitting headache caused him to crumble to the ground. A resounding explosion rocked the entire area, and it was quickly followed by another huge scream coming from the monster. It was hurt and part of its body evaporated yet again, but instead of dying it continued to flail around those tentacles that were now on a collision course with the one injuring it. Before the monster's retaliation began, though, the person on the other side counterattacked as well. The moment that Roland gave her was enough. Her sword moved at an astonishing speed to connect with the now exposed weakened spot. During the explosion, it had become apparent, and now it had been cleaved in two by the golden blade made from aura. Almost as if time had stopped, the tentacles halted their advance. Roland, who had stumbled down to one knee, looked up to see a pointy spear of dark flesh just a few centimeters away from his eyes. Soon it started crumbling into dust as if it was burned away by a massive fire. The moment the monster's core was destroyed, its life was over. It could not even groan as it disintegrated before his eyes. The battle at the village finally reached its conclusion, and the two responsible for it were looking at each other. One was an unsuspecting runesmith that didn't want to stand out, and the other was a supposed guild worker that just came to grade a test. Name:
Lorena L204.
Classes: T3 Divine Swordmaster L54, T2 Radiant Sword Dancer L50, T2 Aura Swordsman L50, T1 Blade Acolyte L25, T1 Sword Warrior L25. The monster was dead and the battle was over. The accountant by the name of Milena had managed to deliver the finishing blow, while the monster was distracted by Roland's magical blast. Her clothes were in tatters and revealed a body fit for a warrior with many muscles and scars. Yet this was not what Roland was looking at this point in time. His gaze was on the status screen of this woman that had been updated. Lorena was her true name, and her classes were quite interesting. Probably the item that kept her status screen had been destroyed along with her clothes during the battle, which allowed Roland to take a peek. Lorena had certainly been blessed with good swordsmanship. Even her first class was a sword warrior. This class was usually taken by people trying to rank up into Tier 2 swordsmen down the line. The blade acolyte was unknown to him, but it indicated the relationship with the church. That was nothing new, as during the battle, the woman brought up her relation to the church a few times. The golden aura blade was also a dead giveaway that she was related to some kind of deity. The coloring would be dependent on the god they were involved in. The cultist, for instance, would probably have a more darkened blade, either pitch black or dark purple. This battle also gave him a bunch of experience. He delivered 2 large blasts to the high-level Tier 3 monster. Even without delivering the killing blow, he was rewarded with 3 level-ups and was fast approaching the Tier 3 threshold. Name: Roland Arden L129. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Secondary. T2 Runic Engineer L4, Primary. T1 Mage L25, Tertiary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X. HP: 5272/6252. MP: 4418/15333. SP: 7643/9155. Strength: 164. Agility: 130. Dexterity: 202. Vitality: 169. Endurance: 181. Intelligence: 236. Willpower: 217. Charisma: 10. Luck: 11. Besides getting some new stats, his dexterity was pushed past 200, which gave him another trait. It seemed that he would not need to worry about fumbling when working with his hands, even less. Increases the nimbleness of a person's hands, allowing them to perform tasks faster and with grace. While his old Runesmith Lord class was more equalized in all fields, his new Runic Engineer seemed to put strength and agility into the back burner. This was fine, as he could bridge the gap with the help of his armor. The more mana and intelligence he possessed, the more his spells would scale of them. No new skills were unlocked, which was normal. Usually, new skills would be unlocked every 10 levels or so. Sometimes it was even rarer. Nothing was a guarantee, and some classes required the person to unlock the skill themselves by some kind of revelation. A skill book was the best way, but an individual could acquire a skill on their own accord if they managed to figure something out. It was similar to gaining a climbing skill just by going up a tree a few times. You have my gratitude. I didn't do much, just distracted it for a moment. While glancing between the interface, he saw that the woman from the church regained her footing. Even now her breathing was erratic, and the glistering aura blade had crumbled into dust with only a sword hilt remaining in place. He had to give it to this weapon. It was quite fascinating and compact. Could he create a magical version of it that would not consume all of his mana at once? An aura blade was considered to be equal to something like mithril. While this was not the strongest metal out there, it was from the top shelf. Yet it would still be damaged, while a blade made from aura could be recreated multiple times. A sword hilt wasn't even needed. If a person's aura blade skill was high enough, they could even create it from thin air. Yet the more space it covered, the more resources it burned up. A hilt was not as important, thus most master swordsmen used separate items made from similar alloys. The one this woman was using looked to be high quality, with various gems placed on the sides that perhaps augmented the blade in some way. Don't sell yourself short, Mr. Wayland. You were able to cause damage to an abyssal creature. You will have my eternal gratitude. The woman did something surprising as she bowed her head before someone of a lower level. This caught him off guard, as most people with power would most likely brush his involvement to the side. Yet now came another problem. What was this all about? What started as a regular rank-up test for a silver-grade adventurer turned into a cult eradication mission. Don't worry about it. More importantly, Ms. Milena, are you feeling all right? I saw what those cultists did to the people. Your eye. Roland could see the woman's legs shaking. Even though she was standing up, there were many wounds on her body. Then there was also her left eye, which seemed to have been occupied by one of those tiny leech-like monsters. While he seemed concerned about the woman's wounds, in reality, he was somewhat prodding for answers. If she was from the church, she probably knew what this was all about. Perhaps he could finally figure out what this abyssal cult was after. I am immune to the abyssal influence. But what did you just say? You saw the cultists perform their dark ritual. Could you explain yourself? The woman seemed to react strangely to his question. After thinking for a moment, he realized the mistake he made. Lorena was part of the church and was here probably to hunt down the abyssal cultists. This meant that she should be somewhat aware of how they conducted themselves. Roland did not know if the church actually knew about the runic items they were using to evade detection. Considering that this high-level Tier 3 swordmaster had a strange creature inserted into her eye socket, they probably didn't. This made his involvement in the cult peculiar. Perhaps it made him look like an accomplice. The information about the cult was really vague, but if someone knew something, it would be this knight from the church. That's what I would like to know. Weren't you already fighting these bastards when we were in that smelly temple? Senna appeared out of the blue between the two. Right behind her, Orson and Dalrak were already arriving with a somewhat mean-looking barbarian. That's true. It took some time to awaken you from that illusion. Illusion? Yes, you probably remember coming to this village and experiencing many various events. I'm sure if you ask the others, they will give you a different recount of their experiences. Lorena started nodding while listening to Roland. While his innocence was probably not proven, he could quickly clear up the misunderstanding. What he needed now were allies that would help him against the abyssal cult. What better way to keep them off his back than sending another large force their way? If I give this woman enough information, then perhaps the church could take care of the cult for me. Can you see that large double helix-like tower? Hey! Wasn't there a large tree inside the village instead? How did that thing get here? Senna replied while looking at the ominous-looking thing. All of them saw the initial village scenario with the dancing women and festivities before their own imagination and cravings took over. The large tree was the center of the illusory world, and without accessing the core rune or destroying it, there was no way out. Without his debugging skill that showed him the runic structures, it would be impossible for even him that was already a skillful high-level runesmith. That's the symbol of the abyssal cult. It represents the evil god's twin tongue, and you say that it was responsible. Lorena commented while looking at the tower in the distance. While he wanted to ask her a few things, there was a barrier of levels between them. The woman was tired, but she would probably be able to take care of all of them in a flash. While he was fine giving her some information, it would be better to get something in return without getting forced to go present a lecture to the church. So it's this evil relic. You must tell me what you know about it. Soon the woman stepped toward Roland while putting the sword hilt to the side. Yet she didn't seem to be in quite the condition that he expected. The moment that first step was taken, she tumbled forward and fell onto her face. The display was quite comedic, as right after getting a bloody nose she quickly got back up. Her face was emotionless, as if she was trying to make everyone ignore what had happened, and it worked. How about we mend our wounds first? Roland proposed while looking around. About a quarter of the caravan travelers had been killed by the monster and cultist. Then another quarter had fled in all directions during and after the monster was killed. The merchant owner was nowhere to be seen, and there were still many injured people everywhere. Are there more of those bastards around? Should we make a run for it before more of them appear? Orson asked while Roland quickly replied. That's a possibility. There won't be any more coming. Lorena shot down the answer quite fast and explained even quicker. They only summon that monstrosity if they wish to cleanse the area. They would not have done it if any meaningful support was coming. So that thing was supposed to destroy the whole area along with us? Lorena nodded while stumbling forward and rubbing her head. It seemed that she was dead set on getting information out of him, but at her current state even he would be able to make a run for it. There was no reason, though. She didn't seem as much of a zealot as the other church members. Hey Blondie. Get a grip of yourself, you did enough. What good will it do if you pass out? Surprisingly, Grisauld was the first one to walk over to the swordmaster and give her a shoulder to rest on. You have my gratitude. The two women looked at each other, and it seemed that the divine swordmaster took up the offer. Soon enough they all headed towards the caravan where people were gathering. After the monster was dead, all of the tentacles turned to dark sludge that started to quickly evaporate. It was as if the cultists were never there to begin with. Everyone gathered around the remaining wagons where they had their supplies and healing items. Some of the merchants had escaped. This included the main one that took off with the cart Roland once occupied. Regretfully, there was no priest among them, and Lorena was poised for combat. This left potions and other healing items to mend the various wounds that were sustained during combat. The monster didn't manage to instantly kill everyone. Some were missing limbs or had their body drained of most vitality while still surviving. In their current state, they could very well die before reaching the next destination. Then there were also the people affected by the strange parasites. After a small break, Roland and some of the other adventurers decided to go back to the temple. These infected people were all still asleep even when the runic item stopped sending out signals. The only person that could help them now was the church member that seemed to know a thing or two about these cultists. So, it's not an occult relic but a runic one? Yes, it seems to be sending out signals via sound waves that affect anyone that gets within range. At first I thought that it was by sight, but after examining the control device I realized that it wasn't. While they were moving the people out of the temple, Roland started talking. He disclosed some of the information about the large tower. How he found the core rune inside the illusion he did not mention, but most of the things he told her was the truth. The medallion that he took from the dark priests, he also handed to the Golden Order member that soon confirmed her identity. You can call me Lorena. As you might have realized, I am a member of the church. I must thank you for your continued assistance. With this much information, we might finally be able to put a stop to these evil heretics. That they would use illusion magic by way of sound and that it would even affect me, this was truly a blunder. Ms. Lorena, I have told you about the runic item and the way of interfacing with it, but could you enlighten me about something? Yes. What were you doing here, and will I be able to pass my gold rank test? Gold rank test. She stopped in her tracks while looking at the armored man that delivered the sentence in a monotone voice. Soon to Roland's surprise, she gave out a resounding laugh that was heard by almost everyone in the vicinity. Ha ha ha, that someone would worry about a gold rank test in a situation like this. Very well, Mr. Wayland, let me tell you a bit about my mission. It was not a coincidence that I found myself here. This area has reeked of abyssal decay. You have seen those little creatures. They call them rift larvas. Rift larva. Yes, that I would have the joy of being infected by one. Worry not. We of the Golden Order are blessed by the goddess. Such an evil creature will be burned away with time. This instantly explained how the woman was able to awaken while everyone else was still in deep slumber. We must get these people to the church before the curse spreads further. They continued with their task at hand while Lorena spoke about her secret mission. While she kept it vague and left out any names, he continued to fill in the gaps himself. Some way or another she had received a tip about the activity of the cult here. She had clearly worked together with the Adventurer Guild to get the position of an instructor. Her disguise was quite intricate, as even the cultists didn't discover her true identity. The larva would have burned away eventually. Perhaps she might have been able to free herself from the illusion before they were sent back to the city. Can I ask you something? Yes, Mr. Wayland? What do these cultists hope to achieve by putting those rift larvae into people? That is sensitive information that I can't disclose. I hope you understand. Roland nodded while not being offended. He was still only an outsider that was not part of the church. Perhaps he had saved this Golden Order member here today, but it didn't mean that he was owed an explanation. There was already enough that he knew. With this much he could make his own theory that was probably not far from the real truth. Shit. Does this mean that we won't be paid? After the long talk about the cultists was finished, everyone gathered at the caravan area. Senna was stomping on some dirt while shouting. With the disappearance of the merchant leader, their reward for the transport mission was debatable. That merchant probably went towards his initial destination. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes straight to the guild or the ruling noble when he arrives there. Some of the wagons were missing, but a lot of merchandise was still here. The merchant had made it out with his life and was probably going to try and get his wares back. It would have been surprising to Roland if they ran into a rescue party being formed in the next city they would visit. If we take these wagons to the guild, they should take care of it. The merchant will have to pay one way or another. Dalrak chimed in as he knew the usual procedures. If the merchants didn't pay up, then their items could be confiscated as collateral. The guild would then just sell everything off, and if it was enough, give the adventurers their full salaries back. I hope you are right. So does that mean I can drink all of the booze? There is a lot of it here. Orson called out from the back while holding a bottle of wine. He had rescued 2 bottles from one of the carts and was already drinking. The second bottle was tossed towards Grisauld, that just smirked. Ha! We can just tell them that they were already empty when we got here. Soon enough, all of the adventurers started shouting out and raiding the liquor-filled wagon. Roland just shook his head but was fine with it. Everyone was tired. What they needed was some rest and relaxation before journeying towards the original city. Here. Thank you. So you are really going to stay behind? Yes, this runic tower will help us against the evil heretics. I must thank you for lending me your runic expertise. Is that so? Roland bowed before the golden-haired woman that was now looking a lot better. She was not a Tier 3 class holder for nothing, as within half a day she had recovered all of her lost health and stamina. They had remained in the village until the next day. There were many injured people, which required them to use up all of their healing potions that still remained. Luckily, the next city wasn't far away, and the lands were now protected by the Valerian noble house. Running into bandits would be even less likely than having another cultist encounter. During this time he had explained about the strange runic device as much as he could. He implied that it was due to his rune-related class that he was able to awaken from the strange illusory world. To his surprise, this was enough to get Lorena's approval. It seemed that she was somewhat able to discover the fake village. Yet, without any way of finding the core rune, she was unable to free herself. Instead, she activated the defense mechanism and found herself being attacked by strange monstrosities. Only after Roland managed to disable the tower's signals was she able to awaken. Will this letter be enough? Roland looked at a sealed letter that Lorena had written up for him. Due to her secret mission, she needed to remain here. This brought a problem to the table, as he still wanted to pass his gold rank quest. If the person that he was required to escort didn't arrive at the city, then he would certainly fail. However, Lorena was thankful enough to write him up a letter that he was supposed to pass to the guild master of Rika, the city that was his last stop. Yes, if you mention my name and give him this, then everything will be taken care of. Thank you, and as we discussed before, you're a strange one, Wayland. Anyone else would be honored to be rewarded by the church. Your role in this incident was not minor. Are you sure you don't wish to reconsider? Yes, that would be best. It would be better if the cult didn't know that I was involved in this affair. This was the only thing that he asked her for. She would be taking credit for everything while he would be left anonymous. He believed that the cult could get their hands on the official report, which would point them straight to his workshop. As you wish, then, I will keep this between you and I, but know this. I will be forever grateful for your help. He nodded while slipping the letter into his spatial bag. While he and all the others would be leaving, this one woman would remain here. A few hours ago, he saw her use a similar letter transportation spell as the cat professor from the Magic Academy. There were several blue swallows flying in all directions. In their previous conversation, he implied that runic mages along with runesmiths would be indispensable in examining this relic. He himself wanted to go at it, but his skill with Tier 3 runes wasn't quite there yet. In spite of that, Roland was not going away empty-handed. With the help of his debugging skill, he had copied over the schematic of the control medallion that was now in Lorena's possession. With so many attempts at copying schematics from stores, he had gotten the hang of it now. Both this and the relic's main schematic was noted down, but the more important part was the inside runic structure. This he did not really have the time to research and copy from the larger relic. The only item he would be comfortable in decoding was the medallion that worked like a remote control. This was already a big step in the right direction, as it could help him design countermeasures against that signal the main runic item sent. From what he could deduct, the initial spell was activated by sound. Yet the possibility of a combination of sight and sound could not be excluded yet. The pulsating signal was there, and it might be enough to block it to be protected from being caught in the illusion. I must also thank you for pointing me towards a worthwhile expert. That someone with connections to the Magic Academy like you was here is truly a blessing from the goddess. Ah yes, that person should be able to decipher the runic structure if you manage to get them here. Roland decided to go with a little gamble. He was not able to get through the complex marriage spell that was implanted into this double helix. There were high-tier runic mages that were more experienced than him, and one of them was his mentor. Thus, if Lorena managed to yank the cat over here to do some research, he might be able to get the information from him later. Phew. For a moment I thought that she would force me to stay behind and help her decipher everything here. As he walked away, his pace started to increase. The woman he interacted with could probably slice off his head in one move if she deemed him to be some cult member. Luckily, after helping her with the strange tentacle monster, he had gained her trust. While he was able to survive this second encounter with the abyssal cult, it was yet again thanks to another person. Without Lorena appearing out of the blue, he would either be dead by now or running for his life through the forest like the other escapees. His armor was able to pierce through a high-level Tier 3 monster, but it would only work on an immobile enemy. It was not something he could repeatedly use against a fast-moving enemy or one that could regenerate themselves like this one. Then there was also the problem of his armor's runes degrading from overloading and being empowered. After 2 shots, some of them had already degraded from the highest rating into the intermediate one. Without the ability to quickly mend them, they would have probably not been able to function past the second blast. Should I focus on immobilizing my enemies or a more sustainable form of combat? Roland was not a battle expert and was limited to mostly encountering monsters in the dungeon. He had the basics down thanks to being trained at the noble household during his childhood. Yet even with a quick wit and battle awareness, there was no possibility of combating people with monstrous skills. During the battle, thanks to his parallel thinking skill, he could keep up with some of the monster's movements. Yet even if his mind could keep up, it was not the same for his body. It took some time to inject mana into the armor to boost his stats and then react. Only by boosting himself with various spells was he even able to see part of Lorena's sword movements. He did not feel like he would last more than a few seconds during an exchange with that woman. The gap between him and a Tier 3 class holder might have gotten a bit smaller, but he was nowhere near strong enough to win a proper one-on-one duel. The only way he could see himself winning was by luring his opponent into a drawn-out battle where he utilized golems, ranged spells, and explosives. His weapons were able to pierce through the monster's body, but this monster was specialized in regenerating itself. Its body was not heavily armored yet still proved troublesome for the high-level Tier 2 adventurers. The monsters varied in shape and specialization, and depending on it he would need to alter his tactics. Are you finished with telling your girlfriend your goodbyes? Yeah, we are finished, we can leave now. Well, you're no fun. Senna's attempt at teasing Roland had failed as he just ignored her comments. He had spent quite some time explaining the runic device while trying to squeeze some information about the cult from Lorena. To his dismay, she was unwilling to give out much besides some of their structure that he had witnessed here. While going up onto the new wagon which he now occupied with Dalrak, Orson and Senna, he started thinking back to it. The Abyssal cult worshipped a prominent evil god that supposedly lived in some kind of void dimension. The thing they worshipped had no gender, nor did it have a set physical form like other gods similar to Solaria. There was one thing that everyone agreed on: the creature had some kind of double helix protrusion coming out from its body that the cultists turned into their calling card. Lorena told him that the creature that they thought was corrupted by the void god's divinity. The corruption would rob the corrupted of their will and turn them into a creature with a desire that originated before the transformation. The monster's form was something that was supposed to resemble its master. It was the same for the Abyssal Warlocks. He had seen one of them before, and the tentacles along with growing more eyes was a similar trait they shared. His new acquaintance didn't go into much detail, but it seemed that those Tier 3 warlocks would be around the level of the Golden Order Knights she was a part of. She did not mention the goal of this cult nor what the brain parasites were for. The evil gods and monsters from other dimensions had various strange motives, but mostly it was a battle for believers. Perhaps the larvae were there to alter the brain and turn anyone into another abyssal worshipper? Or perhaps they would turn them into mindless monsters to bolster their forces. Roland did not prod further as the reason was not that important. Even without knowing it, he knew that the cult had to be stopped. People with these larvae in their heads would not be aware of their existence. This was truly a terrifying thing to realize. Anyone he knew could be infected. The only way of curing those little pests was through divine energy that was in possession of high-level priests. Yet, without realizing that the process of contamination took place, no one would seek out a priest to have this cursed creature removed. It would fester in their head for God knows how long, perhaps waiting for the right time to take the host over. Fortunately, he had witnessed the removal of these little monsters by the hand of the divine swordmaster. The procedure was a lot easier than he expected, as even without a proper healing spell it could be done. Lorena just needed to use her divine aura blade that radiated holy energies. After holding it close to the afflicted area, the larva would deteriorate. It was truly not for the faint of heart. During the procedure, the larva would panic and crawl outside through one of the host's orifices. This would either be the nose, the ears, or back through the eye socket. By this time it would have shrunk from the 5 centimeter size down by a half and then directly turn into a puff of smoke. It should be enough to go to the priest and tell them to focus their energies on the head. After witnessing this spectacle, he had made up his mind to get a checkup. While he didn't think that this was such a prevalent affliction, he could never know. This expedition showed him that no one was safe. Some of his acquaintances like Armand and Lobelia left the city regularly. They could have gone through this area on their travels and been infested by abyssal parasites. What do you think will happen to those people? I don't know. Just leave it to the church. As they were slowly moving away from the village, Senna posed a question to Orson that just shrugged. Even though they had removed the abyssal larvae from the inflicted, they had stayed behind in the village. Lorena told them that the people that were directly affected by the abyssal corruption needed to be further inspected. It was actually surprising that she just allowed all of the rest to leave. It didn't seem that she was trying to hide that the incident took place like some other people in power would. He could not imagine the Valerian household allowing this info to leave the village if they could stop it. It would make them look bad that they allowed the evil cultists to occupy one of the villages in their main territory. I guess the church doesn't care? Or is this woman just a peculiar case? After spending many years in this new world, he had gained some insight into how the people in power operated. Mostly they would withhold any kind of disturbing information like this and try sweeping everything under the rug. Even when corrupt nobles were discovered, everything was done to keep the information from spreading. They wanted to keep the commoners feeling content with their power structure. If it seemed that the rulers were incompetent, then a revolt was more likely. Lorena was a peculiar case then. Even when being part of something called the Golden Order, she didn't feel like a proper knight. Her class distribution made her look like an adventurer. As usual, someone at her position would have a paladin class instead. People with those classes were usually a lot more fanatic about their belief in God. How she handled the infected was also quite mild. From his research concerning the wars between the cultists and the church zealots, the results were mostly more bloody. The paladins usually went to more extreme lengths of erasing anyone with potential ties to evil gods. It didn't seem that he was the only one thinking this, as his travel companions started to speak up. That girlie scared me for a moment, though she would have taken that lass head. Darlak spoke up after their smaller caravan had finally left the village and they were on their way. Yeah. When she pulled out that glowing sword, I thought she would slaughter them all. Yeah, that was strange. Was she really from the Golden Order? Heard those guys aren't much different from the cultists. The denizens of this world confirmed his thoughts, as it was more likely for a high-tier church member to burn the village down along with the afflicted than to help them out directly. Yet she still had them stay behind. If those people survived when the rest of the Inquisitors arrived at the palace was up to debate. You don't think that she just sent us away so that her church allies can ambush us in the woods? You all saw that woman use that communication spell. After speaking about religious cleansing, Senna started looking nervous. It seemed to have gotten the attention of the others, that quickly grabbed their weapons to protect themselves. Why would she do that? Not like she wouldn't be able to kill us in the village by herself. Roland commented while not believing the conspiracy theory yet, but the others weren't convinced. She wouldn't be able to get us all, but if there is a larger force surrounding us, then perhaps. Senna replied while somewhat making some sense. There were a lot of survivors in the village, and Lorena might not have been able to kill everyone if they spread out into the forest. There were others that escaped before we even left. At this point, what can they do? Stop making stuff up, you idiots. Grisauld called out from the top of the cart. All of them were now on. A part of the adventurers, along with the merchant owner, had already escaped before the monster was slain. Even if the church killed them all now, the information would already leave this place. Luckily, the kill would be attributed to the Golden Order member and not to the wandering rune mage that was along for the ride. He had gained a good shield to shift blame onto, but if his new acquaintance would be able to keep his involvement hidden was unknown to him. One thing he was convinced of, though, the woman sounded genuine in her words, so he was not expecting any paladins to cleanse this smaller caravan. Thus, while his adventure companions continued to stress out about it, he just leaned back and already thought about what he could do when he returned home.